Hi, this is Eric Nelson, board certified sports chiropractor and neurokinetic therapy instructor. I'm very excited to introduce a new protocol that we just started teaching in our level 1 classes. This protocol will help you get more accurate results with your patients and clients so that they'll get better quicker. The protocol's name is called ABA testing. It's a variation of testing that we do in level 3. And as I said before, it'll help you get more specific with your findings. Traditionally with NKT, we tell you to look for a weak muscle, muscle A, and then we have you look for a second muscle, muscle B, that when you therapy localize it, it causes muscle A to become strong. We then call the weak muscle inhibited and then the strong muscle facilitated. We'd have you treat the facilitated muscle and then activate the inhibited muscle. What we're finding though with our level 3 protocols is that sometimes the relationship is actually opposite, where the weak muscle is actually the facilitated muscle and the strong muscle is actually the inhibited muscle. So with this new ABA protocol, you could determine the direction of dysfunction. Now there's 2 steps to this protocol. One is doing exactly what you've been doing. Find a weak muscle in the clear, then find another muscle that when you therapy localize it, causes the first muscle, muscle A, to become strong. What we've done here now is determine that there's a relationship between 2 dysfunctional muscles. The second part of the protocol is to fire up muscle B, and it doesn't really matter what happens if it's strong or weak, but what matters is what happens when immediately after you fire up muscle B, you go back and fire muscle A. If muscle A stays weak or gets weak, that's the inhibited muscle. If it stays strong or gets strong, that's the facilitated muscle. Pretty simple, 2 steps. Let's do a demonstration. All right, so in this case, muscle A is going to be the glute max, and we're going to test it here. So press it in my hand here, and you can see that it's weak in the clear. I'm going to have her therapy localize the iliacus, and then so that would be iliacus is muscle B, and then I'm going to have you press down, and sure enough, muscle A is now strong. So now what we've determined is that there's a relationship between 2 muscles. So now we're going to do the second part of the protocol, which is to determine the direction of the dysfunction. So we're going to fire up the iliacus, and again, it doesn't really matter what happens with the iliacus, and then we're going to go back and fire up the glute max, which in this case you can see is now strong. So as I said before, if muscle A gets strong or stays strong, that's the facilitated muscle in this relationship. So thanks, Cal. So you can see by simply adding a step, we can determine the actual dysfunction, the direction of dysfunction. It's a pretty simple protocol, 2 steps. 1, traditional stuff you've done with NKT, that just tells us that there's a relationship between 2 dysfunctional muscles. And then second part, fire up muscle B, then go back and fire muscle A, and whatever happens to muscle A determines the direction of dysfunction. If muscle A is weak, if it stays weak or gets weak, that's our inhibited muscle. If it stays strong or gets strong, it's our facilitated muscle. That is ABA protocol. I know that if you jump in and start using it with your patients, you'll see some amazing results. Thanks a lot, and I'll speak to you soon.
This is a brand new video of the new procedures that we've integrated into our previous level 1 information. NKT is an open system, and you will find that we update the information on a regular basis because as the field of neurology grows and motor control, we like to keep up with the new information, and if we need to change what we think and do, we do it. And so if you're on the Facebook page, you'll see that we update information, talk about new information. So if you're not on our Facebook community, you're going to miss out on a lot of stuff. And I'm not going to email you all the new info. So if you're not on Facebook, get on Facebook. I know some people like to go into a hissy fit about being on Facebook, but all you have to do is join NKT Scholars if that's all you want to do, okay?
It's worth your time.
It's an amazing thing that we have happening on Facebook, right? So, let's go. So, why here today? Well, first I should get this into focus, right? Okay. So we're going to change the way you think about movement patterns. Traditionally, when you go see a practitioner, you tell them what's wrong, what hurts, and what do? They go right for what's wrong and what hurts. Do they actually care about the cause, or are they just treating the symptoms? No, they're just treating the symptoms. So NKT was born out of my frustration with people coming back to me with the same stuff over and over again, okay? And I thought, I have to be missing something here because these people aren't getting well, right? So if they're not getting well, let's figure out why they're not getting well. There has to be a reason. And, you know, I looked around and somebody told me that maybe I should look into how the brain interfaces with the body. I had already taken applied kinesiology, manual muscle testing, so I started looking into motor control, the science of motor control, how the brain affects organization and movement in the body. That was 31 years ago. 31 years ago, there was no information online just about motor control. There was one book, though, and it was called The Neural Basis of Motor Control by Vernon Brooks. And I read that book. If you suffer from insomnia, I highly recommend it. If you want to have an experience of being in the desert, it's that dry. Okay. But there were certain parts of that book that rocked my world. It was an epiphany for me, and it completely changed the way I worked. And I was working with several other people, and we came up with ideas, and this is my version of all that, you know, a combination of people's ideas and whatnot. So I stand on the shoulders of giants. That's what Isaac Newton said. I think that works. Okay? So some of these ideas are unique to me, and most of them come from other sources. But it's the combination of the ideas and things that make NKT unique in the field, and why in 4 years we have well over 3,000 people practicing it around the world. There must be something good about it. At least I think. All right? So, when somebody comes in and they say, I have a pain in my shoulder, and all you do is poke around on their upper trapezius, they may feel temporary relief, but they're not going to get better because their brain has created a program, and then they're going to repeat that program over and over and over again until you make them change, until you help them to change that program. So NKT is the process of discovering what the compensation patterns are, and it gives you a way to reprogram and fix those dysfunctional patterns. Okay? That's my best way to explain it. All right? Whoop. Okay, so we're going to discuss the theory. We're going to look at the motor control center. We're going to learn to assess muscle imbalances. We're going to do demos, hands-on, and at the very end, we'll discuss the certification process, which no matter how many times I explain, people still ask me the same dumb questions. All right? Doesn't matter what I say. All right. Although we highlight anatomy and movement patterns, we are not able to teach those topics in great depth during this course. The goal is to learn concepts of protocol so that you can optimize movement for your clients. All right? So, we're going to give you enough info here, enough info to blow your brains out apart, probably starting tonight. But there's something that new students call NKT brain, where you try and go to sleep on Saturday night and forget you can't sleep. So you'll see. You won't be able to sleep. All right. So what is neurokinetic therapy? It's an application of motor control theory, neuroscience, functional anatomy, we call it neurobiomechanics. Neurobiomechanics. And it'll help you unravel the cause of faulty movement patterns in the brain's motor control center. Okay? Ray Cook. Motion is a component of movement, but movement requires motor control, and that includes stability, balance, postural control, coordination, and perception. That's a pretty heavy little sentence there, right? That's a lot of stuff. So if you do not feel stable, safe, balanced, your perceptions are off, you're going to have problems. And one of the most common things that we see is that people get injured. They don't feel safe using that part of the body anymore, and so they look for other things to work. That leads to dysfunction and pain eventually, right? So that's what we're trying to do. How it works. So we identify the imbalances, and we figure out what's working, what's overworking, and then in the end we give you some corrective exercises so that what you got out of the session gets into your unconscious mind, out of your conscious mind. NKT fixes things in the short term. It's what people do afterwards that is so important, that really creates the new pattern. Okay? So just working on somebody does not mean that they're going to get well. They have to take responsibility for their own well-being. There are a lot of other techniques out there where you can feel like you're the doctor and you fix people without giving them homework. I think that's the biggest bunch of bullshit in the world. If you don't empower people to take care of themselves, retire. Get the hell out of here. That's all I have to say. Okay? If your ego is so big that you think you can fix people, you don't belong in my community, all right? But if you like helping people to help themselves, come on aboard. All right? So the why. Movement doesn't work in isolation. Okay? If you have people, if people come in and to you as a trainer, let's say, specifically trainers, people come in and say, you know, I'd like to get stronger. What does that mean? If you don't even know how to find that muscle, if your brain doesn't even know how to find that muscle, and you start pumping iron, what the hell you think you're doing? You're creating a compensation pattern, right? So trainers who have embraced this, like my friend Andy Riley in Long Island, he went from working for somebody else when I first met him. Now he has 4 or 5 people working for him, and I think they do something like 160, 170 sessions a week in his studio in New York. Okay? So if you do this well as a trainer, you can explode. Your practice will explode. All right? So that's what we're talking about. You have to change the motor control program in the motor control center. That's the key. If your brain keeps saying 2 + 2 is 5, you'll get 5. You want it to say 4, that's what NKT is about. And there's your brain. Okay? And the cerebellum is where the motor control center is, right there above the brainstem. So it's not high up in the brain, it's kind of lower down. And it does amazing stuff, as you will see in a minute. Okay? Movement doesn't work. Oh, we already said that. Come on. There we go. Motor control. Seriously? All right. That's the ability to regulate the mechanisms that control movement. Okay? And you can see that the brain has an affinity towards habits. That's what we were just talking about. So motor control is your brain's ability to organize and direct all the movements in your body. Now, a lot of things are hardwired, right? Like when we learn to stand as a baby, that becomes hardwired. When you learn to ride a bicycle, that becomes hardwired. However, if you're riding your bicycle and a car comes in front of you, you may have to adjust your vector of travel, right? Otherwise you'll die, right? So that's motor control. Motor control is reacting to a specific situation So it's the software, not the hardware. Hardware is riding a bike. The software is when you have to change what you're doing on the fly. And that's the system that we're going to address with NKT. Movement is performed in systems and patterns, not individual muscles. I want you to embrace this slide with all of your being, okay? Now you'll see in my videos, my manual muscle testing video, in my book, when I post on Facebook, I talk about muscles because it's really the only way I can communicate to the world kind of sort of what I'm doing, all right? But as NKT practitioners, when I say psoas, that doesn't mean the psoas muscle. It means the psoas muscle plus all the other things that make that movement possible, all right? So we're talking about psoas as a movement pattern, not an individual muscle, but a group of muscles that create that psoas-like movement. Psoas may be the biggest mover of that test, or that pattern, but to test a muscle in isolation is impossible, okay? So that's not what I'm saying. Everybody get that? We are working with movement patterns. Now, the more you know your anatomy, of course, the better off you are. It makes things easier, absolutely easier, all right? But if you get lost in your anatomy, that's not good either, all right? So it's kind of a double-edged sword here with anatomy, all right? I love the people that tell me, they're massage therapists that tell me that they're intuitive massage therapists. Does that mean because I know my anatomy really well that I can't use my intuition? I've always found that to be a really piss-poor excuse for not knowing your anatomy. Oh, I don't need anatomy. I do it intuitively. Oh, really? So if you know anatomy, you can't do it intuitively? Right? So both are good. Okay. Now, this slide right here is worth about $1,500, okay? Because this book is out of print, Neural Basis of Motor Control, although somebody posted a PDF on it on the Scholars page, so you might be able to get it that way too. But back a couple of years ago, Neural Basis of Motor Control was selling on Amazon for $1,500. So this slide is a distillation of the most important principles of that book. So this slide, Protect with Your Life. Right? Okay? I have the book at home. I'll take $2,000 for it. Okay. So, the hierarchy of motor control. First thing that controls everything is the limbic system. Our emotions, strong emotions. I want this. I want that. I'm afraid of this. I'm afraid of that. Your really basic strong emotions, limbic system. Now, if this system is out of whack, all your testing is for naught. It won't work. How do I know that? How will you know that? Because people will come back with the same stuff over and over again, even though you've done fantastic work. They don't change. If they don't change, it means their limbic system has not come along for the ride. Now, unless you are a qualified therapist that knows how to deal with the limbic system, you should probably refer out, right? There's nothing worse than pretend to be a therapist, right? Don't pretend to be a therapist. You'll get your ass sued off, all right? And just like Mission Impossible, the secretary will disavow any knowledge of you if you do that. I will say I don't know that person, all right? Never heard of them, all right? Don't do stupid shit like that, okay? Refer out if you need to. There are some of our students who are doing things that I don't particularly approve of, especially in this realm, okay? Not cool. You are not a therapist. Anybody here a therapist? Psychotherapist, raise your hand. And please, mind your P's and Q's, okay? However, we had our first ever symposium in September in San Diego, and it rocked. It was incredible, okay? And We have some video of it. It's on my website. After you take this class, you can purchase the level 1. And Carolyn Watson, one of our teachers, presents how to address the limbic system in a way that's very safe and totally cool. So that is available to you if you wish. Okay? She also talks about scars and how to treat scars. And there's a lot of cool stuff on there. All right? That's another story. All right? But that's how I would say that's okay to treat the limbic system that way. All right? So, feel my needs. So before any movement starts, it starts in your brain as a thought. Thought makes movement. You know how they call the core the reactive core? What's it reactive to? Your thought. As soon as you think about, I want to make a movement, your core reacts to that thought. That is why we call it the reactive core. Okay? So, the example I always use is, I want a cookie, and the cookies are on top of the refrigerator. Okay? And I really want a cookie, right? Now, I live in Marin. I'm an old hippie, right? So the cookie is sugar-free, gluten-free, and tastes like shit, right? Okay? Wheat-free, sugar-free, whatever, right? It's a shitty cookie, but it's, something I can eat, right? So I want that shitty cookie on top of the refrigerator, right? So I'm going, all right, how am I going to get that off? Well, I have to get the step stool, and I go up and I reach for the cookie and I grab it. Okay? So that's fill my needs is the first thing that has to happen. I want a cookie, right? Okay. Then from there, it goes to your cerebral cortex. That's where hardwiring occurs. That's a strategy. I've done this before. I've wanted a cookie. I know where I keep them. I know how to reach for them and get them. That becomes a hardwired strategy in my brain. That happens in your upper brain and your cerebral cortex. Okay? Then it passes it down to your motor control center. And that's where the action takes place, right? So when I go up and reach for that cookie, instead of the normal cookie grabbing that I do, unimpeded cookie grabbing, okay, there's a spider walking across the top of my cookies, all right? And I go, well, I don't think I want to grab and get that spider to bite me. I may have to reach around like this and grab the edge of the cookie box and pull it towards me, right? So that's an example of motor control, because you had to change your strategy on the fly. Input from your body, as in, oh shit, there's a spider on top of the cookies, what am I going to do, is an example of motor control, okay? Including the oh shit and everything, right? That's what your brain's doing. At least mine, that's what mine says, right? You may have cleaner language than I do, and you'll see. All right. I don't have very clean language, but that's only on Facebook do I have clean language. All right. So now I have adjusted the trajectory of my cookie picking up process, and that is an application of motor control. I have to be able to do that, right? If I can't do that, I can't get the cookies, right? Then my limbic system goes crazy because I can't get my cookie, right? So that's motor control, okay? And then it sends it down to the spine, and the spine is where the information goes out from the muscles and says, do it, now do it. So the spine is just a relay system, okay, from the brain to the muscles. So if you are only doing work at the level of the muscles and the spine, and you're not really addressing the brain, you're missing out on the driver. You're not really talking to the driver. You're talking to the wheels and the engine, but you're not talking to really what makes the thing go. Okay? Now, all these things that working on the spine is very important. Working on muscles, of course, is very important. But that ain't where the good stuff is. It's up higher. If you want to change things, you got to change the brain. All right? And then from the spine, it goes to your myofascial system, and that's where the action actually takes place. Okay? So there's a hierarchy to this that you need to understand and you need to be able to work with. Okay? Everybody got that? That makes sense? How do we affect the motor control center? The brain learns from failure. Okay? Can you embrace that? That your brain learns from failure? Raise your hand if you were rewarded for failing when you were in school. Please raise your hand. Of course, nobody ever raises their hand, right? Because nobody was ever rewarded for failing when they were in school. So my question about school is, how the hell did we learn anything? Because your brain doesn't learn from success, it learns from failure. Your ego learns from success, but your brain doesn't learn from success. What lessons in life have you learned the most from? The ones that you failed at, right? Everybody agrees with that. Unless you haven't learned anything, then you wouldn't agree with that, right? Hopefully you've learned a few things, all right? So if your brain learns from failure, let's see if we can make the brain fail at something and give it an opportunity to learn, all right? Wouldn't it be nice if you were in school and you were doing a math problem and you didn't get it and your teacher said, oh, that's cool. Yeah, let me show you how to do that now that you screwed it up. And you're going to go, oh, thanks, Teach. That was really great. I actually learned from that, right? But no, what did you get in school? F's and D's and all that stuff. Don't get me started on that, all right? I have a 23-year-old daughter at UC Davis. I'm ready to shoot all the professors there, so, you know. I didn't say that.
We'll edit it out.
Okay. Anyway, it's horrible. It's horrible. Education system is a complete disaster. All right. But not this one. We learn from failure here. All right? So if we learn from failure, we want to induce failure so that we can change something so that the brain can actually learn. Okay? So the motor control center recognizes movement. That's what it's all about. A manual muscle test is a kind of a movement. So the motor control center goes, okay, manual muscle test, that's cool. I can work with that. Okay? And then a failed manual muscle test lights up the motor control center and makes it open up to new learning. So that's what we're looking for. We're looking to test, see some failure, and then have the brain open up to new possibilities. Okay? And now, how does the brain store these functional and dysfunctional patterns? All right. So here's an example of a functional pattern. Baby learning to stand. How many people in here have children? Raise your hands. Children. Excellent. Okay. So if you've watched your child go from crawling to standing to walking, how many times did they fall down? A lot of times. Okay? We would consider that a failure, right? But from each one of those failed attempts at walking or standing, your baby's brain is learning from that, right? Because a failure is not a complete failure. Within every failure is a little granule of success. And the brain then extracts that little granule of success. And when you do it enough times, it compiles enough of those granules in order to create a successful movement pattern. So don't think of failure as failure. Failure also contains success in it, as well as success containing failure. That's from my Buddhist training, so give me a break, all right? Okay. I told you I was an old hippie, right? Okay. But that's true. Every failure has a kernel of success in it, all right? Just remember that. Okay, so that becomes then a successful movement pattern. It becomes hardwired, right? Whiplash is an example of a dysfunctional movement pattern. If you get hit from behind and you, let's say you have cervical whiplash. Now, when I was in Australia the first time teaching this, and I said somebody had cervical whiplash, cervical refers to this part of the female anatomy. Cervical is the neck, right? So they were like hysterical laughing. The guys were going, all right? So it depends how you, if it's cervical for you, I apologize, all right? Are you okay with cervical?
I use for cervical. People have said that to me before. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Okay,
'Cause
okay. I guess in
think-
Zambia you say cervical.
Actually, I come from the UK as much as anything, but
Oh,
everywhere
okay.
that I've come from, it says cervical.
Well, Australia they say cervical. What can I say?
I'm not. I thought it was.
Believe
I
me,
thought it was the other way around. Actually, I thought
No,
it was
no, no,
cervical
no, no.
and cervical. But
I've
hey,
been through it already, all right? It was pretty funny. All right. Not too funny right now, obviously, but it's funny. All right. So anyhow, you get cervical whiplash. That's it. So your head goes forward when you get hit. It snaps back. That's the whiplash, right? And then the back of your neck hurts like hell, right? And you go in and you get some treatment. And what do they work on? The back of your neck, ad nauseum. Does it feel better for a little while? Does it ever really get better? Why is that? What happens when you go back like this to these muscles right here? What happens to them? It disables them. It makes them dysfunctional. Your brain goes, I don't trust those guys. I'm not going to use them. I don't feel safe using them. And so your head weighs how many pounds? 12 or so? About 12, right? 12 to 15. If you have a big head, it might weigh 15. Yours is 20? Yeah, well, you're full of shit, so that's fine. Okay. So, you set me up for that. Yeah, thank you. I need a straight person in the audience. Yeah. All right. So, although in San Francisco, that could mean any number. All right. So, anyway, here we are. Your front of your neck is not functioning, right? It's just an example. But I have worked on people 20 and 30 years after whiplash, cervical whiplash accidents, and the front of their neck doesn't work. Because it happened a long time ago, doesn't mean that you fix the problem. That program stays in your brain forever, unless you change it. Unless you change it. Okay? Everybody get that? So, that's a dysfunctional movement pattern. All right? And of course, when this happens, there's pain, there's compensation patterns, stability and safety are endangered, right? You got to find a way to create stability, create safety. Your brain will always choose the path of least resistance when you go to use your neck again. If your brain says, I don't trust these, where's it going to go? Back here, every single time. That's the path of least resistance. Okay? Why do we choose the path of least resistance? It makes everything more economical. Less energy is expended. And most people are walking around functionally dysfunctional. Okay? Everybody's got a bit of dysfunction. Okay? But they're functional. But just because they're functional doesn't mean that they don't have problems, right? So I get these athletes in and they got quads this big, right? And we go through our testing protocols. Down to the table their leg goes. And they get really pissed too, right? Because they don't like to lose, right? It's not losing, it's a process of discovery. But getting them more functional really is exciting to them because then they can perform better, right? You can take a second off their swim time or a couple of seconds off their mile. That's a big freaking deal when they're really competitive athletes, right? So that's what NKT is capable of doing. Now, we use 3 kinds of pressure in the manual muscle test. Where are my physical therapists in class? Raise your hands. The physios? Raise your hands. Where are my physios? Okay. In the back there too? Oh, Diana, yeah. You guys learned Kendall and Kendall manual muscle testing in physical therapy school. Depending, you guys say physiotherapy, but some of you are physios and some of you are physical therapists. It's okay. I forgive you guys from Canada for using a different thing. It's all right. England, they use the same thing. In fact, most of the world says physiotherapist. We're the only ones that say physical therapist. But okay. All right. So, in Kendall and Kendall manual muscle testing, which is that's where I learned my manual muscle testing originally. They grade manual muscle tests on a scale of 0 to 5. 5 being that you can push on it as hard as you want to, and it resists and doesn't drop down. 0 being neurologically disabled, it could be a spinal cord injury or something like that, and everything in between. Now, the problem with testing somebody as hard as you possibly can is you're not learning anything. They could be the greatest compensators in the world. If I take your arm here, right? Max, right?
Yeah.
All right, if I take Max's arm, and he's at a disadvantage here, right? I'm standing up, he's sitting down. I press on this arm as hard as I can. He clenches his jaw and he holds his breath. So all I'm proving is that Max can clench his jaw and hold his breath. I'm not learning anything from the test. So if you're interested in jaw clenching and breath holding, knock yourself out and have people, test like that. Test as hard as you can. Okay? But that is an AKT, and you're not going to learn a damn thing about the brain if you do it that way. Nothing. Okay? In fact, you'll just create compensation patterns, right? Now, it's kind of interesting to do that because then you can see how people compensate, right? So more advanced NKT practitioners, sometimes we do that just to see how people react. But you guys in the beginning, no can do, all right? Test lightly. So look, light pressure for a couple of seconds tests the availability of a neural pathway. Did everybody get that? You're going to do light pressure. And before we go around and start practicing, all of you are going to get into groups, and you're going to work, and you're going to test each of us assistants, and we're going to tell you too hard, that's fine, harder, whatever it needs to be, okay? But getting the feel of light testing is the key to becoming successful at neurokinetic therapy. Still, some of our students test too hard. Many of our students test too hard. Do not test hard. In fact, the bigger and stronger somebody is, if you're small, and you're trying to test really hard on somebody really big, who's going to win? They are. What will you learn? That they're stronger than you are. We're not testing strength with this work. Can I say that again, please? This is not a question of strength. This is about neurological function. These tests are a neurological screen. We're trying to see function. Function, 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 not strength. This has nothing to do with strength. If you don't have function, you can't get strength. Function is the step before strength. Everybody got that? Did I say that clearly? No. Okay, good. So, if we test lightly, we're able to ascertain function, neurological availability, neural pathway availability. All right? Very important. So test lightly. What we're looking for when we test is something called a neural lock. That's when I test Max's arm, and as soon as I touch and I ask him to meet my pressure, boom, just like that, he reacts to the test. We call that a neural lock. If there's a shake, if there's a hesitation, if there's a fail, that is not a neural lock. If there's a shake or a hesitation, especially in a really big, strong person, that is a fail. If their eyes roll up into their heads, that's a fail. Okay? Many facial expressions and all, breath holding, jaw clenching, all indicate a failed test. Okay? Everybody got that? But you won't know that unless you test lightly, right? So, if we don't get a neural lock, then we go into our investigative process to figure out why there's not a neural lock. And we, in the end, after we've made our corrections, we want there to be a neural lock. That make sense? Because that says to me, the brain now is totally connected to that function, to that movement pattern. If you don't have that, then you don't have the available neural pathway. There's going to be compensation. Okay? After the people graduate from light testing, you can take them to medium testing. Okay? A little bit more pressure for a couple secs. And last is the heavy pressure, the Kendall and Kendall kind of pressure, which I only use for certain athletes who need to be tested for stamina. Some, like my marathon runners and my ultra marathon runners, come in and they go mile 12, my psoas starts to give out. That's when you do stuff like this. Otherwise, it's useless to the general public. Okay? Completely useless. Don't do it. Only if you want to test an athlete for stamina. Professional athletes, seriously competitive athletes. Marin County, for whatever reason, has most of the world record holders for 50 and older in all kinds of running. I don't know why Marin County attracts it, but we got it. I mean, seriously great runners live in this county. It's because of Mount Tam, that's why. But, so I get to work on some of them. Jory's worked on some of them, right? They're pretty type A. Pretty type A? They're like triple A, right? They're seriously type A. All right. Movements, not muscles. We already said that. Okay? When we're testing the bicep, you're testing a movement pattern. Okay? But we use a name. That's all that slide says. Okay. Now, terminology reference. Weak in the clear. Wick. This refers to a weak muscle test without any interference. So, if I test Max's arm and he goes right down, weak in the clear. Everybody understand that? First thing I do, I test it weak in the clear. Strong in the clear, obviously the opposite of that. Neural lock, has a solid neural connection. Facilitated, it refers to something that is neurologically overactive. We only know that by when we start testing, okay? When we first start testing, things are just either weak or strong, right? That's all they can be. In relationship to each other, they can be facilitated or inhibited. That's what this is about. So we don't know from testing about facilitated or inhibited. We know from testing in relationship one thing to another, whether something is facilitated or inhibited. That's the difference. Okay? Yes?
If someone has a solid neural lock, does that indicate that they're strong and in the clear? Or is that not?
If they're strong in the clear, all we know is that just that test, all that tells us is that muscle started off strong in the clear. Will it be strong in the clear in relationship to any other muscle we tested against? We don't know that unless we do our investigative process. So in the end, that strong in the clear muscle may not be strong anymore. It's all about the relationship it has with other patterns. Okay? So these are all relative terms depending on how you're using your body. Okay? Neural edge is the max limit of successful correctives for reprogramming. So in other words, when you're doing your homework and you can only do 5 of these before you start compensating, we call that the neural edge. That's where your brain is capable of repeating a pattern without compensating. That's what that means, the neural edge. It's kind of a cool term too, right? Took us a while to come up with these terms.
Whose term was that?
That's my term. Thank you. Neural lock is mine, neural edge is mine. Yeah. This is what I do when I work on my clients. We come up with fancy names, right? That's how neurokinetic therapy name got started, from talking to people, right? Now, the name we wanted to call it, are you ready for this? Think of an acronym when I'm talking, okay? See it in your mind. Facilitated Unconscious Coordinated Kinesiology. That was the original name. We thought, wow, that will sell like hotcakes, right? Okay, so if you're a practitioner of that makes you a... Yeah, that's right. If you work on somebody's mother, that makes you a... Honey, I just saw David. That was the best. Right? So there's a whole... I got a lot of material now. All right. Okay. That was the original name in the study group. Remember Bob?
I do.
Yes, Bob was there. All right. The things I can say, right? On yeah. Okay. Therapy localization. This is something that I borrowed from applied kinesiology. People are always writing and saying, your stuff is similar to applied kinesiology. The answer is yes, of course it is. I studied applied kinesiology. I took stuff from it that I liked. I left stuff a lot of stuff that I didn't like, okay? But therapy localization comes from that, and that's a way to establish a relationship, right? So if you touch, if this test fails, and I touch here and it makes it stronger, that's called therapy localization. Now, everybody's always asking me, is there scientific proof for therapy localization? The answer is no. Does that make it invalid? No. Is there a scientific explanation for gravity? No. Do we believe in gravity? Yes. For people who give me a hard time about this, I tell them there's no proof of gravity. Please go up in a plane without a parachute and jump out. I'll applaud. All right? Why can't we trust our experience? Right? Science should be informed experience. Right? But it's not. It's all about bullshit research and studies where you start at what you want to prove and work your way backwards. And you should hear the stories that I get to hear about students of mine who got their master's in physical therapy and made up all kinds of stuff. I mean, this goes on all the time. All right? So, am I a fan of that kind of process? No. Do I like reading studies? Yes. Are most of the studies bullshit? Yes. Okay? So you have to really filter all this stuff out. All right? So, therapy localization works. We know it works because we see it working every day, millions of times a day, probably from our own practitioners doing it, right? Okay. So passive is when I just touch the spot and it makes a weak muscle stronger, okay? Active therapy localization is something that we created, and it's when you make the, you know, if let's say it was related to Max's neck, and the test weaken the clear, I have him turn his head like that, and it gets strong. That means turning the head has something to do with the inhibition of this particular movement. So then I know to look for something in the neck, right? So that's active therapy localization. So you can either do it by finding the exact spot, or you can do it with a movement. Both work. Now, the beauty of therapy localization is you find the exact spot that makes the test the strongest, and that's the only place you have to release. It makes you much more efficient in your work. You don't have to release a whole bunch of stuff. You can release one spot and have all kinds of things turned back on, as you will see when we start practicing. It's wonderful. It saves a lot of time. A lot of time. Okay?
So another way to think of active therapy localization is like positional therapy localization? Is that
Sure. Same idea.
Positional.
Because you're asking the person to do something.
So,
Just like passive stretching and active stretching, right? Yeah. You can passively stretch somebody, or you can have them do it themselves.
but I guess I'm just, it's not, you're not having them move while you're testing it, you're putting them in a specific position.
Yes, that's right.
Okay.
That's right. All right, here comes the protocol. So you want to see, based on history, if an area tests strong or weak in the clear. That's what we're going to find out. Now, history is kind of sort of important, but super important, right? If you see my post about scar tissue, if you don't ask people in your initial intake about where they have scars, you're going to miss a lot of stuff. I made a post the other day about a cross-country runner, high school cross-country runner. She was running on the outside of her left foot. It hurt like hell. Did I treat the outside of her left foot? Of course not. I did some testing and I found she fell over to the left, which of course would put her on the outside of her left foot. But why? And it took a little while, but finally she admitted that she had had her appendix removed a couple of years before. So she had a scar here. So if you had a scar here, would you want to lean into it or away from it? You'd want to lean away from it. That caused her to run the outside of her left foot. Like that? That's how you get people well, by asking questions and knowing where their scars are and all sorts of stuff. So what seems unimportant is not unimportant. It's crucial. Okay? So make note to ask about scars. practitioners, all my assistants in this room will tell you how important what I just said is. It's critical. If you don't fix the scars, neural connectivity will not happen. There's going to be problems. Okay? So that's the first thing. And if it tests strong, find a related muscle that tests weak. Okay? Therapy localize. Release the facilitator. Now, the facilitator is the one that tested that where you therapy localized and made the weak test strong. Okay? So you're going to release that area. Now, am I going to teach you release techniques this week? No. If you don't know how to do those already, why are you in here anyhow? Right? You should all know how to do stuff. If you are a trainer, Pilates person, you have available to you any number of things to help people do releases. They can roll on a ball. They can use a foam roller. They can do any number of things, right? So if you're not licensed to touch and do releases, NKT is still perfectly fine because you can use other things to create the release. Okay? Activate the inhibitor. You want to retest it after you release the facilitator. And then challenge. You want to challenge the correction by repeating the testing process. Or you can have the person get off the table, jump up and down, perform a movement that made them hurt before, and then test them again to make sure that the correction took. There are many instances in which I have people get off the table and move around, and they get back on the table and things poop out. So just because you fix it on the table doesn't mean you fixed it. You got to check it. You got to challenge it. By challenging it and by having them successfully pass the challenge, you are then really programming into the brain something important. If you don't challenge it, you miss out. And then, of course, you give homework based on what you find out. Okay? Challenge options. You can repeat the pattern through the testing. Move up and down, jump around. Integration may take a few times. And if it doesn't hold, you're not on the primary dysfunction. Find something else. Don't bang your head against the wall. If you do it a few times and it doesn't work, try something else. Okay? You're missing something. Cheating compensations. That sounds like a group from Nashville, right? The cheating compensations, right? Used to be. All right. Breath holding, jaw clenching, gripping, eyes looking up, head shaking, facial changes, all those things are cheating and they're compensations. Eyes rolling up into the head. You know what that says? I don't know where the fuck that is, but I'm looking for it up there somewhere. Right? You'll see people do that all the time. They'll just roll their eyes up in their heads because their brain has no idea what you're asking it to do, and it's searching. Your eyes are searching in your brain for the information, which of course is not there. Okay? So watch the eyes. Eyes will tell you a lot. Okay. Basic relationships. For bracing of the spinal muscles is a very common thing that you will find when the extremities are weak. Okay? Now, it works both ways. If your core or your spinal muscles are weak, what happens to your extremities? They have to work harder, right? So anybody that comes to you with a shoulder problem or a knee problem, one of the first things you want to do is check the function of the core, of the spine. That make sense? Because then your extremities are under greater load if your core isn't working, right? We know from EMG studies that before you move your arm, your core fires. It's a few milliseconds before your arm moves, but that's how it's supposed to work. Now, if your core doesn't fire, then your arm is left to its own devices without the core. That's how you can get injuries. Antagonists, we call them functional opposites. You've been taught agonists and antagonists, right? But we like to call them functional opposites, okay? When you do this movement, you would say the agonist is the bicep and the antagonist is the tricep, right? Is that true? How many other things are moving? How about my wrist flexors? How about my finger flexors? How about my shoulder muscles, right? Aren't all those moving when I do that? So how do you know it's just biceps and triceps when people are doing that movement? You don't. So we call this functional opposites. This is one way, and this is its functional opposite. So it's much more complex than just saying agonist and antagonist. Okay? Synergists are muscles that share a common function. Shirley Sarman has been the big proponent of this. Like hip flexors, if one hip flexor is painful, that you would probably go check the function of the other hip flexors. In relationship to that one, they'll probably all poop out, right? So you have an overactive hip flexor. That's an example of synergistic relationship. And then last we have kinetic chains. Tom Myers has popularized this concept with anatomy trains. But before Tom Myers, we called it fiber orientation. Now, fiber orientation sounds like something you do with your breakfast cereal on the bowl. Tom came up with a better name. All right? So, but kinetic chains are obviously muscles that work in chains of movement to create movement patterns, right? So, here's the first one. Okay? This is the front line. And let's say somebody comes into you and they have shin splints. Okay? They got shin splints. Are you going to just work on their tibialis anterior and their calf muscles? That would be like the worst thing, right? Okay? Why are their shins so painful? That's the question, right? So what's the muscle above them? Quadriceps, right? What if their quadriceps aren't firing properly in relationship to their tibialis anterior? Which guys are bigger, quadriceps or tibialis anterior? Clearly your quadriceps. So if your quadriceps are not functioning, neurologically speaking, your tibialis anterior is going to pick up the slack, and they're going to get hammered, right? They're just going to get hammered. So I had somebody come in who was an NCAA champion sprinter. She had a full scholarship to the University of Wisconsin. Where's my Wisconsin? There it is. Yeah. So, but she had horrible shin splints. And this was, we're talking 15 years later, right? So she comes in to see me. Her quads are like this. Massive quads, right? Beautiful. Beautiful woman. Spectacular legs. And shin splints that she had had 3 surgeries on. And she had, of course, quit running. Okay? Were her quads functional, even though they were this big? No quads. She was crying hysterically. She was so mad. Right? She didn't need to have that surgery. She needed to have those muscles released and strengthen her quads. It would solve the whole problem. Right? Do you get the idea? And then we have the abdominals and the front of the neck. So let's say somebody comes into you and they have pain in the front of the neck. It's not related to the back of their neck. Could it be because the quads aren't functioning that you have pain in the front of your neck? Of course. Of course it will be. Okay? So these kinetic chains, you have to understand how important they are. Nothing works in isolation. Everything is working in chains of movement. So when you're running and your quads aren't firing properly, the front of your neck may get really, really tight. Okay? So watch for that. Okay? Then we have the back line. All right? It starts in your plantar fascia, goes to your calf, your hamstrings. You notice that there are no glutes here? There should be glutes there, but I leave that there for illustrative purposes, as you will see. Up your spinal muscles to the back of your neck. Okay? Now, the most common formula that we find for plantar fasciitis is tight calves and weak glutes. Okay? That's why the glutes aren't on there. Because most people are walking around with no glutes. Okay? They might have one glute. That would make them half-assed. Sorry. All right. But anyway, if your calf muscles are tight, what happens to your plantar fascia? It gets super tight. Right? It's like it's pulling on a sock. Right? So if you treat plantar fasciitis by going directly to the bottom of somebody's foot, A, they're going to hate you. B, it's going to be ineffective. Figure out if the glutes are working or not. See if the calves are compensating for the glutes. 90-something% of the time, you'll find this with plantar fasciitis. Okay? It's simple. Do you want to work directly on painful plantar fascia? Of course you don't. There's no point in doing it. Should they roll it out on an ice cube? Yeah, that'd be great. A Dixie cup of ice. That's a great treatment for plantar fasciitis. But it ain't going to solve the problem. It's just going to you're just treating a symptom, right? If you want to solve the problem, figure out if the glutes are working. See if the calves are overworking. I promise you that's what you're going to find, right? And of course, if you don't have glutes, what might happen to the back of your neck? Tight as hell, right? So if somebody comes in after a whiplash, your neck is really tight, you get the front of the neck fixed up. But from that whiplash, the whole spine is affected, right? So wouldn't that make sense that the neck would be overworking for weak lower back area? So that's what we're talking about there. Okay? So understanding these is super important. Okay? The lateral. Okay. So that starts at your lateral malleolus, up your peroneals, IT band, abductors, obliques, QLs, scalenes, right? All the way up the side. Okay. So you're a chiropractor. Somebody comes in and says, side of my neck's been killing me, and you adjust it, and a week later they come back in, side of my neck is killing me. You adjust it, and a week later they come back in, and they say, the side of my neck is killing me. Probably you're not addressing the cause, right? Right, Jonathan? I'm calling her Jonathan. Okay. So, everybody stand up. Okay. Now let's say you sprained your right ankle. Okay? Let's say you sprained your right ankle. Hurts like hell. Are you going to want to lean to that side? You want to supinate that ankle? Which way are you going to go? You're going to lean to the left, right? So everybody lean to the left. And if you keep leaning to the left, you're going to fall on the floor, right? So your brain says, I don't want you to fall on the floor. So if you're leaning to the left like this, how are you going to counterbalance that? What do you have to do with your neck? Oh, that might make the right side of your neck tight, right? All right, now you can sit down. Okay? So, getting a history about ankle sprains is really important because that can let you know why neck is so tight. If they have an ankle sprain that hasn't been resolved, they're going to be shifting their weight away from that painful ankle because they don't trust it, and they're going to end up with ipsilateral neck pain. So if you sprain your right ankle, most likely you're going to have right side neck pain. Okay? Do you like that? Good. And then the arm line, that'll be obvious tomorrow. Here's fiber orientation. That was our original concept. That things worked in planes, right? Vertical planes, horizontal planes, and also diagonal planes. But anatomy training is sexy, so. Now, in your book, refer to the gray box. That's my brain in the book. So if you're, you test the glute, and you're wondering, where the hell should I look? There's your answer. Look at the gray box.
And is that typically a hierarchy, the order that we should look?
No, those are just the possibilities.
Okay.
Depends on their history, okay? If they come in and they say, I have plantar fasciitis, you can see that's more of a synergistic, kinetic chain relationship, okay? Where do we start? History. Assessment. Orthopedic assessment, movement assessment, that's where you start. Then we use the protocol to see what's working, what's not. Release the facilitated area, and then give home correctors. That's the protocol. Simple as that. Compensation patterns. Okay. Compensation patterns. Now we're getting into the nitty-gritty here. All right? If a muscle test in the clear and it fails, look immediately for a compensator in therapy localized. You test the psoas in the clear and it fails, therapy localized to QL. Use that to determine their relationship. So, if you touch the QL and the psoas gets stronger, you release the QL and say that the QL is facilitated for the psoas. That's one possibility. Now, just because a muscle is weak in the clear does not mean that it's facilitated or inhibited. You don't know that yet. Testing a muscle and it's weak in the clear, you know what that tells you? All it tells you there's a problem. That's all it's telling you. So this is some of the new information that we put in, okay? Because we're learning as we go, all right? Originally, if you tested a muscle weak in the clear and your therapy localized and it made it stronger, we would have said that the one that you touched was facilitated and the one that was weak in the clear was inhibited. And that was true about 80% of the time. But then there was that 20% of the time where it didn't work. And everybody's going, why the hell didn't that work? Well, this is why it didn't work. So we test the muscle in the clear, and we TL muscle B, and it makes A stronger. So that's like psoas and QL in my example, right? Okay. Then we're going to, let's say we're going to fire up, we're going to test the QL. If A now tests strong, A is facilitated. Release A and fire B. If A is still weak, A is inhibited. Release B, fire A. Let me explain that in English. Okay? So we tested the psoas weak in the clear. Max, stand up so they can see this. All right? Here, turn around. Okay? So I'm going to take his arm, and let's say it fails. It's weak in the clear. Okay? I go up here, I put my hand here, and it becomes strong. Okay? So now we just did the second step. Now we're going to fire this. He's going to go up like this. Go ahead, shrug your shoulder. We fired B, right? Wasn't that B that I just tested? Okay. Now let's say this gets strong. That means that the arm muscle is facilitated for the shoulder muscle. Now, if I have him fire this and it's strong, and I retest this and it goes weak, it means this is facilitated for this. So that's why we call it directional testing, because it tells us what the proper relationship is between these two muscles. So again, I'm going to go over this again. We're going to practice this all weekend, okay? This is not going to be the only dance with this particular thing here, okay? But I have to introduce it. And when I introduce it, I start rolling around in the heads and, we need, a boatload of depends and things like that, all right? Get your depends on here, all right? Here we go. I'm going to do this again, okay? Weak in the clear. What does weak in the clear tell us? Something's wrong. That's all we know, right? I therapy localize, it gets stronger. What does that tell us? There's a relationship. That's all we know. Okay? Then I'm going to fire the second muscle. Okay? Then I'm going to fire this muscle, and if it becomes strong, go ahead, test strong here. It tells us that the second muscle is facilitated, this muscle is inhibited. If I fire this one and I retest this one and it fails, go ahead, it means this one's facilitated and this one's inhibited. Okay? Everybody got that? Believe me, we're going to practice this all weekend. All right? But that's the basic idea. So we can't assume that if something tests weak in the clear, that it's truly inhibited. It just means there's a dysfunction. Then we have to figure out in which direction that dysfunction is happening. Is it that this is truly inhibited, or could it be overworked and pooped out from working too much? That's what we're trying to figure out. All right? Okay, now go ahead and sit down. Okay. Questions about that one? Did everybody get that? Tamara? You all right?
Yes.
Okay. That look on your face, I had to ask. You're all right? Okay. Compensation patterns. Now here's a very common one. It's called relational compensation. I'm going to borrow you again, Max. Okay? Test the muscle in the clear and it tests strong. Test the related muscle and it also tests strong. Retest the first and it tests weak. Therapy localizes second. If the first becomes strong, we say the second's facilitated and the first is inhibited. We test the psoas and the QL. They're both strong in the clear. We retest the psoas and it becomes weak. We therapy localize the QL. If the psoas becomes strong, the QL is facilitated, the psoas is inhibited. Okay? This one's a lot easier than the one we just did, but it's got a lot of words, so let me show it to you in real life here. Okay? So again, you're going to test strong here. Okay? So strong in the clear. What does that tell us? Nothing. Just says it's strong in the clear. Then we have him shrug up here. Also strong in the clear. What does that tell us? It's just strong in the clear. Is there a relationship between these two? We don't know. Now I test this and it goes weak. Aha! We have a relationship. Okay? Therapy localized. Gets stronger. We know this one's facilitated and this one's inhibited. So, directional testing is only used, O-N-L-Y, only used, when something starts off weak in the clear. Only use directional testing when something starts weak in the clear. If something starts strong in the clear, do not do directional testing. This is what you start. This is what you do. Relational compensation. Everybody got that?
One more time.
So directional testing is only first when something tests weak in the clear. If something tests strong in the clear, it's this one right here. Okay? Thank you, Max. Okay? So here are common muscle imbalances. Frequently facilitated, frequently inhibited. Pretty much what you would expect. Now, are some of you familiar with Yanda? Upper cross and lower cross? This is a little different. Yanda developed upper cross and lower cross, observing Czech factory workers back in the 50s. Raise your hand if you were a Czech factory worker. How many people at Bob is? That's good. And how many people work on Czech factory workers? Raise your hand. Bob, you want to raise your hand? Bob does. Okay. Now, Czech factory workers did different things with their bodies when Yanda checked them out, right? Most of the people I work on computers. Things have changed. So our upper cross and lower cross relationships are changed based on the activities that we see, right? So that's this stuff here. There are the facilitated ones and there are the inhibited ones, right? Now some of them are the same as Yanda, but some are different. Okay? He would have said that the psoas was facilitated in a lot of cases, and believe me, it's not. You find a facilitated psoas, that's a rare occurrence. Okay? Everything else pretty close to Yanda, but we add in diaphragm and jaw, calf muscles. Okay? Diaphragm and jaw pretty much can do anything for anything, right? they're frequently facilitated. In fact, if your diaphragm stops working, it's probably not a good thing, right? So, there's another system out there called DNS, Dynamic Neuromuscular Stabilization, which in fact was developed from the Yonda School over in Prague. Okay? And they talk about inhibited diaphragms. Really what they're talking about is dysfunctional diaphragms. They gave it the wrong name. Okay? Inhibited refers to its neurological function, not to its disorder in patterning. So they really should have called it a dysfunctional diaphragm. So if you have studied DNS, remember that inhibited in our terms is dysfunctional. Okay?
Usually facilitated diaphragm is from poor breathing patterns.
Yeah, poor breathing patterns and also usually from a weak core. And people have to hold their breath in order to make their core function. Generally speaking, that's not a good strategy. It leads to a lot of problems. There was a young woman I worked on who played water polo, and her parents had dragged her around to all these, allergists and people who studied asthma. She was playing water polo and she was losing her breath. They thought she was sick, right? It turned out her diaphragm was facilitated for 23 other things in her body. So the first session we got rid of about 15. Second session another 6, and the last session the last 2, and then she could play water polo with no problem, right? So her father was like super pissed because he had spent like $10,000 on a bunch of bullshit that didn't work, right? So all I kept hearing him say, "Damn it, how come I spent all this money?" Well, this is what happens, right? Yes.
Can you clarify that or make that distinction then between facilitated and what it means neurologically opposed to the...
Facilitated means it's overactive neurologically.
Right.
There's a compensation pattern. It's forcing that movement pattern to overwork. Inhibited means there's a situation where it's underworking.
And then there was another distinction you made between what the DNS people were calling...
They called the diaphragm when it was had bad breathing patterns. They were calling it inhibited instead of dysfunctional. It's not really inhibited. An inhibited there are such things as inhibited diaphragms. It's very rare, and all people do is breathe with their scalenes. How many people are you going to see like that in your clinic? 0. Okay, but it does happen. You can survive without your diaphragm. Do you survive well? No. Are they going to come in and see people like us? No, they're not. Okay? So, very rare. Very, very rare. So most of the time, diaphragms are dysfunctional tomorrow.
Okay, so not neurologically inhibited.
Correct. Otherwise, you die.
Dysfunctional. Okay,
When your
that's the
diaphragm
distinction
stops working,
between dysfunctional
you're dead.
and neurological.
DEAD,
Okay.
along with your heart, right? That's a leading cause of death. Stop breathing. Along with the stop beating heart, right? That's the cause of death for everybody, right? Heart stop beating. Even Justice Scalia, who didn't have a heart, his heart stopped. Okay, and this is the last slide, and then we'll take a break. All right? So this is the importance of exercise. All the trainers, pay attention. Okay? This is where you guys are going to shine. Okay? Here we go. So, teach the person how to release their facilitated muscle. You just give them homework and go, strengthen your bicep, and it's inhibited in relationship to the tricep, I don't give a damn how many times you do this, your bicep's not going to work. It won't work. Okay? Next, lightly use the inhibited muscle. Making sure not to go over the neural edge, right? Because if you go over the neural edge, what will the brain do? It will look for the path of least resistance and go right back to the compensation pattern. Okay? Yesterday, I was working on a guy who does all this, tough mudder and, all this crazy shit that they do, Navy SEAL stuff. And there's some very extreme people out there, right? So, his knee was hurting him. His left knee was hurting him. He said, it really hurts when I lunge, right? So he was doing the lunge and going down, right? Going down, 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 down. As soon as he got down there, the back of his left knee was killing him. Okay? His quads are this big. All right? So what was it? His popliteus, the muscle behind his knee, was facilitated, and his quads were inhibited. Even though his quads were this big, they were inhibited. Do size and strength equal neurological function? If that's the one thing you learned from this class, I'll be very happy. Do not confuse appearance, size, strength with neurological function. You will not be able to do NKT. You will fail at NKT. You don't know about neurological function unless you test one thing against another. Everybody got that? So I tested his popliteus against those huge quads, and the quads just dropped right down like a feather touch. Released the popliteus, got the quads going, and he could do a lunge again. Okay? It's as simple as that. When your thinking is good around all this stuff, it becomes very simple. Isn't that what's supposed to be, right? If the system works, it should be simple, right? At least in my thought. Okay. You're activating a neural pathway. So when you're teaching people their homework, remind them that this is not about becoming Arnold Schwarzenegger. This is about activating a neural pathway. Brian?
I have a question. Now, when you go lightly to recruit or strengthen,
Yes.
you want to work on the pattern that's dysfunctional?
Yes.
Or the actual muscle?
No, the pattern.
The pattern.
When I say muscle, I mean pattern. They're synonymous in the class.
Right.
Okay? So, then the exercise has to be done, the exercise routine has to be done twice a day. So the brain transfers the functional movement pattern from short-term to long-term memory. It takes about 300 reps to create a bad habit and about 700 to undo it. So if they do it 100 times a day for a week, they can undo it. Now, we're talking about small movement patterns, right? Small patterns. If it's a brand new activity, like they're learning a whole new gymnastic routine, it might take a few thousand repetitions to change it, okay? But if it's a small pattern, like popliteus to the quadriceps, 100 times a day for a week, you should see some significant change. Yes?
We're not going to learn any of the exercises as far as strengthening.
We might look at a couple over the course of...
The Gary Gray, or Gray Cook stuff. That's
Yeah.
That's a lot of good.
Yeah, whatever resources you want to use, absolutely. And 2 to 3 times, repeat, 30, 60 seconds of release, 20 reps, or just prior to the neural edge fatigue, you want to have them stop. Educate them about what neural edge is. Very important. Type A's. My type A's, I have type A's and type B's, right? When they ask me how much homework they should do, I lie to both of them. So I lie, every day I'm lying all the time. All right? So my type A's say, how many times a day should I do it? I say once, and I know they're going to do it 3 or 4. My type B's, how many times a day should I do it? 10. And then I know they're going to do it once or twice, right? So you have to know your type A's and your type B's, and then you lie appropriately. All right? You think I'm kidding, right? I'm not kidding. No. Type A's are like, I'll do it 1,000 times. I want to get the 700 tomorrow, by tomorrow. No, you have to explain to them that your brain can only integrate a certain amount of information at once, and if you do too much, you piss it off, you create you screw the whole thing up, right? So you have to educate these people. Type A's, my runners. I would rather treat a heroin addict than a runner. Right? That's the truth. It's a lot easier. Yeah, these people come in devastatedly injured, right? And they go, can I run tomorrow? No, you can't run tomorrow. Really? I'm going to be an axe murderer when I go home. Probably. Okay? So yeah, some people are just really crazy with all this stuff, right? So you have to know who you're working on. I'm joking and I'm not joking at the same time. I'm being serious. Most of my clients are type A's. I work on a lot of seriously competitive people. Marin County, when I was a kid, 40 years ago, it was mostly type Bs, we're all getting stoned and stuff, right? Now, everybody's a type A, right? Nobody's doing, they're just like working and exercising and, completely obsessed, right? So there's a huge difference in Marin County from 40 years ago to today, I assure you. Back in those days, I had to like beg people to do exercise, and now I have to ask them not to do it so much. It's just interesting how things change, right? Over time. Things cycle around too, right? I've been in practice longer than most of you are old, right? So have I seen a lot of things repeat and come back and all that stuff? Of course. Okay? That's just the nature of everything, right? So, relax. Get people to do their homework appropriately. You'll have much better results. Now, how do you teach them to do their homework? Where do you put it? On their phone. Videotape homework and put it on their phone. That way, when they come back and they don't know how to do their homework, that means that they didn't do their homework. In the old days, I used to like draw pictures and people would come back and they would be doing the exact opposite of what I told them to do. It's like, how the hell did you get that out of that, right? But now it's on video, me explaining to the pitfalls and all that. So I know if they come back in and they're not doing their homework correctly, they're bullshitting me, right? So now you know really if people are bullshitting you or not by how well they're doing their homework, okay? So people bring their phones, videotape it, and have them go home and then practice from video. It's a very powerful tool. I love it. Okay? Question?
Are you releasing between each set, or are you just
No,
releasing?
you just release in the beginning. Yeah, one release. Okay. Any questions about what we just talked about? Bathroom break, 10 minutes. So you'll get to see everything in action. Okay? All right. So somebody comes in and they say, I have pain right here. Okay? You've never seen that before, of course. You go, wow, that's cool. I've never seen that before. What do I do? Right? And then you want to start testing, right? If somebody has pain, we're going to assume that that site of pain is probably overactive, and we want to start testing against it, right? So we can ask for history, we can do some movement assessment, and then we can go into our NKT protocol. So, I need a volunteer from the studio audience of somebody who has lower back pain. We have somebody. Come on. Your name is?
Joe.
Joe. You're Joe. You Instagrammed me a message this morning, right?
Oh, it's me.
That was you?
Yeah.
Ah, that was you. Another Joe. All right, so Joe, show us where your back is hurting.
Sacrum area.
That area right there?
Yeah.
That's a little above your sacrum, but
Yeah.
yeah.
Low back.
Lower back.
Tailbone.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Tailbone hurts? Any surgeries?
Nope.
Any history on this?
Lots of skateboarding accidents.
Oh.
Lots of what? Oh,
Skateboarding. Landing flat on my ass.
On board or on your coccyx?
Sounds like tailbone kind of stuff. Yeah. Well, of course, I would ask for somebody with tailbone stuff, which I wouldn't want to show you. Right
It's
here.
been 20 years working in the restaurant industry too.
Oh,
Lifting
okay,
stuff
lifting.
and-
Oh, well, this will be good. Shoes off. Okay. Now, what motions hurt, Joe? Does bending forward hurt? Does bending backward hurt?
Twisting, usually.
So show us.
Like that.
Yeah?
Sometimes like that.
How about put your feet together, arms at your sides, and twist this way slowly and the other way slowly. Any pain?
Not
Side, go side to side. Any pain?
a little bit, just more stiffness and stuff like that, but
All right. All right. Nothing too outstanding.
no.
All right. Okay. So head up here, line your back. Okay. So we're gonna see what's working, what's not working, right? Based on what he just told me. Okay. So bend your knees. Bend both knees. So now I'm going to see about his sacroiliac joint. So I'm going to ask him to flatten his back and arches back. Okay, so I'm going to ask you to posterior pelvic tilt and anterior pelvic tilt, if that helps you to understand that. All right, so posterior pelvic tilt, any pain. Anterior pelvic tilt.
A little bit.
A little bit in that area? Okay. So I'm a little suspicious of sacroiliac when somebody has more pain anteriorly tilting than posteriorly tilting. Now, can ligaments be a source for therapy localization? Can organs? Can tendons? As long as they have proprioception. What doesn't have proprioception? Everything has proprioception. Okay? Anybody that tells you that a part of the body is not alive should get their head out of their ass very quickly. All right? I had a physical therapy student at the University of Kentucky message me on Facebook saying, "We learned that cartilage is not living substance, it's dead." I said, "That's good. Go back to school." All right. I'm a little suspicious of the sacroiliac joint. So I often like to put dysfunction in the system and start testing, right? I want to see what happens as it reacts to dysfunction. So anterior pelvic tilt for me. That's posterior. Anterior pelvic tilt. You feel it a little bit when you do that? I didn't ask you to go back and forth. Did I say go back and forth? I didn't recall saying that. All right. So just anteriorly pelvic tilt. Go ahead. Yeah. Okay, and relax. Good. Okay. Now I'm going to test his abdominals. Now, I say abdominals. This is a functional test, right? Am I isolating only abdominals working when I do this? No. But that's language, right? Okay. So he's going to bring his legs like this. I'm going to have him take a breath in, breath out, and press up against towards the center. That is not a good test, is it? Okay. That was hard, right? Okay. Now, if he pulls his belly button into his spine, we're going to access more of the transverse abdominals. So do that. Belly button into the spine. Breath in and out, and meet my pressure. That actually is even, you were holding your breath on. Did you see him cheat and hold his breath? I wanted you to see that. All right? Now, breathe out through your mouth this time. Yeah, look. Now hold your breath. Oh, you're strong as hell when you hold your breath. Okay? And relax. So if I was doing Kendall and Kendall, he'd be holding his breath and he'd go, "That was a great test. He gets a 5. Of course, you wouldn't learn a damn thing from doing that, but okay. Whatever. All right. Now, we know that there's some relationship between his lower back and his abdominals. That's a huge, shocking surprise. Okay, but let's see what else. Let's see what else is related. So arch your back again. No. Anteriorly tilt. There we go. And relax. And now I also want to see about his psoas. Quote unquote psoas, right? So I'm going to push down like this, and you hold up. You're going to breathe out through your mouth. Ready?
Wow.
Forget about it. Okay? Nothing. Breath in and out. Breathe. Breathe out. Forget it. He can't even find it. That one's not even on the horizon there. Okay?
What you were looking at was there's no strength, there is strength.
You can't find it.
Okay.
As in, you have no idea how to find that muscle. If I asked you to hold your breath, you could probably do it. We don't want you to do that. Okay, bend your knee. And this is a quote-unquote gluteus maximus test. It's really the lumbosacral area. Okay? So he's going to hold his foot down on the table. Let me show you first. And I'm going to try and, this is the opposite of hip flexion. I'm going to force him into hip flexion, right? And he's going to try and do hip extension. So we're testing lumbosacral. Okay? Arch your back again. Anteriorly tilt. Relax it. Breathe out. See how he likes to hold his breath? He's a good breath holder. All right, so breathe in and out through your mouth. And hold that foot down. And see, now that one is actually working. Okay? You see the difference? Did you feel the difference that time? You could find that one, right? Okay. So that one we don't have to worry about.
Now, would you be classifying one as like that was strong and in the clear and the other one was weak and in the clear, or is that?
No, we're not
wrong?
doing anything in the
Not-
clear.
Okay.
We're doing all relational testing right now.
David, he has his hands on his stomach.
Try it.
Breath in and out. He's okay. That works. Okay? So let's test the other side. I'm showing you the test, right? Breath in and out. He can find that one. He's okay there. And then there's another one I want you to see. This is the quote-unquote multifidus test. He's going to hold both heels down on the feet. And that one works fine too. Okay? The lumbar multifidi atrophy faster than any other muscles in the body. It takes 2 or 3 days for them to start atrophying if you don't exercise. My main teacher, Kathy Dooley, who's a anatomist in New York City. You'll get familiar with her on Facebook once you're there. She, of course, dissects lots and lots of cadavers. And 100% of the time, cadavers with a history of low back pain have atrophied lumbar multifida. 100%. Everybody hear that? People with low back pain, if it goes on long, they sit too much, they have fatty lumbar multifida. You might want to keep those functional, right? Okay. All right. And then one more test to show you, the quadratus lumborum, one of our favorites. Okay. So on this one, and you can do these prone as well. Looks exactly the same prone. Okay? So he's going to push his legs towards me as a unit. He's going to keep his legs together. See how my hands are underneath? I don't want him scraping along the bottom so that he can push his heels into the table. Okay? This is a lateral movement. All right? I stabilize the opposite hip, and I'm going to push back like that. And he's going to move towards me. Okay? So breath in and out. Breathe out through your mouth. And meet my pressure, pushing in towards me here. And he can't do that. Even if he holds his breath, he can't do that. He loves to hold his breath. All right. And then same thing over here. This time, really breathe out through your mouth, strongly. And he's got nothing. Okay. So when he holds his breath, he's a rock star. When he doesn't hold his breath, all kinds of shit starts happening. All right?
You're not pushing very hard.
No. Okay. If I push hard, I don't get the results I want. Right? Okay. Now, could this spot right here on his back be compensating for all those different things that we just found? You better nod your head. I'm guessing yes. Okay? But now I'm going to have him therapy localize. Okay? So put your hands like this on that area of your back that's sore. Okay? So this is called what? Therapy localization. Okay? Now, with his hands there, that's cueing his brain to form a compensation pattern. Now he has access to that compensation pattern because he's touching the spot that's overworking. Okay? So bend your knees. Okay? Now, you really have to breathe out. Okay? Meet my pressure. Good. Pull your belly button in. That's a hell of a lot better. Okay? And now, hold your leg up. Uh-huh. So far, we have a 3-fer. And hold your leg up. Now we have a 4-fer. What else did we have? 2-fer, right?
Well, the glutes too.
No, the glutes are fine. Glutes are okay. All right, breath in and out. 5-fer. And a 6-fer. We got a 6-fer. At least. Okay, and remove your hands. Okay, so when one area is overworking for at least 6 different functions, Do you think it's going to be happy or unhappy? Pretty unhappy, right? Yeah. I'd say that area's going to be pretty darn unhappy. Okay? It's overburdened, right? It's working too hard.
Is that fairly common? Did you see that quite a bit, that same pattern?
Yeah, I do. That's why I'm showing it to you. It's one of the most common things that I see.
Only once.
Yeah. So that's a very good question, and the answer is yes. You're going to find that a lot in practice. So these demonstrations are intended to show you stuff that you're going to see in practice. Okay?
That sounds interesting. It's something I find myself when I do lie on my back. I like to lie like this.
Ah,
Because it's,
comfortable.
yeah.
Yeah, sure. Your brain likes it. Yeah. Okay. So he's got stuff right in here, right? Now, what's the next step? Now I've identified where I need to work. What do I do next? Release the facilitator, right? We've established what the inhibited ones are and what the facilitator is. So now we need to release the facilitator, right? That makes sense? Okay. So lie on that side. Can you see okay?
Mm-hmm. Oh, the same spot.
Okay. So I don't know where the facilitator is because he was just kind of doing a general TL, but right there. How about there?
Where are you? I guess I can walk around.
Yeah, Bob.
Hey, where are we?
Here. Oh, yeah. This is his I'm on his sacroiliac.
Okay.
So which is the sorest spot on the sacroiliac? Here.
Yeah.
Right there.
Yeah.
All right. So I'm on the sacroiliac. It's pretty damn tight. Okay? Now, this is a common thing that happens that we see. When there is dysfunction in a whole area and your body's craving stability, it will actually make the joints compress. Your spine can compress. Your sacroiliac joint can compress. Any joint in the body will compress to help you create stability. It's a very common pattern we see in PT. So he has a compressed sacroiliac joint. Okay? So now we want to decompress it, right? So I know where I need to release, which is here. And a way to decompress it would be just to grab here on the pelvis, on the ilium, right? And just push it like that while I release. And that gaps the sacroiliac. Jory,
Yep.
did you bring a belt?
I didn't.
Me neither. Damn. We'll find. We'll figure it out.
Need a yoga strap?
Yes.
Yeah.
He's got one in
Yes.
his car.
I have one in my car.
Awesome.
You do?
Yeah.
Go get it. That'd be great. So this is a way to release it. If you guys, chiropractors, you know other ways to release it, knock yourselves out. I'm not here to teach you release it, okay? But this is just for demonstration purposes here, okay? And then roll on your other side, we'll do the same thing. Make sure your sacroiliac is tight on the other side as well, okay?
So this is a situation where if somebody said I have pain here, and
Yeah.
you went and worked on the area of pain, you might get some results.
You might, temporary, right there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because if you just release the facilitator and the inhibited function is still in the motor control, it's going to come right back. The facilitator is going to have to facilitate again, right? Because you haven't taken the burden off of it. So that's symptomatic relief as opposed to causal. That make sense?
Yeah, so I guess there's more after you do this. It's part I'm not familiar with that. I guess you're going from.
I'm going to retest after I do this.
Okay.
And then when Sal comes back with the yoga belt, you'll see the whole. Oh my goodness, that was fast. Yeah. Okay, just put it down on the table. We'll use it in a minute. So yoga belt's a very handy tool for sacroiliac, as you will see. All right? Lie on your back again. Now that release I didn't do for very long, did I? Okay? Now, we're gonna put dysfunction back in the system. This is the challenge now, right? I'm gonna challenge the pattern on the table, all right? So, anteriorly tilt, knees up, anteriorly tilt. Tell us what you feel. Not much? Okay, good. And relax, legs up, and I want you to breathe out.
Yes,
Okay,
now.
put your hands at your side. Breathe in and out through your mouth strongly. That's pretty good. Pull your belly button in. Very nice. Breathe in and out. Hold your leg up. Nice. Press both legs towards me. Very nice. Very good. And over here, breath in and out. So he withstood the challenge, right? Okay. Now,
You got a hand in the back.
I have a hand up
I
in
have
the
a
back.
question. So when you're doing these muscle tests,
You talking about this hand right here?
Yes, I
I
will.
have a hand up in the back, right?
when you're doing these tests, obviously you're testing for strength and the
I'm
response
testing for function.
for function. Are you also looking for pain that's coming from that area? Like, are you listening
If
to
the
them say
test
that
produces
test is
pain,
causing
that's a
you-
fail. If the test produces pain, it's a fail. Everybody hear that? Good question. All right. Now, homework. When people come in with compressed sacroiliac joint, I want them to be able to gap the sacroiliac joint at home and then strengthen whatever one of the tests appeared to be the most disconnected. In his case, his abs were the most disconnected, right? And the psoas. But you can kind of get both of those if you do a dying bug. Yeah.
Well, there's probably a hierarchy too, right? If they all seem disconnected, you want to go core first, and then
Not necessarily. You just want to give them the one that would seem the very most disconnected. So I'm going to give them dying bug for everything. Okay? All right. You'll see. All right. So lift your butt up. Okay. Now the belt has to go below the hip bones, right? If you put it way up here, obviously you're not going to be able to decompress your sacroiliac, right?
so scary.
You think this is scary? Okay.
Why am I not scared?
That only speaks to your intelligence. That's all. All right. So here we go. So with the belt like this, he is now able to gap his right sacroiliac joint. So I'm going to ask you to turn your foot in. That helps to gap it. And then if I do it for him, I hold for 5 secs and then release and repeat that 20 times. But I ain't going to be at home for him to do that, so he's going to grab the strap and pull for 5 secs. And you're not breathing. And release. All right. Now, if you pull really hard and you get the butt off the table, you're not gapping the sacroiliac joint, you're stretching the piriformis. So, this is a light pull just to minimally internally rotate the pelvis, right? Everybody get that? Do not pull hard on this. This is a light pull, okay? This is wrong, this is right. Everybody see the difference? Okay. So the homework for Joe would be bilateral decompression of the sacroiliac. So you have to turn the belt around, obviously, right? And then that would be followed by one of my favorite exercises, the dying bug. You guys know the dying bug? Okay. But for those of you who don't know the dying bug, we'll put it on film here. All right, so bend your knees. Okay? Legs up like this. So I break it down into 2 parts for people so that they can get it right. Okay? So the first is the kick, floor to ceiling. Okay? Not this way. It's not a bicycle kick. Bicycle kick is way too hard for people who have low core insufficiency, okay? Floor to ceiling, short kick, go ahead. Don't go too fast. Okay? Flatten your ribs into the table. Okay? Now, he's going to do this. Bend your elbows, palms facing me. This is on the wall. So he's doing this against the wall. Push your palms into the wall. Flatten your ribs into the table. And kick. And he's breathing. Look at that. All right. So this is called a dying bug, and it activates pretty much all your abdominal muscles. It's a fantastic exercise. People with lower back pain can do it because it's safe. So this is something I give as homework all the time. Okay? So that's your homework. All you need is a ball and a yoga, and a yoga strap, and you're good to go.
And I'm a
Pretty
B.
simple.
How many times do I do
Huh?
this? I'm a B.
You're a B. So what is the rule on exercise? You do it to your what? Neural edge. When you fatigue, you stop. So some people are going to fatigue in 30 seconds and some people 2 minutes. Everybody's neural edge is different. So you can't give people concrete time on how long to do something. It's all individualized, all the homework, yes.
If you have a client and you give them the homework, they do the homework, and then they do the dead bug, but they're still having like low back pain while they're doing the exercise.
They're not doing it correctly.
Okay.
Or it's too advanced.
Got it.
It could be too advanced of an exercise, in which case you regress the exercise,
Make it a little easier.
and you might just have them push against the
The
wall
wall.
with the legs flat on the floor. That would be the first place to start.
Okay.
Okay? So just even pushing with the legs and the back flat, right?
Keeping everything down.
Keeping everything down might be where they need to start. So you start them where you need to start them.
Okay.
Always regress it if you have to.
Okay.
Which is why I always tell people to make sure that when they're doing the homework that they keep in touch with me and say, well, this isn't working for me, I need to do something else. Okay? Otherwise, do we know 100% for sure if the homework's going to work or not? Well, of course not. Do I have a lot of experience? Does it work most of the time? Yes. Does it not work sometimes? Of course. Then you have to adjust the homework, right?
Do we hear what you tell him about how long to do the exercise? How do you describe to him how long to do it?
He's still on fatigue.
Till he fatigues.
Well, the thing too about telling somebody to go to the neural edge, it empowers them to kind of stay connected to their body and know where their own limits are, so they can really develop the strength, rather than telling them to go 3 times or 10 times each and do sets like that.
I mean, some people may only be able to do 5 reps of whatever you give, right? And then they're done, right? It doesn't matter. It's not a contest. This is rehab, right? Amy Winehouse's favorite word, right? Okay? So, was. Yeah.
With his hands back against the wall, is his back flat or does he have a...
Back flat. Push ribs into, you'll hear it on the video.
Okay.
Back, ribs are flat into the floor. You want to minimize this, right?
Right.
Because that's what he's doing too much already, right? So we want to minimize anterior pelvic tilt. Anterior pelvic tilt will produce a compressed sacroiliac over time. I guarantee it. Okay? Now, do you ever see a sacroiliac that is too loosey-goosey? That's a serious injury. That's a very serious injury. And if it's really, really bad and exercise can't bring it back, then you go get probe therapy, where they inject something into the ligament to strengthen it up. That stuff works. Okay? So I'm a big proponent of probe therapy when necessary. Okay? Ligaments don't shorten up on their own, right? You can stabilize around them, but if that strategy doesn't work, then you need to inject the ligaments with something to make them scar up and get strong again. Okay? So, do you see that very often in clinic where somebody has loose ligaments in their sacroiliac? Not that often. This is what you see 99% of the time. Okay? But just understand that when they flatten their back, if it makes it worse, that could be a too loose of a sacroiliac joint. That's something to consider. Okay? But don't worry about it today. Just keep that in your cupboard up here for future use. Left hip hurts when you do what?
when I go like that, it pops.
Ah, you have the popping psoas syndrome. Huh?
Or something.
Yeah, that's usually what it is. Okay, they call it snappy hip or whatever you want to call it. Right? It's the sound that the psoas tendon makes when it passes over the ilium. It's too tight. That's snappy psoas. Sometimes you get a pop out here. That's a snappy TFL. But most of the snappy stuff, and people often think it's their backs exploding because it's so loud and so deep, but actually it's just your psoas tendon passing over the ilium. Okay? Very common. Very common. All right. So let's look at just basic range of motion of his hip joint, right? So I'll try a little pin turn rotation. That feel okay? External rotation. That looks pretty good, right? And then I'll do flexion of the hip. That feels okay? A little tight in there, right? How about coming around like that? You feel anything?
Yeah, tight there.
Same spot?
Yeah, when the knees in.
Right there you feel it?
Right there. Yeah.
Right in here. Point to where you feel it? Okay. Kind of pubic bone adductor kind of area, right? And then I like to do this test too. This is called the Faber test.
That's the next one.
You feel that?
Yeah.
Same spot?
Yep.
Okay. So the adductors are fairly good. Okay. Now, the Faber test was named after Dr. Fabre. It's not named after Dr. Fabre. Flexion, abduction, external rotation. Right? But I like to say Dr. Fabre, just to see if people actually believe the shit I say. It's a lot of fun to see that. Yeah. So it is, oh yeah, Dr. Fabre. Yeah. Yeah. Good friend of mine. All right. You know how things are named after people, all these diseases and everything? So I've spoken at a medical convention a couple of times, and they're always mentioning this test and that test and this condition and that, always named after some doctor, right? So I felt left out, right? So I wanted something named after me. So I said, when I started my talk, I said, I'm feeling left out. I'd like something named after me. So what about Weinstock's hemorrhoid? I thought it sounded good. What the hell? All right, never mind.
Very own
Never mind. Yeah. Okay. All right. So here are the tests for the hip. All right. So the iliacus, I taught you the psoas is this way, right? The fibers of the iliacus run actually on a different diagonal. They cross. Now they share a common tendon, but they're not the same muscle, right? They do different things. So the iliacus you test this way. You aim the inside of the knee for the outside of the ribs. So meet my pressure. Are you breathing? Good. Now the iliacus is a very powerful flexor of the hip. Probably the strongest one, right? So let's see how it does in relationship to the gluteus maximus, which is the most powerful extensor of the hip, right? So breath in and out, and meet my pressure, and go. Okay? So that blew out in relationship to the iliacus. Now I'm going to therapy localize the iliacus, which is more lateral. It's lateral to the psoas, right? Tell me when I'm on this spot here.
Yeah. Norm.
Okay. Breath in and out. Meet my pressure. Good. So we have a relationship between the iliacus and the gluteus maximus. Now, I didn't test gluteus maximus weak in the clear, did I? So we don't have to do directional testing. This is relational compensation. Because I tested it after the iliacus. Now, if the iliacus had tested weak in the clear, I could have applied directional testing, right? But I don't have to. This saves time. Okay? All right. That. Take a breath in and out. Pressure. Good. And there's another glute test, which is also very good, where you do it off the table like this. Breath in and out. Meet my pressure. It's in your book. It's in the book. It's in the manual. Not to worry. Okay? And that also passed after releasing the iliacus. So that's good. All right? Now, he also had a lot of pain right here, right? Okay. So we might as well get into the adductors here while we're at it, right? Because that's where we're going. Okay. Now there are 5 adductors: pectineus, adductor brevis, adductor longus, adductor magnus, and gracilis. Okay? Now you want to be able to remember those, right? So I have a really nice mnemonic device for you to remember those, which everybody loves. So P is for pectineus, say please. Please. B for brevis, baby. Baby. L for longus, love. Love. M for magnus, my. G for groin, please baby love my groin. You'll never forget your adductors. I promise you. They're now emblazoned in your mind, right? They found with mnemonic devices that if they have sexual connotations, they actually work better. No, I'm not making that up. That's true. They work way better. Way, way, way. All right, so let's look at the tests. So you notice I'm going to stabilize this leg. And with the foot completely turned out, that's the pectineus. So breath in and out, meet my pressure. Good. Brevis, you turn the foot in a little bit, meet my pressure. Longus, meet my pressure. Magnus, turn your foot in a bit, meet my pressure. And gracilis is with it all turned in. Right. Now you say to me, what if they can't get their foot all the way in like that? Well, if they get a hard stop right here, they may be looking at a hip replacement. Okay? So that's something you have to determine. Right? But that's generally not a good sign when they can't go like that. And there's a hard, painful stop. Hip replacement, maybe. Yeah. I love people that come in to see me when their hips are completely gone. You know, if they'd come 10 years earlier, we could have done something. But then they want me to do a miracle cure on a hip that is bone on bone and just like crumbling, right? I go, can't you feel? I don't want to have hip replacement. Yeah, you're going to have hip replacement. Otherwise, you're going to suffer, right? So then they get it done after. Right? It's a very successful surgery. Is it done too much? Of course, because people aren't taking care of their hips. But that's a whole other story. Okay, so his adductors tested great, right? But we noticed that when he did the Faber test, that his adductors didn't feel very good, as compared to this side, where you don't have any of that strength, right? All right, so I'm just going to do a general adductor test, make my pressure. And then I'm going to test the psoas. It's on the same diagonal. Can you see that? All right. So breath in and out. Keep my pressure. And the psoas is inhibited. Okay? Now touch that spot in your groin where you were feeling it. Okay? On the first date, have them touch their own groin. Otherwise, flowers and chocolate are in order. Okay? Breath in and out. Meet my pressure. Wow. So he has a facilitated adductor. And he has a weak inhibited psoas. Now, a weak inhibited psoas would be short and tight, right, to protect itself, which would then cause a snapping hip. But if you just treat the psoas for snapping hip and don't figure out why it's the way it is, it'll just keep coming back ad nauseum, right? Do you want that anymore? Now that you know better, I hope. Okay, so this is the spot right here.
Out there.
So how's our first date? How many times did I hear that? Okay. Huh? Indeed. I've used that joke before. It's predictable. All right. Okay? And they'll fire up the psoas, breath in. Good. We'll challenge it by firing the adductor. Meet my pressure. Good. We'll look at the Faber. How's that feel?
A bit better. Still tight, but a bit better.
Yeah, but we only did a little bit, right? So when I was walking around, people were saying, well, almost all the tests cleared up except for one. What should I do? Go back and release more. Okay? So you are allowed to release more if you still find dysfunction. Okay? No problem. So this needs more release, obviously. Didn't get like that for nothing, right? Okay. Now let's see if your psoas still snaps. So take your leg like this and go very slowly like that, and lower it again. Go ahead. Bring it up. Slowly down. It's not. Oh, right there it was. Right at the end, to get the snapping psoas. Okay. So this psoas thing is, we're not done with it yet. Okay. Remember, I just did a general adductor test. Let's test the psoas to the adductor magnus. Let's see. Turn your foot. Give it a pressure. And then breath in and out. Give it a pressure. So the adductor magnus blew it out. Okay? Adductor longus was better, foot straight up. As soon as I changed the fibers a little bit, the test completely changed. So, all these little things are important. Every time you change an angle on a test, you're accessing different fibers. When you access different fibers, you're accessing a different part of the motor control center.
So if you were going to treat that right now, what would you do? Would you have them? What would you do? What would be the next
Well, I go back to the same tight spot to release it more, but now I'm going to use the adductor magnus to test against the psoas, right? That's all.
Same release area.
Same release area, sure. So I just wanted to show you that. Adjusting the angle of the test changes motor control, right? You don't have to give it a name. Your brain doesn't really care. Do you think there's a place in your brain for the word psoas? No. Is there for hip flexion? It understands movement, but not words, right? Because people all around the world speaking hundreds of languages, their brains all can do the same thing based on movement. Do you really think it really matters what you call it? No. But we get all enamored of, this name and that name, this part and that part. That's all Western mind, right? We like separate stuff. We don't see things as integrated. That's not a good thing, right? Now they're finding they can't even tell the difference between tendons and ligaments. They're all blending into each other. Everything's blending into everything else. Doesn't that make sense? Yeah. It's all a bunch of nonsense. But we like it. We like that nonsense. All right? So more release would be required here, right? Then fire up the adductor magnus again, retest the psoas, see if it gets stronger, and then have them do that challenge for the popping of the psoas again, right? And when he lowers it down, if it doesn't pop anymore, you did your job. Okay? Now, could the psoas still be a little bit tight? Of course. But first establish function there before you start releasing it, right? Once the psoas is functional in relationship to the adductor, if it's still a little bit tight and you want to release it, that's fine. But not before that. Okay? What was that?
Just video.
You're not allowed to video the class.
Sorry.
Didn't you sign a release form?
Yes,
Please
sir.
delete everything.
Sorry.
You signed an intellectual property form that forbids you from videoing. Okay. All right. Does everybody get that? We have hip flexors. We looked at the iliacus, right? We looked at the adductors, which are also hip flexors, right? In addition to being adductors. And one last thing before you break into groups is the abductors, because we can look at adductors and abductors, right? So we looked at flexors to the glute, right? Flexors to extensors. And now we have adductors, and we can look at abductors too. Okay? So, we can test the abductors supine, we can test them sideline. I'll show you both. All right, so breath in and out, I need my pressure. Okay? That would be glute in, glute knee. Up here with the foot turned in, hold your leg up. He's going to press out towards me. That's going to be TFL. Breath in and out, get my pressure. Okay? So, looks pretty good supine, right? Let's see how he does sideline. So, lie on your right side. Bring this knee up to 90 degrees. Okay? Really on your side, yeah. Now, with the legs straight out, knee locked, legs straight out, this is gluteus medius. Keep my pressure. Good. Bring it in a little bit, anterior, glute min. A little shaky. And now over here, we have TFL. And I meet my pressure. Too bad. Those weren't bad. You passed those too. Now, a lot of people will fail that TFL test. It's a very common fail. Okay? But let's see how he does. We know that in the clear it's strong. So turn on your back. And let's see what the adductor magnus does to that. Okay? Turn your foot in. And I meet my pressure here. All right, so we're checking adductor magnus to TFL. Lie on your side again. Bend your foot bottom knee to 90. Okay, here we go. Breath in and out. Meet my pressure. Uh-oh. So what looks strong in the clear actually was in relationship to the adductor that became inhibited. Everybody get that? So NKT is all about relationship. I really do, Kendall and Kendall used this technique, the manual muscle testing technique, but they didn't really involve themselves with relationships, how one test would affect another test. They were just charting, does it work, does it work, does it work, right? 0 to 5. But there was nothing about relationship. So this takes it a step further neurologically in establishing when you use something, how does it affect something else in the movement pattern neurologically? Okay?
Did you check that because that's a pattern that you've seen quite a bit? Or?
Well, they're functional opposites. You got adductors to adductors.
He had pain in his left magnus as well.
Right. So I'm trying to see how many things that adductor magnus might be compensating. Okay? So I checked it to synergist hip flexor, and I checked it to functional opposite, which was TFL. That make sense? Okay. So I looked at synergists and I looked at functional opposites. Okay. How about kinetic chain? Can we look at that? Can we look at that? Okay, so line your back again. So if we look at the kinetic chain of the adductors, where's that going to go? We're looking at the inside line here, right? Inside line, inside line. So the psoas is part of that inside line. What else is part of that inside line that's between here and here? What lies between here and here? The rectus femoris. If your rectus abdominis is between your hip and your knee, you need to lose some weight. I can make a really bad joke right now, but I'm not going to. All right. So, I do have a filter once in a while. Occasionally. All right. So, rectus femoris, not abdominis. Okay. Now, we'll look at the rectus femoris. Okay? So, if I have him hold his leg up like this, take a breath in. Meet my pressure. Okay? Well, that looked pretty good. But that's just the middle fibers of the rectus femoris. If I turn his foot in like this, now I'm accessing the lateral fibers of his rectus femoris. And if I turn his foot out, I'm accessing the medial fibers of the rectus femoris. Those don't work. Just like the psoas, they're kind of in the same kinetic chain, right? Fiber orientation, remember? Okay, so sore spot. More here.
What are you on there? Put your hand on the upper hand.
You really want to know?
Are you on rectus femoris?
No, I'm on the adductor.
Oh, okay. You got a bad angle.
This could go south very quickly. Never mind. All right. So breath in and out, and hold your leg up. Yeah. So the adductor is got a bunch of stuff that it's compensating for. Medial fibers of rec fem, psoas, and TFL. That would make for a pretty pissed off adductor, right? It's doing all that extra work. These muscles don't like to do that, right? It's too much. So this would need a lot of release followed by making sure that all this gets activated, all right? So let me go over what I want you to do again, all right? First thing we looked at was iliacus, right? We tested it against the glute on the table. All right. Then we looked at adductors, the 5 positions of the adductors. We did supine glute med min. We did supine TFL. We did sideline, leg out straight, glute med, a little bit forward, glute min, a little bit more forward TFL. And we looked at the 3 aspects of the rec mount. Straight, middle fibers, lateral fibers, medial fibers. Okay? Yes, everybody got that?
Can you do a, is there such thing as a bent knee recon muscle test?
Yes, there is. This is hip flexion, right? But if you do it from here, then you're testing vastus intermedius, vastus medialis, and vastus lateralis because they don't cross the hip joint. I'm just showing stuff that crosses the hip joint. These are just knee extensors, they're not hip flexors. So I was looking at all the hip flexors. Okay?
What about pectineus? Do we go over that?
Huh?
The pectineus? Please, baby, love my groin.
Is a hip flexor.
Did you do the test? Oh, that's.
Yeah. Yes. All the way out here.
Oh, okay.
Totally turned out.
Okay.
Okay? That's pectineus. Now, pectineus is involved a lot in groin pain. If the pectineus is facilitated for the psoas, which happens quite a bit, that tiny little muscle working for that big muscle, that creates a lot of groin pain. And you'll see that in a lot of, soccer players get this. Then they get groin strains, groin pulls, which is a very devastating injury, right? So, yeah, pectineus being tight is oftentimes cause for reduced range of motion in the hip joint. Perceived, problem with the hip joint, which really isn't. Okay? You ready for that? All right, now, this afternoon, I want you to work with people that you've never met or worked with before. Okay? Please don't stay in your little insular groups. Work with other people, all right?
Past 3 months or so.
Heather, can you face Brandon? Benjamin?
For about the past 3 months or so, my range of motion has been gradually decreasing. The stiffness has been getting worse, and my ability to internally rotate my leg has been getting worse. And what's happened is I just basically increased the amount that my company is rehearsing.
I couldn't hear you, sorry.
Sorry, all that's really changed in my routine is that my dance company has just been rehearsing more, and so things are just getting more vigorous.
You're a dancer, or okay.
That's really the only thing that's changed. I didn't get injured, nothing like that.
Okay, great. My face up. This leg's straight. So she says that she's losing internal rotation of her legs. So I'm just going to start off and look and see what external rotation looks like. Internal rotation is phenomenal, but she has that little click in there and it hurts, yeah? It hurts, yeah. I mean, she has a tremendous amount of range of motion that she needs to have as a dancer. We're going to take you through a couple tests here, starting off with the deep 6, the piriformis, obturator internus, obturator externus,
Quadratus femoris.
and quadratus femoris. The gemelli are pretty much the same. They're synergist with the obturator, so we're not going to bother with those. When you test the piriformis, you bring her leg into flexion and a little bit of external rotation. But you have to make sure not to bring her all the way to 90 degrees because the piriformis changes action and becomes an abductor. So bring it up to around 75 degrees with a little bit of external rotation. Hold your leg right here, Heather. On an exhale, I want you to press your ankle into my hand. Strong. If I keep going to the obturators, this obturator internus. Good. Obturator externus. Good. And quadratus. All of those fire just fine. In relation to her glute max, don't let me lift your foot off the table. She's got nothing. And I'm just going to keep going a little bit with this because she says that she has the pain on the internal rotation. So if we go back to the adductors, we start off with longest. And then exhale, pull your right leg to your left leg. Not great. One more time. Not great. So we're going to take the TL on the piriformis obturatus. For those of you that are body workers and can touch, I highly recommend using palpation as your kind of guideline for where you TL. So go ahead and turn onto your left side for a second.
If you can't,
then
then just get a device on there like a ball or something, and wherever they say, wow, that hurts the most right there,
yeah,
that's where you go.
You can always get feedback from your person. Right there?
It was the last spot before that, closer to my greater trochanter. Yep. Yeah.
Right there. So we found the spot. Go ahead and lie face up again. Take your hand right there. On an exhale, don't let me lift your foot. No problem at all. Keep your hand there. We want to see if we can kill a couple birds with one stone. We know that her glute max is now firing in relation to the obturator, but we saw that the adductor wasn't working. Breath in and out. And that guy's not going anywhere. In fact, she easily overpowered me.
Do you know which obturator you were on there? Is she TLing?
I'm not 100% sure.
What's your guess?
It's internus, probably.
Internus? Okay.
Based on the height that we were on.
Okay.
Internus, externus.
Okay.
If we want to take the directional testing for it,
Yeah.
take your hand off. Don't let me lift your foot. On the exhale, sorry, let me see your breath. No chance. And back to the obturator, hold it there. Hold your leg right here. Press into my hand on the exhale. No problem at all.
Okay. So.
Internus. Just to show that again. Piriformis, internus, externus, quadratus. Go ahead and turn onto your left side. So, just a little bit of release work to the obturator.
One of the things that happens with the hip joint is that it can become compressed and reduce range of motion to create stability for something else, like a glute max, right? So the obturators, both internus and externus, are like a hammock for your femur as it sits in the acetabulum, all right? So if your obturators become too tight, the femur is then sucked into the acetabulum, reducing the range of motion of your hip joint. So facilitated tight obturators will reduce range of motion and can create pain not only in the back of the hip joint where Jory is, but also in the front of the hip joint. So somebody comes into you with a hip joint problem, obturators are one of the first things that you think about. All right?
Face up. A minute of release work. Don't let me lift your foot on the exhale. No problem at all. Pull your right leg towards your left leg. No problem at all. And then if we want to challenge, obviously, we just refire. Hold your leg here. Breath in and out. Good. And back to the glute. Breath in and out. Good. No, hand comes to the inside of the foot for the glute max test. Obturator is an external rotator, right? So I'm stabilizing her knee, and then I'm going to press right here, which is creating an external rotation of her hip.
It looks like internal rotation. It's really external rotation of your hip joint.
Of the hip
It's
joint.
internal rotation of the tibia,
Sure.
but external rotation of the hip joint.
If you think about it, her hip joint, neutral position, if I took her here, her whole hip joint starts to roll in. It feels so much better. Can you say that louder?
It feels so much better.
And that's a minute of work. We can take this further, and I want to take this further actually based off of what David said. Because those obturators can compress that hip. And if her hip is compressed, when she's turning it in, it's bone on bone is kind of jamming into it. If we took her rectum,
We don't teach this anymore.
I'm not teaching compression, decompression.
Oh, okay, good.
Yeah,
All right,
yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Hold your leg right here. Go up on an exhale. Oh, she's solid. And we'll check the obturators. So what am I doing here? I'm just looking for relational compensation. Breath in and out. Down she goes. It was a quad that in the clear was perfectly fine. But the moment that we fired that obturator again, which I knew from before is facilitated for some structure, or is tight at least, quad no longer has any strength. So go ahead and touch your obturator again. Hold the leg in the air. Breath in and out. Completely strong. So I'm really just trying to show you guys that one structure, when it's as tight and causing so much pain in her body, can be facilitated for so
Do
many
it to
other
the
different
psoas,
muscles.
too.
Great. Test the psoas in the clear here. Hold your leg right there in the air. Breath in and out. You can tell by her face that there's no chance at all.
No effing way that
No,
would work.
no. When you start to bring your client into the position, they start laughing. You might kind of know. Touch the same spot. Got it? Hold your leg in the air. A little bit of external rotation. Breath in and out.
Wow.
That's a good laugh. That's the kind of laugh we want to have. That's the laugh of amazement, right?
Yeah.
And that's the kind of laugh when you guys can give to your clients. That's when you get your clients for life. When they can feel things that aren't working and then they start to work, it develops a completely different relationship with them. I'm going to take the psoas and the obturator into directional testing as well. So I test the obturator again. Definitely not. Good. And then come straight up to the psoas.
And this is relational compensation. 'Cause it's-
Yeah, excuse me. Fine.
Okay, now start psoas being weakened.
Yeah.
Give it a few seconds.
Over here. Breath in and out. Bye-bye.
Now TL the
TL the
obturator.
obturator. Hold the leg there. Breath in and out. No problem at all.
Now test the obturator.
Obturators. Take your hand off. Breath in and out.
And then test the
No
psoas.
problem. Bye-bye psoas. Hold your leg here.
So that's the 80%.
That's the
That's the 80%.
Exactly.
Okay? If the psoas had become strong when he retested, it would be then facilitated. Correct. Right, Donna?
That's right.
That's it. All right.
Okay, so her homework is she needs to release the obturators and get the glute max psoas to fire properly.
So she could do like 3 or 4 exercises. We had adductors, glute max, we had psoas, we had recfem. Which to you was the most dysfunctional?
The weakest were by far the glute and the psoas.
Okay. It looked like the psoas. to me
Psoas was probably
the worst.
Yeah.
So rather than give people 4 activations to do, give them the one that was the most dysfunctional when you tested it. And in this case right here, it was the psoas.
Yeah.
Okay? So now I want you to bend your left knee. Yes. Bring your leg up, right leg up. And turn it external rotation. Get it closer to your hip. Bring your leg closer. Okay? So when it's this weak, having her drop your leg down like this would put too much strain on her psoas and her lower back. Okay? The homework should be like this. Short range of motion, where the ankle aims for the opposite shoulder. So medial malleolus to contralateral shoulder. Short range of motion to activate the psoas.
What about a standing psoas? Something like this.
It's going to get a lot of the VMO and adductor.
Yeah, it's
I like it better there.
it's too. I like it this way because it's so weak, and you're asking her to do it when she's standing. It's way too loaded.
Okay.
This is more unloaded and easier for motor control to succeed.
Yeah.
Okay. So we have to regress before we progress, right?
You can do this on your couch too.
Exactly, that's what I was going to say.
Put your foot
Perfect.
on a chair.
Yeah,
If you have somebody
sure.
whose back pain is so much that they can't even do that, rest the foot on the
Plus,
chair like Whitney's
people
doing.
don't like
You should just
exercising,
gently
so-
lift it up.
Right.
From there.
Rest it on a chair.
Right.
And
While you're
if
watching
and if
TV.
they can't even do that, then you just have them do this, where they just do an isometric of hip flexion, right?
So put pressure, push your hand into your knee while your knee between your hands.
Exactly. So you have to regress people to where they can handle it without causing pain, right? Otherwise, you're not helping anything. Does that make sense? So psoas exercises can look like as far regressed as this, to the foot up on a chair, and then graduating to the one I just gave to Heather. All right? Heather fortunately can handle the last one. All right? But a lot of people cannot. And you got to get your psoas working if you want your lower back to be happy, right? It's kind of nice. Yeah.
If you don't mind, if you have time, what's a common dysfunction when you see someone post total hip who just their gait's just not coming back?
Rec fem malfunction.
Yeah.
The most common thing I find is post hip replacement is lack of rec fem.
See, I made up my own version of NKT and it actually worked on the woman.
Yeah.
But she's still not good. So I gotta
Can I sue you now?
That's not NKT. It's my own version. God knows what it was. I watched one of your videos. I was like, oh God. I don't know.
Which a lot of people do, which is fine.
Yeah.
But yeah,
But
rec fem is just completely offline after hip
it turned back on. So I'm just wondering what else do you see?
Find some directional things related to it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
You got rec fem, you got medial rec fem, you got lateral rec fem, you got
right.
psoas, you got a lot of things that you didn't know
I see
about
what you
that
mean.
you can test.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Good. So, you got the test?
Piriformis, obturators, quadratus. Looking at those in relationship to the glutes, the psoas, adductors, quads, whatever it is you find. Looking for the facilitator, the inhibitor.
Right.
And then, of course, I mean, it's great to have a test turn on and off, but the real thing is how does she feel? How does the hip feel?
There's still some pain there, but it's not nearly as deep.
Yeah.
And now it's more down in the
Yeah.
So,
That's good.
Okay, we got the onions.
And of course, you can stop. Yeah. And of course, how much release did you already do? A minute. You can start.
Okay.
All right. So knees, remember, are the joint in between your hip and your ankle. Now, I know I didn't need to say that to you guys, but the point of that is knees are hardly ever the cause. They're usually the symptom. Almost always they're the symptom. Like your elbow. Hardly ever the cause. All right? So when there's a knee problem, there's either an ankle problem or a hip problem. Pretty much that's how it works. The knee just goes along for the ride. Okay? So, you have had knee surgeries.
4 total.
4 total. And probably none of your motor control patterns ever got corrected from the surgeries, right?
Might be accurate.
That might be. I took a wild guess on that one. All right?
Yeah.
And we want to see what's going on. All right? Now, what contributes to the knee? The quads contribute to the knee. The hamstrings contribute to the knee. The gastrocnemius contributes to the knee. The popliteus contributes to the knee. And also you have the gracilis and the sartorius and medial, what is it? The semimembranosus. Semitendinosus. Semitendinosus. All contributing over there to the goose foot, right? Yeah, pes anserinus, yes. Okay? And then you have the TFL on the outside, right? And then you have the lateral ligament and the medial ligament, right? You have medial collateral, lateral collateral, You got the ACL, you got the PCL, you got the ACLU, you got all kinds of stuff. Yeah. They're involved with everything. All right. They make sure that I don't, use foul language. Yeah. ACLU is monitoring me 24/7. All right. They want to make sure I'm politically correct, which, good luck, right? If you want to be politically correct, don't become part of this community, please. All right? You don't belong in our community if you're politically correct. It's not going to work for you. All right? We are definitely not politically correct. All right? It takes all the fun out of life anyway. All right. So let's look at testing all those things that I just talked about. Right now, we've looked at RecFem, so we don't need to go over that, right? A common knee problem is patella tendonitis, right? And that's a pain at the bottom here, right? So, why would you have a pain there? Something's overworking, something's underworking. What do you think's overworking? The distal quad. What do you think is underworking? Proximal quad. Have you had patella tendonitis?
Well, yeah, my grafts are patellar tendinotic grafts.
Ah, go ahead. Head up here. Both sides?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Now, let's look at testing different aspects of the muscle. Okay? So, in this open position, you're testing the proximal fibers of the RecFem. When I close the joint, I'm now testing the distal fibers. So, I'm testing closer down here. Biceps. If I test here, up closer to the shoulder. If I go like this, I'm testing near the elbow. That make sense to everybody? Open, proximal, closed, distal. OPCD, not OCD, OPCD. Open, proximal, closed, distal. So, let's test her in the open position of her quad. Hold your leg up. Take a breath in and out. Good. And then we'll test her distal. Whoa, not what we were expecting. She has an inhibited distal portion of her quad. Okay? Now let's go up here. See if we can find something up here. Okay. Breath in and out. So in her case, her distal RecFem was inhibited. So it's weakened tight. That can cause patella tendonitis too.
Absolutely.
So you can make all the assumptions you want, but you have to prove it with your testing, right? We can come up with all these clever ideas when we're working on people. It doesn't mean shit unless you test it out, right? So I don't care what you're, I just made an assumption, I was wrong. I found the exact opposite of what I thought I was going to find, okay? But so what? You can fix it anyway, right? If you're concerned about being right all the time, you're going to have a tough life. What's one of the recipes to unhappiness? Wanting to be right all the time. How's that work in a relationship? Really well.
It's worked for all 15 of mine.
I just let my wife be right all the time. Works great. Right? Right, Joe? Of course.
Tell them the name of that area that you're reading.
Yeah.
That's area. What is that on this on X Files? Area what? 40 what?
54.
Area 50 what?
54.
Area 51. That was Area 51. Yeah. Alien game. All right. Breath in and out. Beat my pressure. Good. Okay. So it was her proximal inhibiting her distal. Okay? Oftentimes I find it the other way around, but we treat what we find. That's another NKTism. Treat what you find. Don't make shit up. Treat what you find. Now on Facebook, I don't say, don't make shit up. I just say treat what you find. But you guys are getting the full version now. The unedited version. All right? Now, remember that we have 3 other quads that do not cross the knee joint, right? We have intermedius, we have lateralis, and we have medialis. Now, the medialis used to get blamed for all knee problems. That turned out to be complete and utter bullshit. All right? Can it contribute sometimes? Yes. Is it worth it? Is, you know, if you go to physical therapy and you have a knee problem and all they give you is VMO strengthening, it ain't going to work, folks, because they're not addressing the hip, they're not addressing the ankle. It's very incomplete. So that's really rubbish at this point, right? Now the new formula is strengthen the abductors, right? Well, is that always true? No. But it's better. It's better than the VMO, right? Okay. So let's look at hamstrings. Okay. All right, so this is a basic hamstring test, heel to butt. Good. Now if I turn the foot in, I'm going to get the medial hamstrings, and I turn the foot out, biceps femoris. And those all test pretty good, right? Yeah. You like that? Okay. Let's see how it does in relationship to your distal rectum. Those aren't related. Okay? So that's good. Okay? Now, you've got all kinds of scars here. You want to show us? Show and tell? Show and tell. Yeah. So what was this one?
ACL,
ACL.
and microfracture, and ACL and microfracture.
And
then-
this is the laparoscopy.
Yeah, this is where they went
Are you
in.
a soccer player?
This one was soccer, this one's volleyball.
Just ask.
Yeah,
Free
poor life
sport.
choices. Poor life choices.
All right,
I thought I was an athlete still.
you were.
Yeah, right? Yeah.
You still are.
Just the endurance level wasn't quite
Yeah.
there to protect me.
Okay, so we have to factor in this too, right? Okay, into that. Now, here's a fact. After knee surgery, your popliteus will contract at 300% of normal. Should I repeat that? Where's Bob? Bob has the article.
I couldn't find it when I looked back.
Oh! Bob, you had it.
I fact checked you.
Yeah, and you found it.
Correct, yeah.
Yeah.
I haven't been able to locate it.
I don't forget stuff like that, Bob.
You didn't.
No. Okay. So it's been measured at 300% of normal. Now, do you want your popliteus to be contracting at 300% of normal? No, not a good idea. But why does it do that? Because your leg feels vulnerable and your popliteus is trying to splint for it, right? But that's just going to screw up your knee really bad if your popliteus is that tight, okay? So I'm going to show you, we're going to test this rec fem again, okay? Need my pressure. Test great. Now I'm going to fire up the popliteus, all right? Now, you can test the popliteus in many different ways. One is just to have the foot on the table, turn the foot like that, and meet my pressure. That checks its ability to internally rotate the tibia. You can get it off the table and meet my pressure here. Again, internal rotation of the tibia. Now, I like to do a combo test, okay? So that not only gets internally rotation of the tibia, but what else does the popliteus do? How much of deflection does it create? The first how many degrees?
15.
First 15, correct. Okay? So let's combine internal rotation of the tibia with flexion of the knee. Shall we?
Yes, we should.
Let's shall. So watch this very complex test. All right? Not that complex, but more complex than you've seen. All right? So my hand is under her heel. She's going to internally rotate her tibia and press the inside of her foot against my forearm. So go ahead and do that. Meet my pressure there. Bend your knee slightly and pull your heel to your butt. So now we have internal rotation of the tibia and small flexion of the knee. You remember how she tested here? Breath in and out.
That didn't surprise me.
No. So she has, what would you call it? What kind of popliteus? Is it facilitator or inhibitor? Facilitator, because we're doing relational compensation, right? That rec fem didn't test weak in the clear, did it? We had to test it against something else to get it to fail. That's called relational compensation. Now, many of you have been taught not to release the back of the knee, not to work on the back of the knee. How many people heard that when they went to school? Raise your hand. Okay? that turns out to be total bullshit as well, all right? Because how else are you going to work in the popliteus if you can't get to the back of the knee, right? Do you want to work brutally deep on the back of the knee? Of course not. But you can still work in the popliteus. Come on. You're not going to kill anybody.
Use Reiki on it.
Yeah, you
Oh, with them, use Reiki.
Ed, that was good.
Music part.
All right.
The universe did that one.
He did. He did. What would have happened if somebody farted? Okay. Now,
More energy work.
remember that the popliteus goes from lateral femur to medial tibia. So I start here on lateral femur. I'm going to go in a diagonal over to medial tibia, right? And I'm going to work, from the lateral femur. Then I'm going to cross the back of the knee. You tell me when I have a nice sweet spot here. Oh, there it is. And there we have our nice lumpy, bumpy popliteus as it gets closer to the tibia. Okay? That's pretty good, right? Okay. So now we're going to TL it. Everybody can see where the TL is, right? Right there. Okay. Hold your leg up. Take a breath in now. You look there. All right. Well, that got better, right?
Yes.
Can you find an inhibited popliteus? Of course. Is it more of a unicorn? Mm-hmm. But they do happen. We had a class where a woman runner, both of hers were inhibited. She was running a lot better after she had her popliteus function. But more often than not, you'll see it facilitate, especially with knee problems. Right?
Do you recall what pattern you found? Did you find a pattern that was causing the inhibition for popliteus?
We found it, but you're asking me about a class that was 4 years ago.
Okay. I like to learn about unicorns.
I don't remember those kind of details. I remember some things.
Yeah.
I remember names.
What did you have to, so you don't remember what you had to release to get it back online?
No.
You just remember that it happened.
It's kind of like a thriller, you know? It's like you have to come back for the next installment, right? Okay. Release the popliteus. Challenge. Good. And then back to the test. Slightly bend your knee. Press against me here. No, in with your foot. There you go. Pull your heel to your butt. Very nice. And now we'll retest the distal rectum and meet my pressure. Beautiful. Okay? Now, let's see what the scar does too, right? So, let me go on the gnarliest part of the scar here. Stim there. You see how it made her blue eyes get bluer and bigger? Yeah. She's going, that does not, this is, you always want to go to the part of the scar that is the most restricted. That's where all the juice is in there. Yeah. Okay? Now let's see what it does. Breath in now. That was shocking, right? Scars cause problems. No, it couldn't be. All right? Okay. So now we have to release the scar. Now, in terms of hierarchy of what I showed you, what would be the first thing to do? Scar is the first thing to do. Popliteus after that. And we get into scars in level 2 more. We get into scars big time in level 3. The very sophisticated scar work in level 3. But we're only at level 1.
If you initially stimulate the scar, you don't cause it to go weak if it's involved. But then you keep doing it, and that could then you work through it.
When I do my own release on my scar, my pain decreases significantly when I'm doing activities. So.
But then you got to follow it up with strengthening of your rectum.
True that.
Yeah. True that. Yeah, little minor detail. So release without activation, is that really doing anything? Temporarily, yes. Long term? Nothing.
I tell people to do what I say, not what I do.
You make a great parent.
Sounds like a bodybuilder.
Sound like my father.
Yeah.
Okay. Ambient my pressure. Beautiful. Stim the scar, see what it does. Ambient my pressure. No, we're good. All right. So you got to work here and then strengthen your quad, right?
Yes.
Otherwise, that scar is just going to screw with you all the time. And then you can also do release your popliteus. Well, release your popliteus, release your scar, strengthen your quad. That'll take care of it. Okay? Is that okay?
Yeah.
You like that? All right. So let's go over the test before we start. Also, MCL and LCL problems, because they're fascially connected to the inside of your leg, the MCL, right? And the LCL's obviously connected to your IT band and all that stuff, right? You would want to treat those via testing that kinetic chain or fascial line, or however you want to think of it, all right? So if there's an MCL problem, what I generally do is I test the medial portion of the rec fem, and I guarantee you that will just drop like lead, right? And if they have an LCL problem, and I test the lateral rec fem, or I check the TFL, they blow out. Therapy localize the ligament, and you'll get great results. Okay? Unless, of course, they don't have a ligament anymore, right? But oftentimes ligament strains like that are because they've overworked trying to stabilize a structure. If they've, in fact, torn their ligaments, then you've got scar tissue to deal with, right? So either way, TLing in the area is going to produce some sort of result. You just don't know what it'll be unless you get more information from the client. Okay? That make sense to everybody?
David, like the scar, if the ligament is involved, and you go in and you stimulate a little bit, and then go back and retest, and that sometimes show it?
It will. Remember, ligaments have proprioception, right? When I post about working on ligaments on Facebook, people go ape shit, man. Like, how can you do, what? They just don't get it. That we can't. Can you test a ligament? Yeah, you can. That's level 3, right? You use an indicator muscle. That's beyond the scope of this class, all right? But we can test ligaments. Anything with proprioception, you can test it. Anything. There are ways to do it. But for, when I say we're testing ligaments, people go nuts. But that's okay. I'm used to that. Right? If I don't piss people off every day, I'm not doing my job. Right? I pissed Donna off today, so I'm definitely doing my job. Okay. So.
Yours favorite, Donna.
I know. Now they're going to miss the trouble.
All right. So, yeah, ligaments are a big part of the equation with the knee, obviously. But for right now, just therapy localize where you think they are, right? Like the MCL is pretty easy to feel. The LCL is a little harder to feel, but you can feel them. And then you can therapy localize on them and see if it does, in fact, make these portions of the quad get stronger. The biggest contributor to knee problems is lack of stability in the quad. That's the deal. If your quads are good, generally speaking, your knees are very happy. If your quads suck, you're going to have knee problems. Somebody I worked on the other day, she had patella tendonitis. She's a skier. She's in this position all day long, right? She's in this, right? Skiing, right? She had nothing up here. Everything in her was coming from her distal quads. Okay? So of course her knees got sore. That's all she was using. She strengthened up her proximal quads. Happy skier. So skiers, you'll see this a lot, right? Especially if they're skiing in deep powder and they really have to work hard and the knees are bent a lot, right? That's what you're going to see. Nothing up here, too much down here. That make sense, everybody? All right. Good. So we want to look at hamstrings, 3 positions. We want to look at bent knee quad 3 positions, we want to look at testing the popliteus, notice any scars, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Okay? So you got 3 hamstring tests, 3 quad tests, and you got the popliteus. So that's 7 tests. All right? Let's get going.
Don't forget.
So we're going to review a little bit what we did yesterday looking at the PowerPoint. Gather history. How important was that when we looked at scar tissue? Right? Wasn't that fun with scar tissue yesterday? Mind-boggling sometimes, huh? Yeah. All right. Movement assessment, whatever you know. If you're a trainer, you certainly should know about that, right? If you've done FMS or SFMA, you should be familiar with that. Pilates, you certainly should know how to integrate that into what you do. All right? Any kind of just basic orthopedic testing is good as well. Light pressure, start local. So if you have a problem in the lower back, stay in the core area to start with. If you have to, go global. You could go to the neck, you could go to the feet. But initially, check out the global stuff first.
You mean the local?
I mean the local, did I say global? Yeah. Check out the local stuff first. It's a good thing I have people helping me. My senile and advanced old age. All right. Functional opposites, really important to check out. That may be your first choice is a functional opposite. Look at synergists. We talked yesterday about proximal and distal. Remember with the quad? Proximal to distal, right? OPCD, open proximal, closed distal. And we looked at kinetic chains as well. Today we'll get more into kinetic chains. Okay? Pay attention to it. Posture. Forget about your postural analysis. That's still important. Palpation if you're licensed to do so. If you're not, then don't do it. Watch them move. Some of us are good at palpation, but we're not as good as analyzing movement. So those of you who are better with movement, this is something that you do. Central core zone, great place to start, right? Everybody says, where do I start? Where do I start? Well, the core is a good place to start. Clear up stuff in the core and you can clear up a whole lot of stuff.
What's the core to you? Would you say abdominals, the psoas? What's the core to you?
Yeah, abdominals, psoas, QLs, glutes, lumbosacral, multifidi, erector, all that stuff. Anything that's connecting to the spine in this particular area, you know, the deep portion of the internal obliques, right? A lot of things. Everybody's got a different definition of the core anyway, right? Yeah. Right? So if you don't have your proximal stability, when you go distally, like using your arms and your legs, things get compromised, right? So it's first session, it's a pretty good idea. If you don't know anything about the person, you want to check out what the core is doing. Quote unquote core, right? Test the painful area to find out if it's facilitated or inhibited. Pain just tells us what? There's a dysfunction somewhere, right? Do you know if it's facilitated or inhibited? Not until you start testing, right? So a lot of people make the assumption that if an area is tight, then it must be working too hard. You learned yesterday that nothing could be further from the truth. Oftentimes muscles are weak and tight. Not strong and tight, weak and tight. Psoas especially come in that variety. Weak and tight. So the worst thing you can do is stretch a weak and tight psoas. I was talking about this with some of you yesterday. How I'll often post about don't stretch the psoas, right? And then I get this many posts about this is how I stretch the psoas. Clearly, A, they don't speak English. B, they're completely stupid. I don't know what else to say about them, right? It's like, don't stretch the psoas. Oh, great, here's how I stretch it. Seriously, this is the stuff I have to deal with, right? So, don't stretch the psoas unless you know it's functional, and functional, that it's not inhibited. If you stretch an inhibited psoas, bad things will happen. I promise you. All right?
Just to be clear, if I do directional testing, I test the psoas, it's weak, I TL the glute, and then it's strong. Then I go back to the glute, test the glute, whatever happens, doesn't matter. Go back to the psoas, and it tests strong, then I do want to release.
That is correct. That would be the circumstance in which you would do that. So well done, Brian. That was very good. You got it. He's got. Did everybody hear that?
No, can you repeat it?
All right, I'll say it again. He was giving me a relationship between the psoas and the glute. Psoas tested weak in the clear. He TL'd the glute, psoas came on. He tested the glute, strong. Retested the psoas, strong. Then you would release the psoas in relationship to the glute, right? Does that mean that the psoas is facilitated in all relationships? Just that one. Okay?
Would you stretch it in that?
Would you stretch it?
Yeah.
Yes, continuously. I would sleep with my leg behind my back. If a test causes pain in another area, here. If a test causes pain in another area, therapy localize that area of pain and retest, right? So if you're testing the psoas and it hurts in your lower back, your body's going, I think you might want to pay attention to this. So that's a really nice little strategy that you can use if your test produces pain in another part of the body. Okay? That's easy. That makes things easy. And tie the core in with everything. We keep talking about it, but that's the truth. Tie the core in with everything. Okay? So we started on that. Lower back. We did TBA, we did RA. I didn't show you prone, but it's in your book. Same thing. Lumbar extension we looked at. QLs, psoas we looked at, right? Any questions about those? Remember, lumbar extension was both heels down on the table, quote unquote, multifidus test. Jory mentioned this yesterday. If a muscle is inhibited bilaterally, go to the spine. We looked at that with the popliteus muscles yesterday. All right? And we looked at glute max, lumbosacral, off the table, psoas, iliacus. Iliacus, by the way, has one L. If you spell iliacus with two L's, I will get ill. All right? Yeah. Please don't spell with two L's. You'll embarrass me, all right? Ilium, how many L's in ilium? 4. 1. Oh, 4. All right. We look at rec fem, of course. We looked at these guys, right? We looked at the deep 6, which we only did 4 out of the deep 6 because the Gemelli brothers are just synergists, right? When I was a kid, there was a show called The Ed Sullivan Show. I know this is like going way back. But they always had like acrobats on, so I call them the Flying Gemelli brothers, right? If you wish. But we can't test those, all right? And then we look at the Please Baby Love My Groin, right? Which you'll never forget, all right? We also look at these guys. And we almost got to gastroc and soleus, but we finished at popliteus yesterday, all right? So this morning, our job now is to look at the calf muscles, the shin muscles, the foot muscles, the toe muscles, and we're going to integrate all that knowledge into a single leg stance test. which is one of the most critical evaluations that we do in NKT. And in fact, in any technique, a single leg stance evaluation really gives you a lot of information. Because if somebody can't stand on their 2 feet in balance, what chance do they have of holding your corrections when they leave and start walking out of your office? 0 to none, right? So one of the first things you're going to do when somebody comes in is evaluate them in single leg stance. And obviously with their shoes off. You can put the shoes back on, but we'll talk about that in a minute. All right? Question?
I don't want to get too far off topic, but for my human patients who don't follow directions well, is this still applicable, or how do I?
Tell me what therapy is applicable to people who don't follow directions well.
And easy with stroke patients?
Yeah, that would be fine. But NKT for stroke, not. It's you can do it. What I do with people who have strokes is I don't give them the test that they do poorly. I give them the test that they do well and have them do it over and over and over again. And what I find that does is it starts to redevelop the neural pathways instead of making them trying to make them use pathways that don't work. I have them load up pathways that do work, and it starts to create new neural networks. So that's what I do for stroke, yeah.
Do you work with people with MS?
Yeah, the results are mixed. It depends on how far progressed they are with the MS. It's okay in the beginning. As they get worse and worse, not so good. Not so good. Yeah, Parkinson's the same way. In the beginning, it can be very beneficial, and as they start really freezing up and getting near the end towards death, there's really nothing you can do, right? We don't understand the brain. Well, Jill can speak to these degenerative processes better than I can because that's her specialty. But at the end, it's not pretty. I've lost a few friends and clients to both Parkinson's and MS. And even worse than that is ALS, Lou Gehrig's disease. Oh, ugh. I'll start crying. So I don't want to talk about that. So yeah, these neurological diseases are really tough. Really, really tough. Okay? So any questions about the testing that we did yesterday, any of the tests? Clear in your mind, more or less, what we did? It takes practice. Yeah. But you have the idea, right? And you will have this Vimeo, and you'll have the book and the manual. You got all kinds of learning aids that will help you to remember. Plus, you'll be on the NKT Scholars page, and you can ask questions on there. And there's no such thing as a dumb question. The only question that's dumb is the one you don't ask. Yeah, that's a dumb question.
So is the testing, I was talking to someone, my wife gets this, and she's encouraged me to come take the classes. She thinks she gets benefit from the testing too, not just the getting the muscle worked on afterwards. Like having the test done to you, is there a therapeutic
Remember what I
benefit?
said, that when we do NKT, it opens up the learning for a few days. It clears things up in short-term memory. But if you don't follow it up with the homework, it does not stay there, and you go back to what you were doing before. So there's a short-term benefit, yes. Long-term benefit, no. Unfortunately. But if people don't want to take responsibility for their own
I did some
bodies,
last night.
Huh?
I did some of my dead bug.
There you go. Good for you. Good. A little type A. We injected a little into your body. Yeah. That's good. All right. So, are you ready for some new stuff? Okay. We'll turn this off for a bit. Okay. All right. Now, I need somebody who's a runner, who's had calf problems, Achilles problems, shin splints, something like that. Who's volunteering? Oh, good. I'm very shy. it takes a lot to get me out of my shell, you know? Very shy. Very shy. Okay. Now, we can test the gastroc very simply by having him plantar flex. The gastroc, how many joints does it cross? 2. The jury would say 4. It crosses 2. Knee and ankle, right? So it's a knee flexor and it's a plantar flexor both, right? Okay, so put your foot on the gas, meet my pressure. Good. So that's the gastroc, as opposed to the soleus, which does not cross the knee, and that's how you test the soleus. Put your foot on the gas. Okay? All right?
4 joints?
What's that?
4 joints?
4 joints. Yeah. That's how many I have to smoke in order to test the soleus. Yeah. In order to teach this class, I should say. All right. Yeah.
That's why we love you.
All right. So we got gastroc, we got soleus. Those are very, very simple, right? Now, what about another one that's in the calf, and that's the tibialis posterior. Tibialis posterior. Very important muscle, especially for runners, right? Because not only does it cause plantar flexion, but it causes supination of the foot. So it does plantar flexion and supination. Plantar flexion, supination. So maybe you want to test it doing both things at the same time. That makes sense? All right. Stabilize the ankle. Have them plantar flex, supinate. Put your hand right here, and you want to pull it back and up this way. All right. So do that. Plantar flex, supinate, and I will cause pronation and dorsiflexion. All right. Breath in and out. And meet my pressure. And Brandon's tibialis posterior, as I was expecting, wasn't worth a damn. Right?
So you're asking him to put pressure down into that direction.
What's that?
And you're asking him to put pressure down.
Yes, he was doing that. He was going down and in, and I was pulling out and up. Okay? So I was doing dorsiflexion with pronation. He was doing plantar flexion with supination. Okay? So we know that we have a problem with the tibialis posterior. It's weak in the clear. Okay? We're going to have to do some directional testing with that. All right? But we also have a scar here too, so hold on here. All right? Now, there are muscles on the outside of the shin, right? The peroneal, right? There are 3 of them. There are triplets, that's right. 2 are plantar flexors, 1 is a dorsiflexor, okay? We test the plantar flexion of the longest and the brevis together. You can't really distinguish them, all right? So they do pronation and plantar flexion, all right? So they're going to do plantar flexion and pronation, right? Plantar flexion, pronation. Right? Or you can say plantar flexion and eversion, it doesn't matter. Eversion refers to the action of the ankle. Pronation is in relationship to the foot. But it's all happening at the same time. All right? So he's going to plantar flex and evert, right? And I'm going to force him into what? Supination and dorsiflexion, right? So he's going to go this way. I'm going to push him this way and up this way, right? Okay, so you're down and out here, right? And I'm going to go in and up. So breath in and out, and meet my pressure. That one works great, okay? And then the other one is a dorsiflexor and an everter, pronator. That's the Peroneus tertius. I always like to say that it sounds like a Roman emperor, right?
Yeah.
All hail Peroneus tertius. Peroneus tertius et tu, Brute? Oh, that guy. I'm sorry. Some of you don't even know Shakespeare, so that's okay. All right, so here we go. All right, foot up and in like this. I'm going to push it into plantar flexion and supination, breath in and out, and meet my pressure. Good, and that's fine. So his peroneals are working great, right? Posterior, tibialis posterior, not so good. All right, and then we have this guy in the front here, the tibialis anterior, okay? And the tibialis anterior does dorsiflexion and supination. Dorsiflexion and supination. Okay? So if I'm going to test it, I have to do the opposite, right? So I have to do plantar flexion and pronation. Right? Okay, so he's going to start like that. I'm going to grab him here. Right? Put my hand right here, and I'm going to push it down that way. That make sense? He's going to meet my pressure. Okay? Breath in and out. That one gives out too. So both of his supinators are gone. Tibialis posterior, tibialis anterior are not functioning. And is this something that you'll commonly find? Yep. Pretty common. Especially when people have ankle problems, right? Now,
you see a lot with knee too, right?
What? Ankle problems with knees?
With the posterior tib and anterior tib.
Oh, yeah.
That's what they
Remember, knees are hips and ankles, right? This doesn't mean anything.
Right.
Yeah. Okay, so I got those two. Weak in the clear. And he has a scar. Can everybody, let's look at the scar here. Okay? What did you have done here, Brandon?
Open dislocation.
Open dislocation. Okay, so we have this nice scar right here. Can you get that? Right there.
Pictures of on his phone of the bone popping through. Skin.
Oh, nice. All right, so I got this scar right here. Okay. So I need, Bob, I need your finger on the scar. Okay, so now I want to retest tibialis posterior and tibialis anterior, right? That makes sense? Okay, so tibialis posterior, remember, was plantar flexion supination. So I'm going to do dorsiflexion and pronation. All right, so breath in and out, and meet my pressure. Yep. That's better. Get a more specific spot.
Oh, okay, I see it now.
Find the tightest spot on the scar, Bob.
So let's say Bob wasn't here.
Let's go right here.
If Bob wasn't here,
Yeah, I would.
well then I would do
it.
it one-handed.
Okay.
I'd do it the best I could one-handed. Yeah. But I'd rather show you
Right.
the proper testing first. All right. So breath in and out, and meet my pressure. Ah, that was way better.
Rock solid.
All right, keep your finger there. All right, and then tibialis anterior, he's going to supinate and dorsiflex. I'm going to, like that, right? So breath in and out, meet my pressure. Oh my goodness. I'd say that scar had something to do with the dysfunction in his ankle, right? So we got, this scar has really not been rehabbed properly. And how many scars do you find that have been rehabbed properly? 0 to none, right? Unless they've been NKT'd or something like that. Then you would find it rehabbed. Or people have had really good, lidocaine injections in the skull or whatever it is that they have done as salvage or salve. There it is. Right? Some people do get their scars treated. So the scar tissue itself is broken down, but the dysfunction in motor control has not been treated, just like in you. So the scar tissue may be pliable again, but the brain doesn't know that yet, right? So there's still a motor control dysfunction along with the tissue dysfunction. So you have to address both. Did everybody hear that? Scars, you have to treat the tissue dysfunction and the motor control dysfunction. It's two things, not four, Joy. Okay? So you would have to, Brandon would have to work on his scar, okay? And as we get into level 3, we get into very specific ways of releasing the scar. You don't just treat it in one direction, you figure out the exact direction in which it needs to be released. But we'll save that for another day. You got enough shit on your plate right now, it doesn't matter. All right? Shit on a plate. That doesn't sound right. No. Okay? But let's just see if that little bit of release on the scar did anything. So tib posterior, I'm going to do this one, right? Breath in and out, beat my pressure. Excellent. Tib anterior, breath in and out, beat my pressure. Woo! And there's an ankle. Back to having an ankle, Brandon. That's good. All right? So far we've looked at gastroc, soleus, right? We looked at tib posterior, tib anterior, and 3 peroneals. And now I just want to show you a few more tests for the toes. These are very simple, okay?
What was Brandon's main complaint? What was it?
Like after, if I play basketball for a while, or just red, it's sore.
In the ankle or where?
Yeah, in the ankle.
Yeah.
Where the scar is.
Yeah, the scar is overworking. Every time he supinates, the scar is activated. He doesn't want that. Yeah. All right, so then we have the flexor hallucis longus. If you call this pollicis, you're a little off. All right? Flexor hallucis longus, meet my pressure. Good. Extensor hallucis, of course, meet my pressure. Good. Flexor digitorum, the other 4 toes, right? And extensor digitorum. Okay? Those are not mind-bending, right? Okay.
Do you commonly find those involved?
Commonly. You'll see when we do the single leg stance test that people who don't have good balance like to do this with their toes. Some people flip their toes up when they do a single leg stance. So do you need to know this? Absolutely. This is all prepping you to do the single leg stance. All right? But you got to know all this stuff first. What?
What type of homework would you give him for the...
I'd have him release his scar, and then I'd have him do strengthening of the tib posterior and the tib anterior. Pretty straightforward. You just need a TheraBand or a TheraTube or something like that. Yeah. I like those. I like the tubes better because you can put them through a door and shut the door on them. The bands, you need one of those anchor devices you've got to tie it to or something. They tear in the door, right? So
You can tie a knot in them and put them around the door.
I know, it still tears. The bands are so thin and sheer that they tear. So the tubes last longer, and unless you get a door anchor for the bands, right? TheraBand's wanted to be a sponsor for NKT. I don't let anybody sponsor NKT. I don't want to subject you guys to that crap. When I go to conferences and workshops, I hate that when the rep comes in and you have to like sit through lunch and listen to all that bullshit, right? I'm not doing that to anybody, right? We had our symposium. I had a lot of people that wanted to sponsor the symposium. No, thank you.
But you get more sponsors, you might be able to run for president at some point.
You really would wish that on me?
I have a question.
Vile human beings. All right, yes.
So in your book, it shows you doing all these tests with one hand, and when you demonstrated, you had one hand on the foot. Now, what keeps you from doing a TL on like an ankle or something like that with your opposite supportive hand?
Yeah, because
so it's okay if it's on the foot.
I like to stabilize the ankle when I'm doing these.
And that doesn't interfere with the test?
It could, theoretically, but don't worry about that so much.
Okay.
Just don't worry about it.
But we wouldn't want to support it at the ankle. You'd want
If there was a scar here or something significant, you wouldn't want to touch that. Okay? So when I was holding his ankle, I wasn't touching back here on his scar. You have to be aware of that. Yeah. But if you can brace 2 hands, you get much more accurate testing. Because then you're really testing the function of the ankle, right?
Right. Would it matter if your supportive hand was on the ankle, like above the ankle, on the shin?
You could still TL there.
Okay, so if you have.
Wherever you place your hand, there's a possible TL. Don't worry about it so much. All right?
I'm just making sure I don't interfere with my testimony.
No, they could die if you do it wrong. I forgot to mention that. Like Woody Allen. Oh, I forgot to mention that. Okay. What else did I want? I think that's it for right now. That's enough. So let's go over the test. Right? You ready? Gastroc and soleus, right? Straight leg, knee bent. Tib and tib posterior. Plantar flexion, supination. Tib anterior, dorsiflexion, supination. Peroneals, plantar flexion, pronation, dorsiflexion, pronation. So the peroneals are plantar flexion, pronation, dorsiflexion, pronation. And then we have the big toe, flexion, extension, and the rest of the toes, flexion and extension. Those are all the tests we covered. All right? So, let's get, who wears orthotics? Who's wearing orthotics in their shoes? Mimi? Yeah? Come on up here. So Mimi is going to be our subject for the single leg stance. Face Benjamin. Okay? Back up a little bit. All right. Pull your pants up so we can see what's going on. Okay? And can you take your socks off too?
You guys will probably have a better view if you're in front of her.
Yeah, come on over here, Beth. Okay. You go on Google and you search for single leg stance. They got people doing it in their shoes, right? Some of them are even doing it on those spongy pads, right?
Airex.
Like, huh?
Airex.
Yeah. It's like, are you kidding me? Right? So, do not have them in their shoes because if they're wearing orthotics, you can't really test a single leg stance. Okay? So, put your feet together. And that's how you want them to start. Feet together. Okay? Bare feet, feet together. Okay? So you look straight ahead, and I want you to bring your right knee up to your waist. And if you fall, you fall. And if you don't, you don't. Okay? So just bring it up, and let's see what happens. Whoops! To the right. So would you say her left foot is pronating or supinating? Pronating. She's falling this way. Okay? Now we're going to do the same thing, lifting your left leg up. Watch your right foot. And what's she doing on that one? She's pronating on both. Weren't both feet pronating?
Yes.
Both feet were pronating, right? Okay? So, both feet are pronating in a single leg stance. Okay? So, her balance isn't so good, right? When she's walking, she's having to pronate every time she walks. That's not desirable, right?
Therefore, the orthotics.
Therefore, the orthotics, right? Now, orthotics, the garbage can in my treatment room is known as RIPO, R-I-P-O. Rest in peace, orthotics. 90-something% of those things belong in a garbage can. It's a poor excuse for getting function and doing homework. Orthotics are a Band-Aid that make you addicted to orthotics for the rest of your life. Do you really want that? It's a scam. Now, people aren't doing it maliciously, they just don't know any better. Okay? Do any of you chiros in here make orthotics? Do any make chiros and make orthotics? No. At least nobody willing to admit it.
I was about to say.
Because then I'm going to get Mrs. Voldemort on you and she's going to zap you. All right? So watch out over there. All right. Okay. Yeah. All right. So Mimi clearly pronates on both feet. Okay? Now, what muscles cause pronation? The what? What muscles cause pronation?
Peroneus.
The peroneals. The peroneals cause pronation. Okay? P and P. It's easy. Peroneals, pronation. Okay? Now, the peroneals are on that lateral line, right? Going up to here. Okay? Now remember, ankles and hips are talking to each other, right? So if you have dysfunction in your hips, it's going to cause you to have problems in your ankles. Okay? So we're going to put our theory to the test. And in fact, in the email I sent you with the class notes, actually, these aren't on there. So you're going to have to write this down. So here is a cookbook recipe for pronation. You need something to write with. Or your phone, or whatever the hell it is you want to use. I'm old, I just take notes.
I gotta copy whatever you write, right? Yes, please.
For pronation, you're going to find facilitated peroneals and inhibited TFL. That's pretty straightforward. Facilitated peroneals, inhibited TFL.
TFL?
Pronation.
Facility
I said that Mrs. Voldemort was going to get you. Facilitated peroneals, inhibited TFL. Okay? Now, let's put her on the table and find out if I'm full of shit or not. All right? So head up there.
Quick question.
Yeah.
Do you ever do a single leg test with eyes closed, or are you
Not if they fail it with their eyes open.
So you always start with eyes open.
Of course. Single leg stance with eyes closed is one of the SFMA progressions, you know. But if they can't do it with their eyes open, they sure as hell aren't going to do it with their eyes closed, right?
Yeah. So do you just always pretty much
I don't
test
really
with eyes
even
open?
test. It's a worthless test.
With eyes closed. Okay.
Eyes closed is a good way to develop balance once you have balance. But if you don't have balance, there's no point in doing it, right? It's very tough. That's a tough test.
Okay.
I've tried to do that on my own, you know. I've gotten up to 10 seconds, and it's really hard. Who walks around with their eyes closed? It's not really applicable to the real world, right? Although people who text and walk at the same time, that might be applicable. Okay, so I'm going to test her TFL in the clear. Let's see what happens. Turn your foot in, hold your leg up, take a breath in and out, need my pressure. I'm a pretty good guesser sometimes. All right? No TFL. Okay, now I'm going to do an active TL for her peroneus longus. So I'm going to have her plantar flex and pronate. That make sense? Okay? So you hold that. Take a breath in and out and meet my pressure. And now her TFL is working. Now I want you to plantar flex and supinate. Now I'm actually dorsiflex and supinate. I'm going to take away the peroneals, right? Does that make sense? Did I lose anybody on that? No? Okay. Ready? And meet my pressure. Nothing. So in order for this to work, it requires her to use her peroneals. If she's overusing her peroneals, she's going to pronate when she does a single leg stance, because this out here would keep her more on the outside of her foot. She's just all on the inside of her foot, right? Everybody get that? Okay. So let's find a nice juicy spot here on the peroneals. Oftentimes it's up here by the tib-fib junction, right? You say when. Right here? Okay. So I'm right below the tib fib. Okay? Breath in and out, meet my pressure. Okay. So we'll do a little release right here. was really good, right?
Yes.
That's almost as good as getting your tibialis posterior worked on. Wow, that hurts. There's just no nice way to do that.
So this could be a treatment for knee pain,
I'll
if
second
you have
that.
external
Yes.
or lateral knee pain.
Yes. Absolutely. It's overloaded here, yeah. And in fact, if the peroneals are this tight, it's not uncommon to find the tib-fib posterior, and that can cause lower back pain and all kinds of stuff.
And sometimes it gets numb.
Yeah, I guess your nerve is being compressed by the tight muscle here. Yeah. Sure. Not uncommon. Okay. And then we'll test the TFL again, get my pressure. Beautiful. Now, stand up. We're just going to stand on the right foot. Okay, so feet together. Bring your left knee up. And what I want you to concentrate on, Mimi, is tightening up right here. So tap the outside of your butt. Lift
Don't
your
hold
leg
it.
up. She's even going to the outside now. See? So her brain's starting to get it, right? Okay, good. Now stand on your left foot, and we'll see the difference. Go ahead. Right into pronation, right?
But you
Okay.
can find it more because there's generally more balance happening in our body.
Yeah,
right now.
yeah. So, just that simple correction, releasing the peroneals, firing up the TFL has already got her leaning more to the outside now rather than falling to the inside, okay? So wearing orthotics is just going to get you addicted to not using your TFL. You don't want that, okay? We'll let your partners fix the rest, okay?
Thank you.
So you're half-legged right now. You're half-legged. Yeah. All right. Who thinks they might have? Who thinks they might lean more to one side than the other? Who might have that? Donnie, you think you have that?
I know I have it.
All right.
You do the opposite?
Yeah. Am I the opposite of that? No, I'm that. I have pronation and the outside of my knee hurts a lot, and it's that other side.
Okay.
On that right foot.
Okay. So Donna thinks she leans one particular way. All right. So we'll find out. Okay. Now, one way to find out is this is a very simple test. We call this a perturbation test. You get more into it in level 2, but I like to introduce this part in the single leg stance because you can really, it's a nice way to validate what you're doing. All right? So I'm going to push her that way, and she is going to react to me pushing her to the left. Okay? So don't push against me here until I push you. Okay? You react to my push. All right, so breath in and out, and meet my pressure. Okay? And breath in and out, and meet my pressure. She's not very stable. You got a drinking problem? Okay. Just this morning. All right. That's okay. That's all right. Okay, so feet together. And let's see what happens in her single leg stance, okay? Stand on your right foot. No, don't bring your leg up like that.
I'll bring it up like that.
Yeah. So what would you say she's doing? She's supinating, right?
Is that high enough for her knee?
Not really.
Bring it up a little higher. There you go. She's going to fall over this way. All right, so she's supinating on her right foot. And now let's do the other one. Left foot. And she's coming over. She's falling to the right more than to the left. Okay? So she's falling over this way. Now this is a very common presentation when you see one foot supinate and the other one pronate. Right? Because a lot of people, when they're standing, sitting, whatever they're doing, they prefer this way or this way. Okay? So Donna's to the right. She leans to the right. You're living in the wrong part of the world, girl. And she's going to move to Mississippi. All right. So, up here we go. All right? And up there. So now we have to go over the supination cookbook. All right, you ready to write this down? Somebody write down for Donna? Okay. Supination is either tib posterior or tib anterior, facilitated. Because they both cause supination, along with an inhibited medial rec fem or psoas.
Medial what?
Medial rec fem.
Could you say that one more time?
Facilitated tib post and or tib anterior. Inhibited medial rec fem or psoas, or both. Okay, so she's leaning over this way, right? To the right. So I'm expecting this one to go into the supination pattern, right? That makes sense? So I'm going to fire up. I'll just fire up tib posterior to start. Okay. And use my pressure. Well, actually, let's test them in the clear first, right? So here's rec fem, right? Medial fiber rec fem, right? Everybody understand?
Psoas.
No, this is rec fem. Psoas is out here.
Doing medial there. Between the foot.
Yeah. Breath in and out. Beat my pressure. Gone. Psoas. Breath in and out. Beat my pressure. Gone. So they're both gone. So this functional line here, not working. If that doesn't work, she can't put weight on the inside of her foot. Weight's going to the outside of her foot. Does that make sense? She's rolling away from here. Everything's going out here. Okay? Now, if I have her do these tests and she supinates, so supinate and plantar flex, that would be tib posterior. Let's see if that one makes it better, or I might have to have her supinate and dorsiflex for the tib anterior. That's how we'll know which one is facilitated, right? So breath in and out, meet my pressure. That works. And keep it there, and meet my pressure. That works. And we'll come back here, and now I want you to supinate and dorsiflex. Okay? And that would be tib anterior. Let's see what it does. And meet my pressure. So tib posterior is facilitated, and these guys are inhibited. That's the most common presentation. Tib posterior facilitated, the other two inhibited.
So you did relational compensation in this case?
Yeah. Okay? So we could do directional testing on this too, but 99.99999% of the time, this formula works. So don't waste your time. Okay? All right. So now we're going to go into tib posterior. Remember, tib posterior starts at the fibula out here, and it ends up coming down the medial malleolus and into the bottom of the foot, right? So it has this diagonal journey here. But start up here, and you have to get through the heads of the gastroc, through the soleus, almost to the bone in order to palpate it. A lot of people come at it from here, but then you're missing all that good stuff up here.
It's tender.
Oh, that one right there is nasty. Remember I said this is like having, like a toothache worked on, like a cavity worked on without Novocaine, right? It's like removing a cactus from your butt.
How to get there to begin with.
How to get in there, You fell in a cactus plant, right? That happens to people all the time. You were practicing a single leg stance out in the desert, outside of Tucson. You fell over. I mean, come on, this is easy to happen. It happens all the time out there. Sheesh. You guys think I just make this stuff up? All right. Any of you ever gone walking in the desert at night outside of Tucson? it's cool. It's like Don Juan. Yeah. It's cool stuff. That's the kind of stuff I do. You do. You do. But at least they give you warning. That feel a little better? Okay. Yeah, but it's getting there. I don't want to kill you. All right. So breath in and out, beat my pressure. Excellent. Breath in and out, beat my pressure. Good. All right. And now we'll challenge it. And I'm going to have you do, dorsiflexion and pronation, right? To take it out of the equation. And beat my pressure. And beat my pressure. Good. Now let's go over here as well. And we'll look at the TFL. And meet my pressure. And of course, then we'll go to the big area here. Which is worse? This one?
That one's kind of worse.
It was hard to tell. This is how hard I'm pressing. Of course, but it is how hard I'm pressing. That's how much it hurts.
And that's the answer to video.
Yeah, this right here is your corona.
Yeah, so this type's peroneal with TFL combo.
This is the Proneus longus with TFL combo, yeah. Good. Okay. And here, breath in out, make my pressure. Good. Now we'll challenge it. Go into that. Excuse me, into this. Good. Okay, now stand up again. All right. Okay, feet together. All right, now on this one, when you stand on your right leg, Donna, you're going to concentrate on using the inside of your thigh, right? Because that's what wasn't working, right? You want to get more on the inside of your foot so you don't fall towards me, right? Left knee up, to your waist, go to the inside. Very good. All right, now with your left leg, you want to concentrate on using that guy right there. So touch it, make sure it's firing, bring your knee up. I'd say that's pretty damn good. All right. Now, feet shoulder width apart. Okay? Breath in and out. Meet my pressure. Beautiful. Breath in and out. Meet my pressure. Look at you. Now, how long did that take, folks? A minute on each leg? And then, why would you ever need orthotics? It took a minute on each leg. You just have to know the formula. Right? Would she need to practice her single leg stance? Of course. Does she need to release her tibialis posterior and strengthen these guys? Yes. Does she need to release her peroneals and strengthen her TFL? Absolutely. Okay? That would be your homework, right? And then single leg stance afterwards. Yes.
So will you eventually obviously going to have them chuck their orthotics at some point? Will you have them get new shoes too?
I'd have them put the orthotics in the garbage.
Right.
Do you have orthotics?
Yeah. They're like $1,000.
You have them with you in your shoes?
No, not today.
You don't have them with you?
I only wear them.
But even
wait, where's Mimi? Mimi, you have your orthotics in your shoes? Go get them. Bring them up here. Come on.
We're going to muscle
Mimi, come up here with your shoes.
Mine were in the safe deposit.
So, real quick, my one is
Tip posterior and release your tip posterior strength with the face out. All right, put your shoes on. I do this demo in all the classes because I want you to see what happens when you wear orthotics, okay? So Mimi's got orthotics, all right? Come on, feet together. Now remember, she was pronating on both feet, right? And then when she stood up, she fell side to side, right? And then we corrected it, right, on one leg. We only corrected it on one leg. We corrected it on the right leg. Okay, so stand on your right leg and let's see what happens. It doesn't look so good. No, bring your knee up here. Look, see? She lost her stability. Now do it on your left leg. Knee up. Forget it. All right, now take your shoes off. Take your shoes off. Feet together. All right, bring your left knee up to your waist.
Wow. And we worked on that one.
Yeah, but
Right, tap it out. Tap it, tap it. Come on, use it out there. There you go. Good. Now do the same thing on the other side. Do the same thing on the other side.
Oh.
There you go. All right. So the why are you wearing those orthotics? You don't need them.
Because I had plantar fasciitis and my feet, toes cramped.
Of course, because you've been pronating. You've been pronating because your hips are weak. You want to do the symptoms or the cause?
Of course, the cause.
How much did those cost?
Fill them up.
Say a lot.
Yeah,
Hundreds of dollars, right?
not that much.
Yeah. You know
The
what
cost of the shoes in addition.
Or you can still keep the shoes.
Would you lean somebody off of them slowly?
Yeah, I tell them to go get Smart Feet inserts. I like Smart Feet. They're good.
Which ones are those?
I have
Gel?
Smart Feet.
I don't use that for
How about like that?
Huh?
It's like skiing and snowboarding. I have some feet in my those fits.
Yeah.
Those are okay.
Super Feet they're called? Not Super
Oh, yeah.
Super Feet, yeah.
What's the difference? What is super feet? I don't know.
Anyway, if you wear those orthotics, you will never, your feet will never get pregnant. Same with you, Donna.
Well, what they did with me is the orthotics weren't working for me, and so they actually molded my foot with cast, this whole big production. And
Yeah, it's a waste of money and time.
Is it okay to wear super feet for like some like athletic activities? Like I wear it when I snowboard because otherwise my feet get super sore.
I wear Super Feet when I ski as well.
Okay.
They're great.
Yeah, that's okay.
But they're not the kind of orthotics that these are that are causing you into massive pronation or supination. And in fact, there aren't any orthotics. There aren't any orthotics that put you into supination, right? So some people are wearing orthotics. Look, they're wearing orthotics, right? And when you're in a static posture, it looks like both of your feet are going in like this, right? Now, that's also a stabilization strategy because we are all more stable with our feet pronated. When we're like this, supinated, we are not stable. You can really knock somebody over when they're on the outside edges of their feet, right? Pronation, in fact, this is how you ski, right? Okay? So, if you're only being examined by a podiatrist, whoever's doing it, and they're only looking at you statically, this could be a compensation strategy because when you do single leg stance, you supinate on both feet. So they've just given you orthotics to increase your supination, and you're already too supinated. How screwed up is that? So don't do that. Single leg stance is the only way to really know what you're doing supination or pronation wise. If you just look at somebody posturally, it's worthless information and harmful in fact. If that's all you use, right? How many people have gone to podiatrists and they do a single leg stance, watch you walk, film you? Most 90-something% of them are just doing static stance. That's all they're doing. Right? Donna? Yes. Okay. All right. So, yes.
So do you look to see if there's a pelvic obliquity causing excessive supination or pronation, or?
That's what we just looked at. TFL inside and outside. That would cause pelvic obliquity, yeah.
Oh, I guess that's more of like the bones being like structurally not symmetrical, causing.
Yeah, and what causes bones to not be symmetrical? Muscles? Bones don't do it by themselves. Last time I checked, they don't like shake up and do stuff.
So will this also cause the
Huh?
So will doing this also cause the pelvis to be more symmetrical?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, good question, yes. The answer is yes. Yeah. All right. So, get back to your groups. And let's do the single leg stance. Let's look at single leg stance and see if Brian is going to curl his toes or extend his toes in order to create stability, right? Because that's another compensation strategy, right? Curl the toes to create stability, right? Okay, so feet together. Okay, and left leg up, knee up higher. Watch his toes. Look at those toes curl. Okay, and now foot down. And do the same thing on the other side. There they go. All right, now what happens if you relax your toes?
You can't.
Nothing changes, but that's just a bad habit, right? So he's used to flip flops.
I don't think he can't really. He can't like really.
He loses his balance when he lets go of his toes. So it's bilateral, right? He has to do this bilaterally. Listen. Quiet. He's doing it bilaterally, right?
Yeah.
So if it's bilateral, it goes to the where? Or core. Core or spine. If his core isn't functional and he's doing a single leg stance, how good is his balance going to be? Really bad. Okay? Now when you curl your toes, you're using what? Your toe flexors, right? Okay? So we're going to test toe flexors versus his core and see what happens. All right? Lie down.
Was the pronation? Wasn't the pronation example bilateral as well? But we didn't look
For her?
Core, yeah.
Yeah, it was. And that's something I would look at as
Okay,
well.
gotcha.
But I wanted to give you a formula first.
Gotcha. Cool. Thanks.
Yeah, so just lie down. Okay. Move up a little bit. There you go. So I want to test his core in the clear. Okay? Relax your feet. Knees together. Okay? And breath in and out. Use my pressure. Okay? So they're strong in the clear. Okay? Now extend your toes. Breath in and out. Curl your toes. Is that clear enough? So when he curls his toes, his core functions. When he extends his toes,
Now let go of your toes.
His toes, it horrifies everybody that's watching. You're having the whole room. You lead
So extend your toes. Extend. Breath in and out. Curl your toes.
It's like night and day.
It's night and day, yeah. All right. Was that a good enough example? Yeah. All right. I thought so.
So what needs to?
So what would I release is the question, right? Now, your toe flexors start up here on the lower third of your lateral calf, lateral shin, whatever you want to say, lateral leg, and they go down through the medial malleolus and into your bottom of your foot. Where I often find the congestion is right here in the proximal part of the toe flexors. This is generally a very hot spot. Okay? So, find it right here. Got it, Brian?
Yeah, it feels right about there. A little more lateral maybe.
It's pretty jammed up right there. Right in there. Okay? So this is a good place to start. If this isn't the spot, you have the bottom of the foot to work on as well, right? Because the flexor muscles of your foot all meet kind of in the bottom center of your foot there, right?
So his abdominals were strong in the clear.
Yes.
When he curled his toes.
They got super strong.
Okay.
When he extended his toes, zip.
So this is directional, not directional.
Relational
Relational.
So the abdominals aren't really the problem. It's
Yeah, they're the problem. They're part of the problem. Okay? In fact, they're probably the cause of the problem. This is the symptom. So I'm working on the proximal portion of the toe flexors, right? We'll do a little release. No, I'm not doing as thorough release as I would normally, right? But I can't, we got a class to do here, right? Okay. Now, let's challenge the correction. I want you to extend your toes. Up. You didn't even know that word. All right. Breath in and out and meet my pressure. Nice. Curl your toes. Meet my pressure. Extend your toes. Meet my pressure. Very good. Stand up. And let's see what happens to a single leg stance now. Put your feet together. Feet together. And try and keep from curling your toes. He's getting there.
what a huge challenge.
A lot better.
Now do the other one. Relax the toes, relax the toes. There you go. Concentrate on engaging in here. Pull your belly button in. Get your core going. He's finding it. He's finding it. Okay, good. Yeah, good. And relax. So, core isn't just about your lower back being messed up, right? It's not working. It also affects all the way down to the bottom of your feet, right? That's cool, huh? So, single leg stance. We learned so far it creates side-to-side imbalance. It creates, you could have, one foot could be affected, both feet could be, both can pronate, both can supinate, one can pronate, one can supinate. And when the toes curl, look to the core. Okay? Those are the things we just learned.
So when you do the retest, would you kind of try to cue them with being like, hey, try to tap into your core?
Oh, absolutely. Some philosophies out in the world there, they tell you not to have the person cue themselves, don't cue people. It's like, why? Why don't you want to do that? You're trying to wake up a neural pathway. Don't make them guess, because if they have to guess, the brain chooses the path of least resistance, and so they're going to get screwed up again. Yeah, have them be aware and make them use what they're supposed to use. Have them tap it. Have them do whatever they need to do to make it work. Absolutely. I don't agree with that philosophy at all, because we're trying to change neurology. If you don't bring it into conscious awareness, they can't get better. So if they're guessing, they're only going to do what is already comfortable for them.
As soon as it's there, then you want it to go unconscious.
Yeah, well, it's going to take a lot of practice before it goes unconscious. Unconscious is when you've done it for a long time and then you don't even have to think about it, right? So we need to make them conscious and tapping and getting all the proprioceptive feedback they can get to make it work. Yeah.
What differentiates? So I personally love super feet, but what actually differentiates them from other orthotics?
They're not specifically made for a certain amount of pronation or supination. They're just generally for making your feet comfortable. That's all. In certain activities, but they're not built up like normal orthotics at all. Yeah. All right. So we can stop the video. Are we on? Good. Yeah. Michael has a very high pain tolerance level. Okay. And so getting him, and he's also very big and very solid. Football player body, right? Okay. So if I test him really hard, what will I find out? that he's stronger than I am, right? Will I learn anything about his function? Absolutely not. Okay? So, single leg stance, he was really solid. You know? But, so I decided I would try the lateral perturbation. All right? So when I tested him pushing to the left, he connected immediately. I felt I had to test very lightly. When I mean lightly, ridiculously lightly. Okay? Just, I want to feel a slight reaction coming towards me. So when he came towards me to the right initially, it worked perfectly. Then I came over here, and we did the same thing, and there was a complete hesitation. He could not find that my hand was there. So I knew that if I kept pushing him, he eventually would fall over to the right because he couldn't come this way, right? So I started off very lightly. There was hesitation, no awareness. Then I increased the pressure, and he fell over to the right. Well, we've corrected him since then, all right? So even though he's solid, he can do a single leg stance, most people are going to have problems being completely functionally stable on both feet, right? So we checked it by doing this lateral perturbation, and he fell over to the right. We found him, of course, to be supinated on the right and pronated on the left. And he doesn't normally fail the test, but these he just went down like a feather, right? Those just didn't work at all, right? Yep. So on this side, of course, his TFL failed, and on that side, his medial rec fem failed. Tib post was his tib anterior on that side, down by his big toe, and over here was typical tib fib part of the peroneal to his TFL. Okay, so yeah, you know what did Bob Marley say? The harder they come, the harder they fall. Right? Who was that? Peter Tosh wrote that song? Oh, pardon me. Bob Marley sang it. All right. Okay. So, just because somebody's solid in the single leg stance, again, investigate further. If they're huge, like Michael, big guy, light, and lighter. All you're looking for is a slight reaction one way or the other. And Michael will tell you that he could not find this when I pressed lightly. If the harder I press, the less I find out with somebody like that, okay? I cannot emphasize to you enough to test lightly, but this is a really good example of testing lightly, okay? Question?
I notice he has a wide stance. Would that test change if his feet were together?
Oh, God, yeah, you don't do lateral perturbation with feet together. It's an invalid test. Invalid test. Single leg stance, yes.
Okay, gotcha.
Perturbation testing, feet shoulder width apart. That's just not fair. You can push anybody over if their feet are together, yeah. That's not a functional test, right? That's a silly test. There are many silly tests that I have seen demonstrated on YouTube as well. I look at them and I go, that was a stupid test. Nobody could do that test, right? Why would you even bother testing somebody like that, right? Here's my favorite, of course. Lie down. All right. Here's my favorite stupid test. All right, lie on your side. Okay. Here's my favorite stupid test. Right. This is on YouTube. Leg up like in this position. Right. Head down. Okay. You ready? Now.
You can't put it down.
Give him some support.
Somebody needs their hands that are on the floor.
Caroline, support his head.
Okay,
Support his head. All right. So here's my favorite stupid test, which you can find on YouTube. All right. And that is this, the glute med test that I showed you, right, for your abductors, right? And then breath in and out, and I'm going to press as hard as I can. Because there's no human being in the world that can hold their leg up under that kind of pressure. So breath in and out, go. Now, he's as big and strong, but there's no way he can beat me on that. That's a stupid test, right? And you'll see that on YouTube, and they're going, that means boo, right? It doesn't mean jack shit. It just means that there's a mechanical disadvantage here, and that's all that you're proving, right? So put your leg down. So please don't engage in stupidity like that and call it NKT, all right? That's just ridiculous. Don't test like that. There are many positions that we can put people in and make them fail. Because it's an invalid, mechanically disadvantaged test. Don't do it, okay? That clear? Go on YouTube and check that one out. We generally post it every so often. It gets posted on the Scholars page and we all laugh about it, all right? You'll find it. I'm not going to say who it is, but you'll find it, all right? Okay, you can stop. All right? That ain't even going to work. He has to turn around.
There we go. Tell me about your thing.
A little bit of shoulder pain over here.
Okay.
Not that severe, but just a tad bit.
Okay. Any injury or?
No, maybe just overusing my right side.
Okay. Cool.
Did everybody hear that? Nope. Overusing his right side.
Yeah.
He does manual therapy for a living. Imagine that. He has an overused right side. No way. It happens, right? Yeah.
Yeah. So,
Okay.
I'm just going to put him through my general basic movement screen, which is take your arm out into abduction. Gets a little tight at the top there. And then turn around so the camera can see you. And you're going to take your right arm and try to touch the bottom of your right scapula. Fine. Do the same thing with the left. A little bit more range of motion on the left, so we can look at that on the right. Okay, and face me again. And then one of my favorite tests is the Neer's impingement test. So you turn your arm in and bring it up over your head. No problem? A little
Slightly.
catchy at the top there.
Limit it.
Yeah.
Compare it to the left.
And do the left. Which is much smoother.
Yeah.
Okay. You guys know that test?
We do now.
Great test if you have somebody who, they start to bring their arm over their head and you get that kind of catchy, pinchy feeling. Okay, so there's definitely less range of motion on the right.
Yep.
Okay, go ahead, left face up. So I'm just going to palpate first and kind of see what I feel in here. Look for tightness. You can feel that his glenohumeral joint is kind of rolled forward. It's a little anterior. You might actually be able to see that if you looked at him closely. See how the right one's a little bit more elevated than the left. Pec minor's tight. So we have 4 or 5 tests that we're looking at right here. I'll take you through those first. First one's the pec minor test. Head stays on the table. You're just going to roll your shoulder up. You're going to protract your right shoulder. That activates the pec minor. On an exhale, meet my pressure. Good. No problem. Mid-trap test, take his arm out to 90 degrees, and he's going to meet my pressure as he pushes down towards the floor. Nada. Low trap test is you take the arm up overhead at around this kind of 45-degree angle. And it's the same test. He's just pressing straight downwards towards the floor. Yeah, there's a little something there. It's not great, but there's something there. Lats, we know, is one of the biggest muscles in the body, if not the biggest. Second biggest muscle in the body. Comes through the back here, attaches to the spine.
What's your biggest muscle?
That's for private.
Okay, just checking. Just checking. All right.
So his arm comes into his body. You're going to go ahead and lock your elbow. So lock your elbow. Like this? Yeah.
Not your fingers, though.
Not your fingers. So we have to have a long lever of the arm here. Arm slightly internally rotates, so the thumb side of his wrist is facing towards his right hip here. On an exhale, your arm is going to press towards your right hip. Good. No problem at all. Okay. And then our 4th test is we're looking at the serratus anterior. And the serratus, as we know, stabilizes the scapula.
Let's do it seated. It's better seated.
Okay, sure. Have a seat. Still at a good angle? Yeah.
Yeah, come over here, Benjamin.
So fibers of serratus run right here, come to the scapula, and they pin that scapula onto the rib cage.
Get where you can see this. The reason I like to do it seated as opposed to lying down, the scapula is stabilized by the table.
Sure.
If you want to get a really good test of the serratus, which is one of the most important scapula stabilizers, let's see if it actually stabilizes without the help of the table.
Great.
All right.
So we take his arm into a bit of flexion, and you're going to keep your elbow straight again. He's going to kind of karate chop. It's a chop of his forearm, his wrist, towards his opposite knee. Let me start higher. A little bit of external rotation.
The reason we start higher up, and everybody put your hand on your pec right there. Put your hand on your pec. If you start up here and you go slightly forward and backward, your pec doesn't engage so much. If you drop it down, you can feel your pec automatically engaged. So we want to take the pec out of this test by keeping the arm up higher.
Great.
Okay?
Arm comes right up to here, and he's going to chop angrily, diagonally towards his left knee. Breath in and out. Not a chance at all.
But you got to stabilize his back.
I'm still not going to have it. Again. Sorry, buddy.
And then you got to.
And then the upper fibers, it's just the opposite direction. So stabilize his back. He's taking his arm upwards into my hand.
Here?
Yes, please.
Is it up, down, and down, up?
Huh?
Isn't the upper fibers pressing down toward the navel?
When he goes up, it's testing the lower serratus. When he goes down, testing the upper
Okay.
serratus.
So no problem here. So we'll go back to his lower fibers of serratus again. Not going to have it. Okay, so of the test that we did right here, we had the lower fibers of the serratus and the mid-trap were by far the weakest. Of all the tests that we did, the strongest is clearly the pec minor. When he rounded his shoulder forward and resisted, there was no inhibition at all. Go ahead and like face up again.
Actually, testing the serratus seated and therapy localizes pec minor.
Okay.
Could you also show us those other, so it's the lower, what was the second one you did, the lower?
The second one that I did, when he was on the table?
No, this one.
The two different
Second one.
It's the same position.
One more time. Serratus test.
Arm stays in the same position.
This
above
is
the shoulder.
lower upper fiber.
These are the lower fibers.
And now the
Okay.
upper.
The upper fiber is the same test, just hand in the other position.
So upper your hands up.
Going in the opposite direction?
Correct.
The serratus does both upward and downward rotation on the scapula,
Oh, yeah, true.
depending on which fibers are engaged, right? It's kind of schizophrenic.
So keeping him in the seated position, we know that the pec minor it's kind of a three-fingered muscle. It comes down to the ribs right here and attaches to the coracoid process. And it's normally this area of the coracoid process that gets very facilitated. There's so much junk that's going on right here. So I'm just looking for a spot to TL and right there. Okay? And I'll have you touch this right here with your left hand. So he's going to have that right there. On an exhale, aim this towards your opposite knee. No problem at all, and you can see he's not falling backwards at all anymore either. We're going to take that same point to his mid-trap and anything else that we find in his shoulder that has inhibition. Go ahead and face up again. This is the mid-trap test. Arm comes to 90 degrees, and he's going to resist downwards while he touches at the same exact point. Good. And take your hand off.
So you don't worry about upper trap on this one?
We're not teaching upper trap in this section. Like we can.
Oh.
Yeah?
No.
Yeah. We're just sticking to these tests. Okay. And just to look again, just to see if there's that relational compensation, because there's often a real strong relationship between the pec minor and the lat. If he rolls his shoulder up again, breath in and out, and we go back to the lat, towards your hip on an exhale. He's got strong lats. Pec minor and lat are not in relationship with each other. So it's just a pec minor release to release the facilitated muscle.
Could also, if you're a trainer for Pilates, you can take a ball, go up against the door jamb, and roll it out.
Yeah. And there's a couple good ways to stretch it too. If you guys know that pec stretch on the wall, the hand has to be a little bit higher because you have to continue to elongate the fibers of the pec minor.
I'm sorry, I ate beans last night.
They're good for you.
Okay, they're good for you.
And you can see tender for me.
How's it feel, Joseph?
Good.
It brings out the
It's like going
masochist
into
in
like a
all of us.
euphoric state.
You know, and again, on pretty much any person you find that has a shoulder issue, you know, pec minor is the place to look. A couple years ago, there was a whole kind of seminar on scapular dyskinesis, on poor movements of the scapula, and they found that 95 or 98% of the people, anybody who had an issue with scapular motion or scapular stability, had a pec minor issue. It was the number one overly tight facilitated muscle.
Yeah, it took people from all over the world to a symposium to decide that what we've been teaching in NKT for 30 years was actually true. Imagine that.
So just a little release, and you guys see it's less than a minute of a release. If we go back in the mid-trap, breath in and out. Good, he needs a little bit more. You saw that it was still like a little shaky, but a lot better. And again, one more time. Good. And have a seat. Breath in and out. Rock solid.
Okay, now let's see those range of motion
Please
tests again.
stand up again.
Which way?
Face the
Face the
camera.
camera.
You're on.
You want to be a star, don't you?
Better.
Whoa.
Much better.
Yeah.
That's the big one. And then turn around and let's see you touch the back of the scapula. Also significantly better.
Can you test relative to the other side? Both sides, please.
Oh, both sides.
And then the other side.
That one's still not as good.
Still not as
Sure. But compared to where it was before, it's significantly better.
But the NIRS test was really good.
The nearest test was the best.
That felt really good, right?
Yeah, a lot better.
Yeah.
More flow.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you know, and again, if you think about the pec minor and how it rounds the shoulders, stand up with me for a second. Everybody. Just so you can feel it in your own bodies, right? If you all take your arms up over your head. It's okay. Now bring them back down. Now round your shoulders forward. Take your arms up over your head. I can't even do it.
Walking Dead.
Yeah.
Need some yoga.
Yeah. I could use a little. So, you know, getting the shoulder to retract, getting that joint to go in the right place, allowing that pec minor to release and not ground the shoulder for has, you know, resounding effects on the shoulder. You felt how your neck felt like that as well. You know, so you can look at the pec minor to neck relationship, other things like that.
So when somebody comes in with a shoulder problem, what's the first thing you check? Pec minor. Pec minor is the first thing you check. Okay? That narrows down the possibilities for you, right? Check pec minor to what Jory just showed you, right? Pec minor to scapular stabilizers is the first line of shoulder analysis. All right? Everybody got that? Okay. Let's pick some new people to work with and do those tests. So, one of the most common shoulder injuries and one of the most poorly diagnosed shoulder injuries is bicep tendon out of the groove. I've been posting about this for a while, and somebody said to me, there's no such thing as a bicep tendon out of the groove. I said, you know this little thing called Wikipedia? You might want to read it, okay? Those are the kind of stupid-ass things I get messaged about. All right, so anyway, bicep tendon out of the groove is what we call bicipital tendonitis, right? There's a famous quarterback, where's Caroline? There she is, called Brett Favre, who suffered from that, and he ended up actually tearing the bicep tendon because it was out of the groove for such a long time. So, if somebody comes in and says, I have pain right here, and it hurts when I abduct and flex and all that stuff, right? Then you know that it's a bicep tendon problem, okay? A lot of the rowers that I work on, depending on which side of the boat they're on, determines which bicep tendon is going to be out of the groove, right? So it happens a lot. And in fact, Kathy Dooley, once she took the class, and she's, cutting up cadavers all the time, right? She started looking for it, right? People who had a history of shoulder pain. She said now that 80% of the cadavers she looks at have bicep tendon out of the groove.
If they had shoulder pain.
If they have shoulder pain, yeah. Isn't that interesting?
Yes.
Okay, so this is a common problem that people just ignore, right? But I'm not the kind that likes to ignore things like that. I'm a curious guy. So let's see. So Vin, point to where your shoulder hurts. Right there. Ah, Vin's got the classic, my bicep tendon is out of the groove style. Okay, so lie down. Oh, what range of motion, let's sit up. What range of motion makes it painful?
Just anything like let's say I'm curling.
Yeah.
Or just anything like this, kind of.
Yeah, there's a good sign. What about abduction?
No. Actually, yeah, I feel it, but it's not painful, but it's kind of just like, it feels like it's...
Yeah. Did you know that the long head of the bicep abducts the shoulder?
Yeah.
Yeah. Then what does the short head do? Adducts the shoulder.
Oh, adducts the shoulder, yeah.
Yeah. Adducts the humerus, I
Yes.
should say, not the shoulder. Okay? So, and when you abduct your humerus on the other side, what happens? Nothing.
Nothing.
When you abduct here, it
It
grabs.
feels, yeah.
Yeah.
It feels shaky.
Okay. Lie down. Okay? Move your head up just a little bit. There you go. Perfect. Okay? So, if I just palpate it, right? We'll just palpate the bicep. It gets funky. It's definitely funky. Okay? All right. Now, this area of the shoulder right here is highly congested, right? It's like an LA freeway jam up here with all the crossing over and everything. We got two biceps, we got the coracobrachialis, we got the pec minor, we got the pec majors, we got the subscapularis, we got the lat, we got the teres coming in here. There's a lot of stuff coming in here, right? Did I leave anybody out? Oh, the subclavius. Good Lord, there's a lot of stuff here, right? So, first class I ever taught outside of California in New York. Naturally, the New Yorkers came up with this name for it, right? We now call this the UCF, the upper clusterfuck. All right? So, you will see me refer, and other people on NKT pages refer to the UCF. Now you know what it is. All right? So, on Facebook, I don't use these terms. On the public pages, and on the private pages, of course. Okay, so I'm going to assume that the bicep tendon's out of the groove. Okay, now, how do you know that the bicep tendon is out of the groove? All right, so I'll take if I bisect the bicep and I go up like this with my pinky, I can find the groove quite easily. Find it on yourselves right now. All right, the bicep groove is between the greater tubercle and the lesser tubercle. Okay, the lesser tubercle is here, and the greater tubercle is over here. If you find the bicep tendon slid over the greater tubercle, which you never will, that person's arm just got yanked out by a horse. All right? So it goes over the lesser tubercle because it's lesser. It's smaller. And also the pull from the medial side of the shoulder muscles is intense, okay? This is where all the stabilization of the shoulder occurs because a shoulder is our most movable joint, right? So right here there are basically, there's hardly any support structure on this part of the shoulder, right? The rotator cuff, which we'll cover after lunch, the three of them are sitting in the back. There's only one in the front, right? So that's where all the range of motion comes from. So all this in here can get really tight to stabilize the shoulder, especially the pec minor that we just learned. Okay? So I'm going to find the groove here, and I'm going to put my finger in the groove and see if the tendon is actually in there. The tendon is not in the groove. So I'm going to go medial to the groove, and we'll see, there it is, right there. Okay? So his tendon's here, and it belongs right here. So that's how much it slid out of the groove. Can everybody see that? That much. What is that? 1/8 of an inch or something like that, whatever it is. Okay? Now, before I put it back into place, it's not that bad. What is all this noise? Caroline?
Just make a lot of noise.
Okay, all right.
That's the thing.
Yeah, too much. I'm not going to the movies with you. Right? Okay. So that's the person in the front. You go, shh. All right. And then she's on her cell phone texting. No, you don't do that. You don't. All right. All right. So let's see. Let me show you the tests for the two heads of the bicep. In flexion, not elbow. It's not flexion of the elbow, flexion of the humerus. So adducted and flexion, long is the short head of the bicep. Abducted and flexion is the long head of the bicep. Okay? Which, when the bicep tendon is out of the groove, will fail the test. Okay?
Do that again. Say that again.
Adducted is the short head of the bicep. Abducted is the long head of the bicep.
Short head is going what direction are you pulling?
This way, into extension. He's trying to flex his humerus. I'm trying to extend his humerus. Okay? So here,
So you're doing the proximal part.
Yeah, you're doing it at the shoulder, not the elbow.
correct. Right. If I was doing the elbow, I'd be testing it this way. Nothing there. Okay? So now I want to therapy localize. So we'll just go into the UCF here. Right? Does it matter what I name it? No. It just matters that I find something that doesn't feel right. So right there doesn't feel too good, whatever the hell it is. All right? And I meet my pressure. That worked. Yeah? Now, if you're writing up chart notes and you don't know exactly what it is, just make some shit up. Make some shit up. I don't care. Name it whatever the hell you want. I don't care. Do you really think that people who work the insurance companies can go, oh no, Heather wasn't working on the short head of the bicep. She was working on the coracobrachialis. Because when I call the insurance companies, clearly they know the difference, right? These people are highly trained.
Well, they don't understand abbreviations anyway, just use UCF.
Yeah. They don't know what the hell you're talking about. They don't know what the hell you're talking about. I don't know why everybody gets so uptight about writing all those details in there anyway. They don't know what the hell you're writing about. They don't have the training. Screw them. Okay? Okay? And we'll try this again. Get my pressure. Good, that's better. Roll your shoulder in. We'll just fire up the UCF in general, right? And then we'll challenge it, and now it's stable. Now, did that put the bicep tendon back in the groove? Of course it didn't. All right? So now, watch me here. Okay? So, if you are a manual therapist, you can do this. If you're not a manual therapist, get somebody else who can do it. All right? So, my fingers, my second and third fingers, are on the medial side of the tendon, and I'm going to push the tendon towards the groove, and at the same time, I'm going to internally rotate the shoulder to bring the groove closer to the tendon. So hopefully you can do two things at the same time. Women are better at this than men. Good. Okay. So the women in the class are going to get this faster than the men.
So sexist.
I am so sexist. You want to sue me now?
thinking about it.
If you want, as I mentioned, if you want to be politically correct, NKT is not the community for you. Clearly not. Okay?
Fuck no.
But if you like to, but if you want to laugh and learn, then yes, come on aboard. So hopefully nobody in here was.
Damn it, I'm out of here.
It only takes so much, right?
Oh my God. Talk about taking the fun out of life. That's called political correctness, right? I'm changing my vocabulary based on that.
So your fingers
I'm no longer using workmanship. I'm using workpersonship. See? I'm learning. I don't want to be politically incorrect for like a millisecond.
So are you gradually moving it, or?
I am. This is a gradual process, but you will see when it's ready to go. You will see my fingers start to shake a little bit, and then there'll be, whoop, and that was it. Okay.
Was it, you just did that?
Just popped in.
Okay.
That's pretty good now, huh?
Yep.
All right. So when the tendon is out of the groove, that's a protective place for it, right? When it slides out, it's then rubbing on the lesser tubercle. When it rubs on the lesser tubercle, it gets inflamed. Not if you leave it there forever and ever, it'll actually bust, right? It'll saw right through the bicep tendon. And then people get that kind of bunchy, saggy look here, and that's what happened to Brett Favre, okay? You can call it Brett Favre-itis, all right? Okay, or just Favre-itis, I guess would sound better. All right, so push it over the lesser tubercle and into the groove. Now, how do you keep it there? That's a good question. How do you keep it there? Do the NKT protocol. Release here, and then stand on a band, slightly abducted flexion of the shoulder, and get your long head of your bicep to stay in the groove. Some people, it's popped out so many times that this transverse humeral ligament is no longer functional. If that happens, they need prolotherapy, because then the little staple that keeps the ligament in there, the tendon in there, is not functioning anymore, and it needs some prolotherapy to shorten it up and tighten it up, and then you'll have success with that, okay? If it gets really, really bad, surgery may be necessary, and what they do is they put it back in, and they actually put a staple in there and tack it down. An actual staple. Yeah. Okay. So, of course, the staple is made out of titanium or whatever the hell they make it out of, right? Stainless steel, whatever. But yeah, that would be, But if people come back a couple of times for this, and that's all it takes, that's great. It should only take one treatment to get it back in, all right? But if it keeps coming out over and over and over again, that's a ligamentous problem. It's a structural problem, and KT is not designed for that. This is a software solution. We don't do hardware, right? If it's a hardware problem, then you got to send out for some prolotherapy or surgery, depending, okay? But that would be the last resort, obviously. Do I recommend surgery sometimes? Of course I do. Okay? But we try and avoid it as much as possible, right? Okay. So your homework is to release in here and strengthen the long head of your bicep. All right? That'll be the end of that.
Cool. We resist this motion.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, it is. It feels a little bit stiffer, but like more stable.
Good. And then what about the curl thing?
Yeah. Same thing. Amazing.
Right. Now, there are a lot of physiotherapists in here, physical therapists, physiotherapists, whatever you want to call yourselves. You know what? When I show this, you know what they say? How come they didn't teach us this in physical therapy school? I can't answer that question. I don't know what the hell they're teaching in physical therapy school nowadays.
There's still, a lot of them are still, well, it depends. Some are really Maitland-based still, or
Yeah.
Sargent-based. They still keep kind of same old school.
Same old school.
Yeah.
Yeah. But clinically, if you're seeing this all the time in clinic, why wouldn't they teach that in school? I had no idea. I can't answer that question.
Ultrasound is better.
Ultrasound's better, clearly. Yeah, ultrasound's better, yeah. It's more billable, too.
Yes, exactly.
More billable. All right, so let's get to the tables. Feel for the long head of the bicep in the groove, and then test it, therapy localize, and do your thing. All right.
What's the history?
A lot of tendonitis in the elbow and rotators from excessive baseball, pitching as a catcher and pitcher.
All right, cool.
And I had to go through physical therapy 2 different times, and never resulted in surgeries or anything like that. But since then, it's always clicking and kind of impingement. Yeah, it gets really aching and sore all throughout back there.
Mostly posterior.
Yeah.
And it hurts to take it over the head?
No, but
No.
it'll click.
Yeah.
And just feel restricted at times. And if I overwork it, then it'll be pretty tender.
What action hurts it the most?
Just coming back, it just feels tight. Like just right when it gets right about here, you just feel it's just really tight right back here. And even just lightly palpating, it's tender.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. Okay, great. Okay. Lie face up.
Face up.
Yeah. So we're going over the rotator cuff, and obviously there's 4 rotator cuffs: the supraspinatus, infraspinatus, teres minor, and subscap. He's talking about having pain back here, so the first thing that comes to my mind is teres minor and infraspinatus, because they externally rotate the shoulder. So teres minor, the arm is abducted about 30 degrees or so. And you take the elbow into each shoulder into external rotation. So you're just going to press your wrist and forearm back on the next side. He's got nothing there at all.
Focus.
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 Infraspinatus is kind of a 90-degree angle. You take it to 90 here. And same exact test, go back on the next out. And again, he's got nothing. And if you think about it too, especially for baseball pitchers, if you follow the sport, you have to have a certain amount of external rotation so you can take it back and you can whip it forward.
It creates the elastic recoil of the pitch.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So neither of those guys are working. The next 2 tests are the subscap and the supraspinatus, which I'll take you to. Subscap actually has a couple different ways we can test it. You can take him into internal rotation from here. And you're going to press here on the next out. And he's got nothing there too. So none of this poor man's rotator cuff is working properly. This is also your subscap test. It's more of a closed position for the subscap. It's got a little bit more strength, but not. And you know, when somebody has this much weakness going on in their shoulder, I'm not going to test them too much. You know, we're going to rev up the system so much we can aggravate it a little bit. So I won't continue with that. But the supraspinatus is the 4th of the rotator cuff. It abducts the arm the first 10, 15 degrees. So you take them here, a very slight little bit of femoral flexion as well. And you're going to press out on the next step. We're 4 for 4. Now, he's complained about pain in the back here. He's complained about this. When we want to think about kind of the dynamics of a pitcher, because this is kind of a sport-specific situation we're dealing with, when he takes his arm back, his shoulder's possibly going up into a little bit of elevation as well. So our job here is to really find a TL that starts to bring his rotator cuff back online. You can always tell you're in the right spot when they go like this. So I'm just on the inferior attachment of levator scapula. So go ahead with your left hand. Here. Go first to teres minor is the first one I tested. Press back on the next out. Completely solid. Press back on the next out. Good. subscap. More closed fibers of subscap. And supraspinatus. So it's a situation where we have one muscle that's shutting off the entire rotator cuff, creating him to have, you can take the hand off, creating him to have no stability in his shoulder, messing all that up. And, you know, even as I come here and I feel his superior angle of his scapula is higher on the right side than it is on the left. And so, do you still play baseball at all? Any other sports?
Just yoga, CrossFit.
Yoga, CrossFit. Could be the new invention.
Yoga, CrossFit?
Yeah.
Well, both, not at the same time.
I like it.
We hope not.
We'll brand it.
Yeah, right.
It's a good one.
Right.
Yeah, yoga, CrossFit.
Right. Is that going to happen down in Costa Rica?
That is not going to happen.
That's where it'll start.
No. Not under my watch.
That might create a new asana.
Mm-hmm.
Yoga, CrossFit. Fucked up asana.
break your asana.
There are many we could come up with.
Okay. Breath in and out. Solid. Breath in and out. Solid. Breath in and out. Solid. Breath in and out. There's one thing I really like to do when I find an area that's as inhibited as his right shoulder is. We found one muscle that turned it all back on. But there's a good chance that there's something else that is also part of the whole system here. Obviously, in our treatment, we want to be as thorough as we can. So if I take him back here, and I have him turn his head to the left, we take out the right side of the neck and everything that's here as a possible facilitator. Breath in and out. Gone. Breath in and out. Gone. I'm not going to keep that so I think we get the picture. Turn your head to the right. Breath in and out. That's even stronger than it was before. So, you know, we want to take the TL. This is obviously an active TL because he's turning his head to a particular direction. We want to take the TL that gives him the most possible strain. And by far, even though the levator turned it back on, this was fantastic. So there's going to be something in the side of his neck here. Right up at the occiput on the right side. Can you touch this one for me, Sal?
Sure.
Yeah, just reach your right hand. And for spinatus? Solid. Teres minor? Solid. And if I really wanted to challenge him, he can keep his hand on that spot and slightly turn his head to the left. Breath in and out. Still solid. So it's, you know, a combination of what's going on in the levator, the muscles that rotate his head to the right. As long as his head's rotated to the right, he has full strain. So of course, you know, you could just walk around like this all day long. You see people like that. You know, and then for the chiropractors in the room, you can feel, because I'm right at kind of C1, C2, he might need an adjustment. For a lot of the Pilates people that can't touch, it's not incredibly difficult to stretch this region. I know what you're thinking.
Wasn't me. It was the dog.
Good. All right, that should be enough. So I'll just test him first, breath in and out. And then obviously the challenge is if he turns his head to the left, breath in and out. Solid. And that part makes sense, right? About how turning his head to the left is the challenge. Great. So, for his homework, you have to get the whole right side of your neck here to stretch. C1, C2, a little bit of levator, and do. I would say the external rotators were the weakest, so I would do some external rotation exercises. So, clear on the tests, right? What the 4 tests are. Really 5 if you want to take the different positions of the subscat.
Let's all do them together. So
Let's do
let's
them
go
together.
together. Okay?
Elbows slightly abducted, or arms slightly abducted. Going back with your wrist is teres minor. 90-90s. Infraspinatus. From here, in. Supraspinatus.
No.
Or subscapularis.
That was the end of your
Got on a video. Take your elbows a little bit more towards the midline and go down again. Also, subscapularis. And then supraspinatus. 10-15, first 10-15 degrees of abduction.
And we're wanting them to go out on the back?
Yes, they're abducted. Push them into abduction. Okay? Okay? We'll do it.
Good? You tell me when.
You're good.
Oh, okay. I want to show you one more very important relationship to the rotator cuff. And Jory kind of introduced it to you through the deep six. Remember, the deep six are the rotator cuff of the hip, right? So we're talking about now the rotator cuff of the shoulder, right? So the actual main action of rotator cuff muscles is to centrate the joint, right? They're small, they adjust to make sure that the humerus fits inside the glenoid fossa properly. That's really their main job. They are synergists for all these actions that we just showed you, but that's not their main job. Now, the big problems happen with what we call local muscles or tonic muscles when they become facilitated for global or phasic muscles. That's a serious issue. When one of these little guys is doing the work for something like a deltoid, that's a big muscle of action, and that little guy is doing the work for it, injury occurs. Without a doubt. Okay? Now, who has pain in this part of their shoulders up in here? Anybody got that? Lindsay, come on up. Where does it hurt? Show us. Show everybody, Turn. Do a rotisserie there. There we go. All right. Okay, good. So, head up there. Right shoulder?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, I haven't shown you the test for the deltoid muscles yet, so here we go. Everybody see okay? Yeah? You guys over there, you're not going to see anything. Come on, get over there. All right. Now, right here, your crotch is making a lot of noise.
Party time.
That's a happy crotch, right? That's a happy crotch. That's like Rice Krispies, right? It's a happy sound. You gotta have a happy crotch or the clock's not wound. Something like that, right? Okay, here we go.
Is that going to make it into the video?
Yeah, that's in the video. It's in the video. All that, people, people meet me for the first time on these videos, right? People who have never taken a class with me, right? And then I'll go like to Ireland. The guy picks me up and he goes, "I know you. I know you from the video." Oh, okay.
And you're not going to edit that?
I'm not going to. Breath in and out. And here's the anterior deltoid. This is one test for the anterior deltoid, also called humeral flexion. All right? And here's another test for the anterior deltoid. Breath in and out, meet my pressure. And that really got poopy, didn't it? Okay. Now, the middle delt, we're going to test this way into abduction. Right?
Made it complicated.
You may have? Okay. Breath in and out, meet my pressure. Yeah, she may have compensated. And then posterior delts this way. That one works okay. Wasn't great, but it works. Okay? So let's go over those with your own bodies, right? So if you go forward, anterior delt, up, middle delt, back, posterior delt, right? Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Simple. Yes.
Can you say what the difference is between an anterior delta straight arm versus a short head bicep?
Different. Oh, because the palm is down.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, where's that sore spot on your shoulder?
In biceps and usually supra insertion.
The supra insertion. Let's go to the supra insertion, shall we?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yes.
I'm on the supra. We don't call them insertions anymore, but attachment.
Attachment.
The humeral attachment of the supraspinatus.
Yes.
Okay. So that's sore, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You want to touch that right there for me?
Sure, you betcha.
Okay. So let's go back to our weak test and see what happens. That sure as hell is stronger. Down, down, down. That's a hell of a lot stronger. And how about your posterior delt? I'd say that was a winner.
Aye.
Okay. Now, since these tested weaken the clear, we have to do directional testing, right? Okay. So let's test the supraspinatus. Breath in and out. Meet my pressure. And we'll see if any of these become strong again, right? That did. Down here. That did. How about here? Oh, so who's facilitated? Huh? The deltoids are facilitated and the supraspinatus is inhibited. Yeah. Okay. So we'll just say that this is not really the supraspinatus spot, it's a deltoid spot.
Yes.
How's that?
Feels great.
Yeah. Because does your brain really care if it's a supraspinatus spot or a deltoid spot? Last time I checked, your brain didn't give a shit about that, right? Okay. Okay, a little bit of release, meet my pressure, and meet my pressure. Good, meet my pressure. So I'm firing those up and see what they do to the supraspinatus. Let's see if it'll be okay. And it is. That's good. All right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Getting
So
choking.
excited I coughed.
Yeah, there you go. So the homework would be what? Release here and do what? How do you strengthen the supraspinatus? TheraBand. Yeah. TheraBand like that, right? Some people do this one, drawing the sword out of the scabbard, right? That's a good one too. Either way. Mimic the test or do that other one. Anybody else got a favorite supraspinatus exercise? Nobody? No? Brian? No? No, not particularly. Just okay.
The basics.
All right, good. Okay. So that relationship, middle deltoid to supraspinatus, is something you really need to pay attention to. A lot of times you'll find it the other way, where the supraspinatus is facilitated for the deltoid. Hers flipped. But that'll cause serious supraspinatus problems if it's doing all the abducting for your deltoid. And what's the most commonly torn rotator cuff muscle is the supraspinatus. It has to pass under the AC joint, and some people get hooks in their AC joints, right? There's a type 1, a type 2, and a type 3. Type 3, time for roto-rooter, all right? We can't fix a type 3. Type 1, type 2, you may be able to get by with, right? But type 3, no way, okay? So type 3, they're gonna have to saw that stuff off. But that's the way it is, right? If it's a structural, mechanical problem, we can't fix that. Software, yeah. All right? Okay, so that's, I wanted to show you supraspinatus middle deltoid. Okay, thank you very much.
Yes.
Okay. Now we have to also look at pecs. Okay? We haven't talked about the pecs yet. And the rhomboids. The pecs and the rhomboids. Okay? So if you put your arms like this, okay, and you make them go back like this, that's your rhomboids. All right? So. Wow. Oh, watch out. Okay, so that's your rhomboids, right? They retract the scapula, this position, right? Funky chicken kind of thing, right? Okay? And then the pecs are the opposite of the rhomboids, right? Pushing forward is one way to test the pecs. We can go, pec major is thumb to opposite hip. Pec major, I should say sternal. Pec major clavicular, turn your hand this way and aim towards your opposite shoulder. You'll feel it pop out right under your clavicle when you do that, right? When you go thumb to opposite hip, you don't feel it pop out under your clavicle, you feel it more right here, right? Okay. Now, lots of people have pain in their rhomboids. All kinds of knots in the rhomboids, right? But do we know if they're facilitated or inhibited by touching them? Yeah, we just know they hurt and they're tight and sore, right? So we have to figure out what the relationship is with pecs and the rhomboids in order to help, all right? So, anybody have rhomboid issues? Heather's got them?
Oh, no, I was just practicing.
Oh, you don't send up a smoke signal. Come on. Heather, who else? Who hasn't been my guinea pig? You have not. Okay. Miss Joseph, come on with you. Take your shizzes off. Wow, are they bright?
No chance in lose them.
No way. All right, so show us where your pain is.
I get pain right back in here.
Turn around so Benjamin can see. Okay, right here? More or less?
Yes.
Okay. That's rhomboid-ish, right? Okay, so right rhomboid. Okay. What do you do for a living?
Personal trainer.
Uh-huh. Lie down. All right, so let's test the rhomboid, shall we? We'll fire it up there. Ready? Breath in and out. Meet my pressure. Maybe she doesn't speak English. See, G, do G. Still doesn't work. I just did that for your benefit, Joe. Yeah. Okay. So her rhomboid's not working. I just said breath in and out in Mandarin. I only know like 3 things. You're hearing them all right now. All right. So I'm going to look at the pecs now, okay? Because they're functional opposites. Right? How are we doing?
Good.
Does it hurt?
Doesn't feel great.
Why are you smiling? Are you some kind of sick wacko person? You're a freaking mess. You are. All right. You belong in this group.
Okay.
All right. So, breath in and out, meet my pressure. Okay. But it was weak and clear, right? So what do we have to do next? Test the pec major. So, thumb to hip. Strong. Retest the rhomboid and meet my pressure. So we have regular facilitation inhibition, right? Didn't flip. Okay? So we'll release here. Everybody understood that, right? What I just said? Release here. How we doing here? She is really sick. Her eyes get like really bright and happy when I hurt her. I mean,
Hurts so good.
yeah. You're not into S&M or anything like that. Just check. How inappropriate was that, right? It's like I win a prize for that one.
My attorney's outside.
Okay. And breath in and out, meet my pressure. Beautiful. So your rhomboid was weak and tight.
Okay.
Weak and tight, that's why it hurts.
Yeah.
But just because it's tight and hurts, does that mean that it's working properly? No. But that's what you would have assumed before, right?
Yeah.
Your rhomboid was working too hard, right? So just remember, muscles come in 4 different configurations. Strong and flexible, that's the best, right? Strong and tight, you're going to have some problems. How about flexible and strong and weak? How about flexible and weak? Not so good. And what about weak and tight? Weak and tight is really bad. That's like injury city, weak and tight. Okay? So you don't want that. You don't want weak and tight. So that's what yours was, weak and tight.
Super weak.
So we didn't even work on your rhomboids because we don't need to.
Yeah.
It's really your pecs that need, and then you need to strengthen that rhomboid, right?
Yeah.
So you could get a TheraBand around your elbow and just mimic the test, right? There you go. Just like that.
Question?
All right. Yes.
Question. When you have that pain in the same spot that she pointed to,
Yes.
in your experience, what percentage of the time is it rhomboid issue, something like this, or some variation, versus a serratus posterior superior problem?
Well, if they breathe and it makes it hurt more, then I'll go to the serratus posterior. Okay? If they breathe and it doesn't hurt, then I'll go to the rhomboid first. But if I'm wrong, I'll know that by my testing. But this was so obvious, right? Does it hurt when you breathe?
No.
So you see them both about equal amounts of time?
No. Rhomboid way more.
It just hurts after you're back in the chest days.
There you go. It starts itching. All right. Okay. So those are very simple tests, right? Nothing too hard about all that, right? So we're going to practice now anterior, middle, posterior deltoids. We're going to practice rhomboids, and we're going to practice pec major sternal and pec major clavicular. Oh, one more thing with pec major. Anybody in here have an AC joint problem? Acromioclavicular joint. Nobody's got a loosey-goosey one?
I have a loose AC joint.
Huh?
I have a loose one on this.
You do?
Yeah.
Well, now's your turn, man.
Yes. It hasn't been giving me problems though in a long time, but it's loose.
Okay, head up there. All right, so I use the pec clavicular test to inform me of the condition of the AC joint. All right? So if this fails, it's highly likely that the AC joint's too loosey-goosey. Okay? So, breath in and out, meet my pressure. Yup. And then just for yucks, we'll do this one, right? Breath in and out, meet my pressure. That's pretty different, huh? Now, I'm going to go over here to his AC joint. And what I like to do is like pin it together like I pretend like I'm stapling it together here. I'm pushing the clavicle into the acromion and the acromion into the clavicle, okay? And meet my pressure. Kind of a huge difference, huh? So you've got lack of stability here in your AC joint, okay? Now, if you strengthen your pec clavicular, it might stabilize, and then it might not. And if it doesn't, then you're looking at prolotherapy, right? This is a very common place for prolotherapy injections. Your husband must do a ton of those, right? Yeah. Okay? So that's something to consider, all right? But you can use the AC joint if it fails in the clear, pin the AC joint together, push it together, tighten it up, If it gets better, then you know there's a problem with the AC joint. And it's a very common shoulder problem is lack of stability in the AC joint. Very, very common. Okay. What's that?
I'm slapping him
Oh,
around.
you're slapping him around? He deserves it anyway. All right. Okay, so that's good. I just wanted to show that to you. All right? So, stop the film. Okay. So, remember I was talking about the knees? I said that the knees were caught between the hips and the ankles. Same thing for the elbow. They're rarely the cause of anything. They're a symptom, right? So it's either a shoulder problem or a wrist problem or a grip problem or something, right? But it ain't here most of the time. All right. So she's saying she has lateral epicondylitis, also known as tennis elbow, right? Now, why they call it tennis elbow and golfer's elbow, I have no idea. Because you can get it on either side from both sports. I don't know who did that. All right. So here's one of my basic tests to see about lateral epicondylitis. And give me a squeeze. Does it hurt?
Yes.
Yeah. Show us where.
Right here.
Oh, perfect. Okay. Now, how about when you extend your wrist? Did it hurt in your elbow?
No.
Not so much?
No.
More from your grip.
Yes.
Okay. And then arm up like this, breath in and out. Did the elbow hurt from doing that?
No.
So the only one that made it hurt was your grip. Do that again. You feel that,
Yes.
right? Okay. So here's one of my favorite tests. We call this the opponent's test. When you bring your the thumb and the pinky come together, okay? And this is testing intrinsic grip strength. If they lack intrinsic grip strength, their brain is going to search out someplace to create that stability, which is commonly the lateral epicondyle. All right? So, if you pull too hard on here, obviously that's going to not be a very good test, right? So breath in and out, meet my pressure, and her pinky comes away from her thumb. Okay, now push your thumb into your pinky. That tests the opponent's what? Polysis, right? And then if I have her push her pinky into her thumb, that's the opponent's digiti mini-me. That's how you pronounce it, I swear to God. All right? Billions, trillions. Okay, all right. What did he say? Gazillions? What did he want? Jillions? Bajillions. Bajillions. That's what she got. All right. So, push your pinky into your thumb now. Breath in. Tell them that's pretty much a fail, right?
Yes.
Now, touch that sore spot on your elbow. Okay? And we'll redo pinky to thumb. Breath in and out. Meet my pressure. That's a lot better, right? Now, take your hand away, and we'll do it again. And meet my pressure. Negative. Okay? So I'm giving you recipes for lateral epicondylitis. It could be a shoulder problem. Shoulder weakness can cause lateral epicondylitis. Intrinsic grip strength can cause lateral epicondylitis. And also if they lack wrist extension, if their ligaments or if they sprain their wrist or something like that, it's very likely to end up back up here. Okay? So you tell me where's a good spot.
Do you check shoulder first usually, or?
Depends on what they tell me.
Okay. So you had a history of shoulder issues at work.
What do you do for work? Pilates. Yeah. Yeah, I'd go with hands. Did you hear what she said? She's changing springs all the time, right? You could work in a mattress company too. Why'd you pick Pilates over mattresses?
Who knows?
Who knows? Okay. What? It's scary, isn't it? Yeah, I know. Okay. Breath in and out. Pinky to thumb. Beautiful. Now, let's challenge it. How do we fire this one up? Wrist extension will do it, right? Meet my pressure. Okay. And then thumb to pinky, pinky to thumb. Beautiful. Okay? So what would her homework be? Release here. And how's she going to do this? She's just going to put her fingers together and push her pinky into her thumb. That's all. Don't push your thumb into your pinky. Make this one pop out. Now, this muscle right here, right? This helps to form what we call the hypothenar eminence, right? So take your hands like this and squeeze and see if that pops out or not. If your hypothenar eminence stays flat, you got problems. And it can lead to elbow problems, shoulder problems, neck problems. A lot of people are atrophied in their hypothenar eminence. Anybody got a flat one?
One flat.
Yeah, that's pretty flat.
Oh no.
It's really flat. I love
Really
it.
flat. Shelley, stand up. Huh? You make it up now. All right, so look, for the camera.
Do you want that one? I feel like that one's better.
Look at how little development is there when she squeezes, right? Compare this one. Mine's bigger than yours.
It's not the size that matters, David.
Not the size. Okay. So look. Okay. This is something. This is something to check on all of your clients and patients. You want to make sure that this is actually doing something. Yes. So, all right. So, thumb to push your pinky into your thumb, breath in and out, meet my pressure. And you lift weights, right?
Yeah.
Imagine what that's doing to your rest of your body.
Oh, geez.
Yeah. Okay, you get the idea?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so when I ask her to do pinky to thumb, there's no response whatsoever. This is a total fail. Total fail. Now, do you have shoulder pain or neck pain or elbow pain?
Neck pain.
Put your hand on your neck pain. Okay. Pinky to thumb, breath in and out, beat my pressure. And there's the reason you have neck pain.
Oh. Okay, that makes sense. Puzzle solved.
So wait, just to be clear on that one, when I do this and I try to make that pop out, I see nothing. It doesn't change color or anything like that. When I do pinky to thumb and I make a focus of pinky in, I see it pop out. It gets a little whiter in there. So that's kind of you're saying that's an example.
That's
where
the
there's
exercise.
none.
That's
the exercise to fix it. Is
right.
The,
Right. But you have to figure out what's inhibiting it first.
Yeah. Okay.
Right? So in her case, it's her neck. So let's look at the other hand. Same thing, right? Breath in and out, pinky to thumb. Ready? And she's got nothing. Nothing. Touch that side of your neck. Go ahead. And pinky to thumb, meet my pressure. Yeah, your neck's working for your...
I think it's really tight.
What did we say about bilateral inhibition of the same muscle? Where'd he go? Spine or core, right? So this is a neck, I believe, counts as the spine. Last time I checked. So in your case, your neck was bracing for your lack of grip strength.
Yeah.
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 So you'd work on what? You'd work on your neck?
Release the neck, and then give her homework for strength. Do the pinky to thumb exercise.
Pinky to thumb.
So this girl obviously works out. She's grabbing heavy things, right? And yet, all she... That's the idea.
Bear down.
Yeah. Bear down doesn't make it. All right. Now, anybody have medial epicondylitis? Oh, perfect. Which one? Head up there. And you notice it when you do what?
We're going to do this.
Internal rotation?
Internal rotation.
Oh, you mean like...
Like this.
You mean pronation.
Oh, pronation.
All right, did you hear that? Did you hear what he just said? Be quiet. He said his medial epicondyle hurts when he does forceful pronation. Now, what muscle causes pronation? It's called the pronator what? And it goes from where to where? Right here. Wow, what a coinky dinky. He has medial epicondylitis, and he's got a problem with pronation.
What kind of
Shocking news, folks.
What kind of movement would he be doing to be like forceful pronation with the right hand?
I don't know. He could be doing something repetitive. I didn't mean that. You guys are bad.
Yes?
At the end of class, things degenerate.
It's like first got the strong from doing like really heavy pull-ups.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh yeah,
Okay. Now pull-up. Listen. Doing pull-ups is actually the leading cause of improper pull-ups is probably the leading cause of medial epicondylitis, because if your lats aren't functioning when you're doing pull-ups, it goes right to your medial epicondyle. All right. So let's check the function of his lats in a pull-up position. All right. Does that make sense? All right. So aim your elbow for your hip. Front in and out. That's shaky. Now, I'm going to stem here. Owie. Okay. Breath in and out. That's not happy. Right? That shouldn't feel like that. All right. We could also do pronation. Meet my pressure here. Good. And recheck the lat. And meet my pressure. Nope, that didn't do it. All right. But I need to release here. Does that make sense to everybody how that would happen? Right? I can also test his lat this way by bringing his medial epicondyle close to his side like that. So pinky against, palm up, breath in and out. Oh, forget that one. You don't got that one. That's not happening. All right, here we go. Got the good spot? All right, here we go. Breath in and out. Meet my pressure. Okay? So for him, for the correction, functionally speaking, I want to get him to be able to do this. Where's Dion? This was your problem when we first started, right?
That was a long time ago, man.
But you had the exact same thing.
Yeah.
Yes.
But I was doing true pull-ups. I wasn't kicking. I'm sorry. I don't care. I'll say it again. Full hang, baby. Full hang.
Dissing. He's dissing kipping.
It's like a swing.
All righty. Breath in and out and meet my pressure. There we go. Okay? So I just gave you a couple of recipes, right? Lateral epicondylitis, check shoulder, wrist extension, and grip. Okay? Medial epicondyle, lats. Medial epicondyle and lats. That's pretty straightforward, huh? Okay.
And pronation.
And pronation. Yeah. Could be pronation, supination. But almost, it's highly likely it's going to be a problem with the lats. Testing it in this position right here, right?
And lats are usually
Inhibited. Yeah.
Release and strengthen the ice.
In this, you get a TheraBand and just mimic the test.
Okay.
Thank you. Very simple. All right. Now, anybody work a lot at a computer? Oh, you were an accountant? All right. Anybody else work a lot at it? No? Come on up here, Chris. Head up there. Which hand is most effective? That hand? Okay. Quiet down, please. Quiet down.
Lie down or...
Lie down. Okay. Now, for years, the big buzzword when anybody had a problem near their wrist was carpal tunnel, right? You could call your doctor up and say, my thumb hurts, and they would tell you you have carpal tunnel. You could call your doctor up and say, my wrist hurts, and without examining you, they have such good training,
that they could tell you over the phone that you have carpal tunnel. I think that's remarkable. I really do. I applaud them for their psychic powers. Because after all, they teach them to do psychic work in medical school, right? Don't you get that? Yeah, of course. All right. So now that we've established that all medical doctors are psychic, we can move on. All right? So carpal tunnel, actually true carpal tunnel, is very rare. Very, very rare. And it is a repetitive strain injury, meaning that it's a kind of tendinitis, right? There's an inflammation of the flexor tendons, which the median nerve has to be a part of going through the carpal tunnel. How many tendons go through the carpal tunnel? 9. Correct. 9 is the correct answer. 4 flexor digitorum profundus, 4 flexor digitorum superficialis, and 1 flexor pollicis. 9 tendons. So if any of those 9 tendons start to get inflamed, overused, they can create stickiness to the other tendons, put pressure on the median nerve, and create true carpal tunnel. Now, what's the least successful surgery in the history of medicine? Carpal tunnel. All the PTs they're just shaking their heads, right? Any of my PTs work with, do hand work? Any of you guys do hands?
Not much anymore.
Not your thing? Anybody? Huh?
You want me to tell the story about the carpal tunnel?
And your mother?
Yeah.
All right, let me tell my carpal tunnel story. Okay. Your mother. All right. So I get a call from the harpist for the San Francisco Symphony, right? She's gone to 4 or 5 hand surgeons in San Francisco, all of whom told her that she needed immediate bilateral carpal tunnel surgery. She's numb and tingly in both hands. What did we learn in NKT? If you're numb and tingly or screwed up in both sides, where's it coming from? Your spine. Now, did any of them check her spine? No. So she calls me up. I said, well, come on in and let me see if I can figure this out, right? So I'll use Steve as the example here. I took my hand on top of her head like this, and I pressed down to compress her cervical spine, and guess what it did? It lit up both of her hands. I said, okay, we're done. Go get an MRI. Guess what? She had a bulging disc at C5-6. They were going to do bilateral carpal tunnel surgery because she had a bulging disc in her neck. Now, how many of those surgeries you think are necessary based on what I just told you? 0 to none. And yet they make shit tons of money doing them, right? It's disgraceful. Now, I know in medical school, they teach you that the nerve roots to the arms come from the neck, right? And if a chiropractor sent me somebody like that, I'd really be mad, right? They didn't know that. So she did neck traction, and the story has a very happy ending. She's still the harpist for the symphony, right?
One of your best work?
No. There's so many bad stories. And Bob's mother had, and that's how Bob got into NKT, was because of his mother's
this is
carpal
after.
tunnel.
But
This was after?
Same practitioner.
Okay.
A similar kind of situation where she was diagnosed with bilateral carpal tunnel syndrome, and they did the neuro test. The neurologist did the nerve conduction tests, which are a little painful.
Yep.
And so she
knows
went.
all about it.
So I sent her to Ann Watkins, which happens to be. I'm from Connecticut. I'm a New Englander. Happens to be David's first ever student of NKT, and so after one session, the pain went away for 3 weeks. Now my mom's kind of tough, kind of old school, and she said she was like cradling her hand in her lap as she was driving to this one of her arms in her lap because it was so painful. And so pain went away for 3 weeks after one session. Pain went away after the second session. They canceled the surgery, the bilateral carpal tunnel ligament incisement, and that was probably 8 years ago now. So no, that's never come back for her. This is working up in the spine and through the shoulders. So
sure. Okay.
Should there be a date bill from surgeons?
Calls.
I can't make my Porsche payment because
They're fine. We're only scratching the surface with the people that get the carpal tunnel surgery. So, yeah, there's so many.
I gotta tell my bad story. I have to.
I mean, I've worked on people who've had 3 and 4 surgeries on the same hand.
It's a good bad story.
My colleague had a woman, total shoulder replacement.
Yeah.
Had the same pain when she came out.
Yeah.
He took her head, no traffic, gone. Whole shoulder replaced.
For nothing.
Nothing. Yeah.
All right.
I had to say that's just ridiculous.
Yeah. So hopefully we can help people to avoid that, right? Yeah. Okay. So we want to look at the function of the fingers, okay? So in order to test the thumb, I'm going to fold the fingers in so I can really get a good test on the thumb. I'm going to test her extension of her thumb, right? Extensor pollicis. Meet my pressure. Good. Bending the thumb and pressing from here, I'm testing extensor pollicis brevis. Meet my pressure. Good. That works. And then this is flexor pollicis longus. Good. And this is flexor pollicis brevis. And then let me check the extensors again after we did the flexors. And meet my pressure. And it goes away. And do this. And meet my pressure. And it goes away. So when she uses her flexors, her extensors poop out. All right? So let's start with her flexors again. This is flexor indicis. Meet my pressure. Good. Keep it. Yeah. Good. And now extensor indicis. Goodbye. Now, these next 2 fingers do not have names. So I wasn't around when they named this stuff. If I had, names would be a lot more fun, right? Okay. So because I felt badly for these 2 fingers, I have named them. In fact, the last 3 fingers I've named, as you'll see. All right? So this is flexor flippicus. All right, get my pressure. Okay. And extensor flippicus. And there's nothing there. Can I have your driver's license, please? You should not, she's not safe to drive. If your extensor flippicus does not work, you have no business driving a car. Clearly. All right. These 2 I like to test together. All right. So this is Hitchicus, and this is Picicus. Right. So we'll put Hitchicus and Picicus together. Meet my pressure. Okay. And then extending both, and no, forget it. All right. Because Jill spends so much time doing this, her finger extensors are offline. Okay? And this is also one of the leading causes of repetitive strain injury in the wrist, sometimes known as carpal tunnel, right? If you're doing this all day long and you're not strengthening your extensors, you're going to have problems with your flexors, right? Doesn't that make sense? Okay. So, in order to bring these back online, I'm going to come over here in the wrist area, right about here. Okay, you touch right there. Joe, you touch right there. Yeah. Flexor pollicis area, right? And meet my pressure. Yeah, that works. Okay? Then move over a little bit for the indicis. Good. A little over for flippicus. Okay, meet my pressure. Good. And a little bit more over for the last 2. Go ahead. Meet my pressure. Yeah. So it's all the problem is congested in here. These are overworked. Okay? So what's the homework? Homework is to release these, right? You could even do something like that, right? Okay? Now, how are you going to strengthen your finger extensors? You want client compliance, right? So you could have them get rubber bands and do this and do that, right? You could have them do with a rubber band. But there's a cool little device you can get on Amazon, and it's called what's the one with the ball called?
Yamana.
Huh?
Yamana.
No. What's it called? With the brain fart. It's called the Handmaster. The Handmaster. Okay? And it's a ball that goes in here, and it has 5 loops. And you take it, and you can do one at a time. You can do them all at the same time. It costs like $14. They're great. Handmaster. All right? Wonderful little device. When people buy devices, they feel like they should use them. When I give them rubber bands, they feel like they should throw them away and not use them. All right? This is just a fancy ass rubber band, that's all it is, right? But people like stuff like that. If you get people stuff they like to do, it works better, right? As opposed to stuff that they don't like to do, all right? Okay, so what I just showed you with finger flexion and finger extension, I cannot emphasize to you how important that little tidbit of information was. You can make so many wonderful corrections for people's wrists and hands and fingers and everything. It's frightening how many people have dysfunctional fingers from typing, right? It's terrible. Terrible, terrible, terrible. And if you're doing this all day long, manual therapy, probably your finger extensors are not too happy either. All right? That make sense to everybody? Okay? Good. All right. You may stop.
So what's the treatment for her then?
Oh.
Besides, I got the homework part, but
yeah,
it was stretching.
Stretching.
Would you want to work any muscles for
Well,
her?
while she's stretching, I might have her massage here, right? Or she can just stretch the thumb back in this position and massage it. Stretch this back and massage it, whatever. Yeah.
Would you get up?
You might have to work it all the way up into here too. I'm just giving you a ballpark here. Okay. You might also find congestion up here. Sure. More likely you'll find it down. Right. And then.
Tornado quadratus. You ever get involved with that?
Yeah. Sometimes, but not in this class. Not this class. Now. No. Afterwards. Okay? So, let's go back into our groups and practice finger flexion, finger extension. Okay? I need more attention. My therapist told me I needed to get more attention, so I'm trying. He said I wasn't narcissistic enough. So I'm doing my best to become more narcissistic. Okay? Forgive me. Forgive me for not being not narcissistic enough. All right? Okay. So watch this. He's going to bend his thumb and.
David.
Okay. Now look at his other hand.
I can't see it super well. There we go.
That's good. Can you see this one now?
Yeah.
Meet my pressure. Gone. Okay? So they tried everything in here, in the elbow and shoulder, everything, right? So I said, touch that spot. Touch it. Hold it.
Follow the direction.
Take your hand away. No. So, in order for him to do this, he's doing this. He's shrugging his shoulders, using his trap. Every time he wants to pull back like this, that's what he does. It's a
Nobody even
chain,
does
right?
that.
Chain reaction. Right? Gone. Tilt your head over. Show him. Engage the trap. Strong. Take it the other side. Engage. Gone.
Or you can elevate the scap.
That's a problem.
Video game has a pain like this.
All right, I just wanted to show you that. Pretty good. All right, that's pretty cool. Pretty cool. All right. So, neck extension testing, neck flexion testing, side bending rotation, upper trap, levator scap. That's what we're going to do now. Okay? So, something fell on the top of her head.
Yes, a very large apple tree branch fell on my head when I was like 14-ish.
Uh-huh.
But so I've had to get adjusted from that. But I always have had really bad neck issues even when I was younger than that. So I don't know, I was a clumsy kid, fell a lot.
Okay. So let me show you the test for the neck extensors. So in this position, I'm going to have her press down. Okay? And that would be mid-cervical. If she comes all the way up like this and presses back, that's lower cervical, upper thoracic. And if she tilts her chin up, that's upper cervical suboccipital. Okay? Meet my pressure. So all those are pretty good in the clear. Okay? Try that on yourselves. Put your hands behind your head and press back. You should feel that mid-cervical. Tuck your chin down and press back. You should feel that lower cervical, upper thoracic. And chin up and press. And you should feel that upper cervical, suboccipital. Everybody always asks me, how'd you figure this out? I did it on myself. How the hell else was I supposed to figure it out, right? If I can't feel it, I can't teach it, right? Okay. So, now we're going to do just straight neck flexion. It involves many muscles, but this is a functional test, right? So breath in and out, and meet my pressure. And she's got nothing there. And then I'm going to have her turn this way. You're going to see a lot of the left SCM on this test. Breath in and out, meet my pressure, nothing. Right SCM, can you see it popping out there? Breath in and out, meet my pressure, there's nothing there. Okay?
So the
Yeah.
extensors were all okay?
Yes.
And the flexors were all...
So far. Now, here's the longest coli. Tuck your chin to your throat, and I'm going to try and pull her back this way. So I'm going to try and untuck her. Okay? Breath in and out. Meet my pressure.
She's untuckered.
She is. I'm going to turn it slightly to the right to get the right longest coli. Meet my pressure. Nothing. Slightly to the left and meet my pressure. Nothing. Is it any wonder she has to get adjusted all the time? Her 12-pound noggin is only being held up by her neck extensors. What chance does her neck have to stay in place? None. Okay? All right. Scalenes. Turn the head this way. Okay? It's like a nod toward the same shoulder, like the thinker, right? Okay? If I put my fingers here, medial eyebrow area, I'm testing anterior scaling. If I come over here lateral to the eyebrow, I'm testing middle scaling. I'll do it for you guys over here too. Anterior scaling, middle scaling, and actually, those are working, right? Those work. Hooray, something works. All right? So those are all the neck flexors.
So you don't do posterior scaling?
Huh?
You don't do a posterior scaling?
A posterior what?
Scaling. Posterior scaling. Just
No. It's the same as the upper track. No point. Okay? All right. So now we have all these weak tests. We have to therapy localize, right? And then we'll have to do directional testing too, right? Okay. So let me poke around here in the back of the
I'm
neck.
going to take my hoodie off.
No. Ooh. You get headaches?
All the time.
Well, her upper
I love the headaches.
her upper cervicals are a hot mess here. You know what's really good for making people feel good when you're working on them? Just go, oh my God, that's the worst neck I've ever felt. That's terrible. How are you even living? That inspires confidence in people. You know? Make them feel really shitty. That's the really way to go. All right? Okay. Yeah, these are pretty bad. So I'm going to therapy localize on both sides. Both sides of C2. I'm in the C1, C2 area here. Okay? Breath in and out. Meet my pressure. That might work. Meet my pressure. That might work. Here. Beautiful. Tuck your chin. Tuck your chin. Tuck your chin. Yowzer.
Where are you exactly?
C1, C2.
A little bit to the right, a little bit to the left.
I'm bilateral.
How much
Touching
pressure
both.
are you using?
Huh?
How much pressure are you using there?
On her neck?
Yes.
Hardly any.
Okay. I just couldn't tell because it looked like
When I first test without therapy localizing, watch what happens. I don't have to do anything. It can't hold up. She can't do it.
I meant how much pressure are you using back
Oh.
here on the neck?
I don't know. Just touching it.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay? So is it any wonder why her C1, C2 keeps coming out? Because it's the only thing holding their head up. All right? So if those guys are the only thing holding the head up, how can they possibly stay in place? They can't. Can't do it. So combining chiropractic with NKT is like awesome. Yeah, you can. And that's why most of my teachers are chiropractors. Yeah, it works so well together. So you would have to, if you were a chiropractor, certainly you would want to do some soft tissue work here, and then adjust C1, 2, and then you could go ahead and retest. I'm sure everything would get stronger. And then the homework would be, release of C1, 2 by stretching or whatever means you like. And then you would do this kind of strengthening of the SCMs. Now, when you're giving homework for the neck flexors, one of the most important things to remind people is not to push too hard. If I do this and I feel it in the back of my neck, I'm pushing too hard. I've had to regress people where they can barely press forward and feel it in the front. If they feel it in the back, they're pressing too hard. They have to only feel it in the front. Did everybody hear that? If you're doing neck, and for God's sake, don't let them do it lying down. How bad would that be? Alicia, lift your head up and resist. Don't do that, all right? And then the dumbass exercises like this. Slide up towards me. Off the table. Get your head off the table. You know this one?
Please no.
You know this one? I'm not going to let you do it. But then they ask people to get their heads off the table or the bed and do neck flexion from there. How fucked up is that? And you can't get... And some of them have weights on their heads when they're doing this. I mean, really. Come on, folks. Insane, right? Talk about a compensation waiting to happen. That's what this would be, right? All right, so slide down again. It's enough just for people to sit or stand and be able to engage their neck flexors. Remember, with these exercises, this homework that we're giving, it's not about strength, it's about what? Function. And neural connectivity, right? That's all you're trying to get. There's no strength without neural connectivity. So this is something you have to explain over and over again. And again, put homework on the phone. Put it on their phones. They can hear you saying these things over and over again, right? That's how people learn, from repetition. That's how our brains learn. Repetition, repetition. Okay? So, these tests are very simple, but you have to do them very gently. If people tell you that they have any pain at all when they're doing it, lighten up. Lighten up. It's better to start lighter than heavier, right? You won't make so many mistakes. You won't hurt people if you test more lightly. You can always increase your pressure, but once you press too hard, you can't decrease the pressure, and you may have hurt somebody by pressing too hard. So start lightly, and then you can add pressure if you like, but always start lightly. That make sense, everybody? Okay. Good. Now, upper traps and levators. Let's look at those two, okay? So upper trap does this, right? Side bending. It also does elevation of the shoulder, right? So let's put the two together. Side bending, elevation of the shoulder, upper trap. Now you see how her nose is straight up in the air? That's the upper trap. If I do the same test, rotated, now it's the levator scapula. Side bending, head rotated to the same side, ear to shoulder, shoulder to ear, that's your levator scapula. Okay? Does that make sense from the fiber orientation of the levator scapula? Those of you that learned Kendall and Kendall, levator scapula test, they must have gotten drunk that night or something. I don't know what happened. But that test is insane. I don't know how he even gets a levator scapula. You seen that in the book? You know which one I'm talking about? It's some kind of one where you put the hand here and you do, I don't know. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, but
Do you
it's about
remember?
an 80-year-old lady that's doing it.
Well, she did a lot of great stuff.
Yeah, she's good.
Florence Kendall did a lot of great stuff, but not the levator scapula. Not my favorite one. All right? So this test is much easier. Does it make sense to you why you would do that? Right? It does this, right? That's the fibers. All right? So those are all the neck tests that I want you to practice, all right? Now, is there a relationship between the upper traps and the levators and the lats? Uh-huh. Your shoulders are up like this. What are your lats doing? Nothing. Okay? And how many people do I work on every week whose shoulders are up like this? A lot. Yeah. And what did I tell them? This is not an earring. This is an earring. This is not an earring. I tell women, don't accessorize with your shoulders. All right? Accessorize with earrings, not shoulders. Okay? That's a nice little model. And then people wonder, how do I engage my lats when I'm working? Tighten the backs of your armpits. Everybody tighten the backs of your armpits. What happens to your shoulders? They go down. Your shoulders go back and down, right? So all you have to think about is tightening the backs of your armpits. That's all. That's not hard. How do you strengthen one lat at a time? This kind of thing. Put your arm up like this and put your hand in your armpit and feel your lat. Okay? Tighten your lat, pull your elbow down to your side. That's a one-armed lat. Okay? That's the homework I give. Put TheraBand up in the top of a door and pull down. Very simple. That make sense? Okay. So you want me to run through the test one more time? Okay. This is what portion of the cervicals? Middle. This is which one? Lower. And this is upper C's and suboccipital. Very good. This is just a general neck flexion test. Right? Keep my pressure. This is which SCM? Left SCM. Right SCM. Which one is this? Longest coli. Right longest coli. Left longest coli. And this is which one? Anterior scalene, middle scalene, anterior scalene, middle scalene. This is the upper trap, and this is the later. Okay, go practice.
One question real quick.
Yeah.
Everything was very intuitive. The one that didn't make sense was the longest coli, left and right longest coli. It seems my brain wants to say opposite. When you turn it to the left, you say you're doing the left?
Yeah, because it does this. It shortens it, yeah. Okay, let's practice.